Chapter 1 Winter. In the northern regions during October, the air is frigid and piercing, with biting winds sweeping through this year. A unusually heavy snowfall blanketeth the land amidst the swirling snow. A few figures could be discerned, braving the storm in their hurried march, toiling for their livelihoods, driven by the meager promise of a few silver soins. So ran, the solely offspring of his family, watched a shisprints, afterlife epitome of toil, managed to establish a supermarket spanning over 300 square meters. They save a diligent lido purchase an old house and asmal sidwar livinjek spin seswar low, allowing the 3 ef tim to live a relative lie comfortable live. However, just as Sarin was about to embark on his finale Urf Universitian's Pintith workforce, tragedy struck news arrived that his father had suffered a sudden heart attack, leaving behind in lie the 12th Timothyran's son without Tevin Thechins for a final goodbye. Every day, the world stages its tragedies so ran, how a studying far from home, rushed back on to find his father's smiling photograph in the morning hall, a poignant reminder of his absence. Understanding that he had no become his mother's sole pillar of support, Sue Ran maintained an air of composure throughout the funeral, express a gratitude to the friends and fam Liwa had come to pay the respect and supporting his mother. Hazimad lost in sorrow. Mom, I fire retired, please stake her stim right there, Sue Ran gently urged Ismler. Im noddered, noted tall of Ella Bordel my lifa now, can finally wrist what's left for Medicarian? His mother murmured. The passage of to me ha dichediplan supant this woman's face. Thrinkles around here I estelling talsoff heralent lastoil yet. One could still glimpse the theory albutische possessed in Harry Alf. Sue Ran Bori striking grezomblance to his mother, inheriting her delicate fetchers, complimented by a touch of feminine grace that made him quite popular among the girl saddle. Hitu can entire week from university, eager to spend mortem with his mother as graduation approached and classes dwindled little to deck, that would hint the tweak, Hued lows both his father and mother. After the funeral, Sue Ran bid farewell to Thella stoft him mourner Sandreternetham with his mother to Thanati's tea house. Mom, you have inti a tinnel day let me cook some noodles, he suggested his mother. A woman from an other place Suho Adrisa lut, le follow dis father despite familial position, hey do particular fondness for noodles. Noodles, yes, it's time for noodles, Cher repeated softly, maintaining Gastatov murmured contemplation since Earth's return. With Nuther Kois, Sue Ran prepared a bowl of noodles for her, serving him so fastwell. Mom, please eat, don't just stare at, I implored, noticing her fixation on the bowl before you. You go ahead, they'll save a bowl for our father. Shafina lifted her gazito speak, but hostword shattered, fragile composure. With noodles still in his mouth, Tierswella dupen heises, blurring his vision off the bowl before high mashalo eridished, pushing the noodles into his mouth, each bite seeming lie so keeden selter sorrow. These would be thellest conversations Suran would have with his mother at Seamed she could no longer wait to confront. This father Abutwi had left her behind the following morning. Suran awoke to find in Lyle and his mother's lifeless body, adorned with Thassarin smile. Ran, I'm sorry it didn't Thaviak and sit to prepare a proper meal for you, returned. Perhaps a wasabitzel fish you wouldn't hold it gainst me, would you? You've a grown new panda earned to care for others, beauty our father ways always forgetful, and without Medolukov Turim, Hewelden farewell so, I must go accompany him. It's sapity I once saw you marry and bring o me virtuous daughter-in-law, nor will a meet my grandchild. Ran, it tech perdine twathing sin my life Mary and Jor, father across house and soft miles and drazing. Cha consideratisen like ye. Please forgive me for Thysic toff selfishness I love you, but am truly worried a buddy our father this family conan laurel yonya now. Child, don't cree. A the bottom of the letter worry 3 bank cards, each with corresponding passwords. The first card was labeled for Ran's marriage and Nawom. The second card was designated for Ran's entrepreneurial endeavors. The third card was meant for his future grandchildren's milk powder fund. Upon finishing the letter, Sue Ran remains at his mother's bedside, clutching the 3 cards and the letter, burying Geshed in his shoulders trembling violent lie as silent ers triumna. Friends and family, still reeling from the grief of his father's passing, gather at again next day at the same location to attend his mother's funeral. Every on lamentethun predictability of life, sighing over the tragic fate of the Zionman. Once more, Sue Randon at a maskov composure eaten at the funeral, on this time, has stood alone, welcoming and thanking Thegwiswag and departed. It was only when he spot 12 familiar figures in Emilian Domfmale rushing in from outside that felt a momentary release. That wo ho stood beside him were echoed hood friends, Joe. Of around 185 Kminhate, appeared unassuming but was known to possess formidable strength. Having trained in martial arts and seckled hood he was strict with himself, often describe it as obsessive, yet bori striking lidlikatevise. The girl beside Suran was named Linya, noun for her mischievous nature ecurandis, hikayuha dolphin found themselves in scrapes to a torantic slinuas boisters and unruly, with a distinctive appearance, though her perpetual short hairmian she never had thechensido showcase her ponytail. Upon entering, they flanked Suran, helping him express gratitude to Thegus among the three. No formaltius were an assessor ya simple glance to convey thought word soft hank perfluous. They stewed Tagather from dawn until dusk, and fearing Sir would return homelo nine sorrow. They bought tap plethora off a dan drink, staying be his sidey until theerly hor soft next morning. Thrughout night, the offered noward soft comfort, instead sharing the silency over drinks, until finally, they embraced, weeping uncontrollably. Their study eshad kept them apart. During their 4 years at university, they medite a pointeru night whenever they return. Linyak hama from all off family her father and he largest real estate company in Theria, we callowed her to attend at prestigious university despite her lackadaisa calititude to torture studies. Suran and Yiji Caillou hailed from ordinary families. Suran attended Daskantir University, while Yijichio, through his athletic prowess, gained admission to a renowned institution. Chapter 2 Omen. After settling his family affairs, Suran entrusted this relative S with managing the family supermarket for a couple of months while he returned to school to complete his Finalkersinger. Upon returning home, Suran took over the supermarket left by his parents, residing in the old house Faled with Shrush memories. Although his parents shad bequeathed the substantial inheritance for a fresh graduate, Suran refrained from touching the 3 bank cards, having been raised to his parents' wishes. Hein tended to reserve the funds for significant milestones in his life. 3 years passed in Thebling Co-Fanny Suran managed the supermarket with great efficiency, and wasn't wealthy, he enjoyed a comfortable life. Thoth had accumulated enough from the supermarket to purchase decent new home in the city, Suranko see to remain in the old house, which, while steeped in sorrow, also resonated with echo a soft happiness. His business thrived, expanding from the original 300 square meter store, approximately 500 square meters after merging with a neighboring shop. Managing Thebergen enterprise alone proved challenging, so's business flourished. Suran hired several staff members, assuming Gamarera laxed managerial role. After returning home, Suran, due to the distance, found himself drifting apart from his university girlfriend to distract himself from the heartache. He developed an interest in recreational vehicles, a passion they endured for 3 years without timber-making purchase. His discerning testament he dismissed ordinary models, fixating instead on high-end recreational vehicles. One morning, while Suran leisurely browsed Darby news at the counter outside the supermarket, Linya rushed in, clad in professional attire. Aran, hurry, give me a piece of burrito and a bottle leaf drink, she exclaimed, her agency a familiar sight. Calm down. What's the rush? Suran replied, hastily handing her a piece of burrito. Butopting to or milk instead of Ted drink she requested. I'm going to be late. You know how meticulous my father can be. Linya, after graduating, had joined her father's real estate company despite her degree in business management. She spent the university's indulgence in the free dama fly fell away from home, failing to transform into a business elite her father had envisioned instead. She often arrived late, left early, or simply vanished for entire days. Lynn's father was bullied with a daughter in his later years, and shortly after birth, her mother passed away to health issues. These unfortunate circumstances intensified Lynn's father's affection for his daughter. Alas, her personality often led her astray, and each team sheared, Schwood resort to her ultimate defense mechanism verbal sparring evening Linyoner lies speechless with frustration. Late again? Arentio perpetuality? What difference do is an instance make? Suran was acutely aware of his friend's temperament. Nonsense. When have you ever been late? Speak such drivel again, Anna shall seal your lips. Linya Ted with her usual bravado. Let's not speak of it the diligent Lin heroine eyes above judge slander, Suran declared, just as Linya's steeny fists were in ches fromishest. Humph. This die might seem most acceptable, Linya replied with a haughty demeanor, her gaze catching the television suspended from the supermarket ceiling. the broadcast capturing the attention of Tetwaplay full adversaries. The Caesarea port from or station a news at a case occurred in ascertain location off country XI witnesses describes of heavy futrafik when suddenly, Amon, seemingly deranged, lunged into Crodan assaulted a woman. The investigation is currently underway. Goodness, Hasha resorted Tobading? Isharabit? Linyaskoft, Wrinklinger knows. Who knows? But let's be honest, look at them wearing short sleeves, while we're real reedy bundled do pin thick coats for autumn. Surin emphasized, his focus evidently in his own attire. Ario cold? Wouldn't Derek sposi our grotesque nature, beauty our reason ply-lamenting theme dofsamer. Missing those bare legs, Arinshu? Linier marked, Thofshafig nedrelictance, merciless lion veiling Fransoner most hots. How dare you? I am a flower of tenation de na, tarnish mere reputation. Suram protested, gesturing dramatically as she spoke. Pft. Flower? In 3 or 4 years, you'll be 30. An old vegetable daring to claim the tight leaf flower. I am the true blossom here. Linya play fooly jabs her in shoulder with her full fist. Whether you worry a flower or not is debatable, but what tissertanus that defied no theory, your father will watirio with his saliva. Suram burst into laughter. Fine. You wait until I finish work, and the initial deal with ya. With that parting shot, Linyadish out the door, leaping into hernal porcha stouty are 8 and. In truth, Linyadid note past B Suran's supermarket on her way to work, yet over years, she had developed Pitaha by Toff making J exchange a few barbs with him before continuing on her way. Meanwhile, Another close friend, Ijichio, had been mysteriously absent 4 days at that time, often claiming toe-burning new martial arts retreating Gatham to enhance his skills, inviting Sran to spar with them each to me Harasivid, gentle summons, Suran would dismiss it with acre 3-word refuel get lost. After Linyade parted, a few elder la patrons trickline at the store, eager to snatch up the day's discounted vegetables. Suran surveyed the bustling crowd and the diligent staff, internally solving to treat himself to breakfast. A sotum deep in Dan the Chilsitan, to tighten disco tand approach this favorite teppan cake stall. Old Wong, please prepare deluxes at form, Surang greeta thielderly vendor with familiarity. Ah, Xiao Su. Urintio wearin more layers than this gold? Don du pil when I yuri older let metelia, back in meowth, Ido a wasvain, refusing Tao ear-long Johnson Winter, and no Luke Maleg's sake. Old Wang began to lecture, treatings from the Kianja relative. Weren't he just saying yesterday thoughty Arl Guazen Jordbiabu let durin Jormilitary service? Suran wasbilderd, aesthetically awful Dwang slegged several versions. Ah, is that so? You must be mistaken it was theater leg. Old Wange insisted with conviction. All right then, every incofiu is ped in history imina. Suran chuckled, accepting Thepin K. Kwong-handed Hyman, hurried liar turning to uppermarket. Hey, you little rascal, airy yumaking? The old man feigned annoyance. Though his eye sparkled with affection having sold pancakees in that spot for decades, he was well acquainted with Suran's familiar affairs, and very time he's a thoughty out full smile. He cherished the opportunity to engage in light-hearted bonder. Chapter 3. The boundary the rain had lessened, and for 3 consecutive days, and Shouyang indulged in dreams, each day engaging in profound conversations with Shuang Zhou, and sharing moments with the priestess amidst the ethereal clouds and rain of Wushan. Ultimately, reality beckoned him back. The extinguished hearth, the blackened steel basin, and the decayed, moldy food awaited him, and Shouyang opened the window and discarded all the unnecessary items, this awakening once again reshaping his understanding. The snow, as soft as goose feathers, concealed all that had transpired. There were no longer wandering mutants, nor the sounds of howls and screams, only the falling snowflakes and the thermometer indicating an indoor temperature of -43 degrees. Why did I not feel the cold? What is this situation? In an instant, knowledge surged into Shouyang's mind, delineating the classifications of life forms in the universe. New humans, whose genetic evolution bestowed enhanced immunity, a slight increase in strength, and an extended lifespan of 150 years, with basic abilities to manipulate objects. Evolvers, humans who, through energy absorption, became powerful beings, their thoughts growing complex and uncertain. With greatly enhanced strength and a lifespan of 200 years, categorized into 3 tiers of absolute power. Martial arts practitioners, capable of shaping reality and limitless potential, living for 300 years. Becoming the dominant force in their domain, also divided into 3 tiers of maximum power. Eternal class, perceiving the cycle of human life and death, living for 600 years, comprehending the infinite existence of the universe. With relative strength, transcendence, able to absorb energy, understanding the primal forces of the universe, grasping what cosmic potential superpower entails, living for 1,200 years, possessing extraordinary abilities, star guardians, mechanical life forms living for 2,400 years. Classified as chief-level beings, this deluge of cosmic knowledge overwhelmed Ensho-yang, rendering him unconscious in pain. Damn it, this star ring is truly insufferable. Such an influx of knowledge. Are you trying to kill me? I don't even know how I'm still alive. You're going to treat me like this, huh? Yet, despite the complaints, gazing at the snowflakes outside and then at the thermometer on the wall, which had shattered after reaching a maximum display of -50 degrees Celsius, he thought, this is unbearably cold. Have those mutants been frozen solid? Looking out, he noticed the streets devoid of any slowly moving mutants. The heavy snow concealed everything in the silent shopping mall, and Ensho-yang sat eating hot pot, igniting all available heat sources. He finally grasped the essence of cold, yet remained oblivious to the current temperature outside. In this soundless world, one's willpower could easily erode. After a week, Ensho-yang's patience wore thin, and communication became a barrier. Previously, he had felt stifled, but this was a different realm altogether. No sounds, no clamor. Only the rhythm of his heartbeat and the sound of his breath, akin to an unguarded prison. In solitude, dreadful thoughts often emerged. Fully armed, clad in heavy cotton clothing, cold armor, with a motorcycle helmet resting at his waist. Wielding a massive sword and wearing riding boots, he stumbled upon the second-floor window, the heavy snow reaching his waist. At a height of 1.85 meters, he crawled through the snow like a snail. Before the International Shopping Center's apartment building, Ensho-yang stood in front of the 40-story high-end talent accommodation area, where the corridor doors had been sealed. Peering through the window, he observed the first-floor residents. Their rooms were already in disarray, with nothing left to burn, and the anti-theft windows barred with steel frames. Using his massive sword, he pried open the window and slipped inside, attempting to restore some semblance of order. He retrieved his backpack, now filled with food, and knocked on the door, only to be met with a shout. Get lost? Knocking from door to door, he was met with curses. I only seek companionship. Otherwise, I might go mad. Loneliness often accompanies us, but Ensho-yang felt even more isolated. No friends, no family, and after 3 years of studying, the dormitory residents only knew his name. Now, in this apocalyptic survival, he hoped to find a kind soul on the 4th floor. Another heavy knock echoed. Who's there? Came a wary voice. I'm a recent graduate with nowhere to go. I can't move any further. I have to knock on doors, hoping for a kind-hearted person to take me in for a while. The weather outside is too cold. From the peephole in the door, a woman wrapped in blankets gazed out, momentarily taken aback by Ensho-yang's blood-stained appearance and the sword he carried. However, upon noticing the backpack on his back, she said, You must hand over your weapon first before I let you in. Ensho-yang glanced at the massive sword in his hand, gently placing it by the door and stepping back. I realize my sudden intrusion is rather abrupt, but I am truly out of options. With a soft click, the door opened slightly, and a delicate hand reached out to take the sword inside, followed by the sound of the security chain locking. Come in quickly. It's too cold outside. Ensho-yang slipped into the warm room, taking in the cozy decor. A child was peacefully sleeping in an open room, and all the burnable items were ablaze. Yet, when Ensho-yang noticed the thermometer on the wall registering -15 degrees, he incredulously asked the beautiful woman wrapped in blankets, Do you know the temperature outside? I don't know. There's some hot water. Pour yourself a cup. Nwan is still sleeping in my arms. Otherwise, she'll wake up cold. Observing the woman closely, Ensho-yang, usually taciturn, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him and quickly nodded. Please, help yourself. He watched as the woman dashed back to the bedroom and nestled under the covers, pulling the blanket over her head. Ensho-yang placed his backpack by the sofa and took out a solid alcohol stove. Soon, a soft blue flame flickered to life in several stoves, raising the indoor temperature significantly. The glass fogged up, and he retrieved the hot pot basin to cook, the aroma wafting through the air. Mom, I'm hungry. A soft voice emerged from the blankets. Sensing the delicious smell, the girl, clad in heavy clothing, emerged from the bedding, feeling the warmth that was no longer frigid. She looked at In Xiaoyang, who was preparing hot pot in the living room, and asked, "Where did you get the food?" "From the supermarket. Given how cold it is outside, normal people can't possibly survive." "How did you manage?" The woman eyed In Xiaoyang warily. "It's not that cold. I am just wearing these clothes," he replied, pointing to the military attire, down jacket, and heavy winter gear nearby. This individual had armored himself meticulously, donning massive boots and chilling armor. "What's your name?" she inquired. "In Xiaoyang." Finally, the woman emerged from the blankets, cradling her daughter, and slowly unwrapped the girl. The porcelain doll-like face was delicate and charming, her soft voice melodious. "I'm Qin Yi, and this is my daughter." "Qin Yaoyao. Seems taking you in was the right choice. I was worried we'd starve at home. We can melt snow for water, but we have run out of food. Last night, Yao Yao and I finished the last of it." And Xiaoyang gazed at the stunningly mature woman, taken aback. Could it truly be that food scarcity had reached such dire straits? Why had no one ventured out to take the risk? Chapter 4. The grim apartment building. I transitioned from ignorance to another form of ignorance. Wandering through the world, contemplating life and existence, witnessing the tranquility of time and the blooming flowers around me. Yet, I remained perpetually alone, with little to cling to. 3 years of coexistence left scant traces. Perhaps merely names during roll call and those beautiful figures etched in memory. In Xiaoyang watched the mother and daughter as they stammered, "I have plenty. How about we share?" "Thank you, uncle." Seeing the family devouring their meal, he quickly retrieved noodles from his backpack and added them to the pot, urging, "Take your time. I still have more." Qini set down her bowl and finally spoke, "Are you a recent graduate?" And Xiaoyang, noting the blush on Qini's cheeks, replied softly, "I haven't graduated yet. I'm out looking for an internship." Qin, observing In Xiaoyang, inquired quietly, "If you have food, why hasn't anyone taken you in?" And Xiaoyang, bewildered, murmured, "I don't know. You shouldn't knock on doors indiscriminately. It will bring you endless trouble. Resources are scarce, and with such a heavy backpack, it's already been 7 days since supplies ran out here." The first floor and those vacant rooms were all victims of that gang led by Zhang Liang. They robbed all the food. "Had I known you brought so much, we might have been targeted by them." Qini lamented. An Xiaoyang glanced at Qini and whispered, "Your security door seems quite sturdy. They shouldn't be able to break in, right?" Qini, with noodles in hand, shot him a look. "Do you think this is an ancient city gate? With just a few heavy blows, it would be reduced to fragments, despite its sturdiness. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have installed a bank security door." An Xiaoyang finally understood that wealth should not be disclosed casually, as it could invite peril. After finishing his meal, Qini set down his bowl and chopsticks, approached In Xiaoyang's backpack, and began to extract its contents one by one. Upon seeing rice, noodles, instant noodles, pickled vegetables, and various jerky, he turned back with a hint of surprise on his face and said to In Xiaoyang, "These provisions will sustain us for about a week, and your solid alcohol stove could last us for several days." As he spoke, he scrutinized In Xiaoyang, who appeared somewhat sunny, a touch shy, and possessed a certain charm. Could this boy be the savior for the two of us? With a hand brushing through his bangs, he could only reflect that it had been days since a woman had bathed, and she was beginning to carry a different scent. "Can you ensure our survival?" And Xiaoyang looked at Qin in disbelief, wondering if this was the fabled buy-one-get-one-free offer. Yet, he had merely stayed for a brief moment, and a single meal could lead to such consequences. Qin, too, was observing Xia Xiaoyang, thinking to himself that this boy was his now and could not be allowed to escape. Perhaps their future depended on him. The quiet porcelain doll was still grappling with the hot pot as In Xiaoyang said, "You take charge. I shall rest for a while. I will seek more food tomorrow." Qin, his face beaming with joy, asked, "Are you truly able to withstand the harsh cold outside?" And Xiaoyang replied, somewhat bashfully, "Yes." "Then you may occupy the guest room next door. If someone knocks, do not open the door. It could be Zhang Liang and his gang. They are almost mad with rage." "Understood," Qini replied, casting a glance at In Xiaoyang. He retrieved the giant sword from the shoe cabinet and placed it beside him, saying, "This is yours." Qini then added, I will go downstairs to fetch some snow to melt for washing the dishes. Keep an eye on Yao Yao.an Shouyang. Feeling a bit embarrassed, softly suggested, let me go instead. It is not safe for you as a woman. Qini glanced at him and finally placed the basin into Shouyang's hands. After donning his clothing and seizing the sword, he strapped the empty backpack onto his back and glanced at Qini. Turning, he opened the door and descended the stairs, unaware that his actions had caught the attention of those with ill intent. Brother Liang, that fellow has gone down. His backpack is flattened. How many floors do you think he has managed to reach? Damn it. Don't bother counting the floors. From our level up to the 12th, leave none unscathed. Smash every door down. Those who resist, kill them and toss their bodies down. Yes, boss, he still has half a bag of flour at home. Take it. Anyone who resists, toss them down from here. Got it? Zhang Liang, do you still possess a shred of humanity? We never made things difficult for you at the company. Sometimes we even helped you. Besides, our child is still young. What will happen to them if you take everything? Managerly, stop your sob story. I'm merely the security team leader. When have you two ever looked at us with respect? Take them away. Those who resist, toss them down. Big brother, this woman is quite attractive. Shall we indulge a bit? Damn you. Aren't you afraid of freezing? They hurried along to the next household. Alas, outside, Zhang Liang's gang continued to eye the couple with lustful anticipation. But the cold weather forced them to wrap themselves tightly in their blankets and press onward. The couple, watching Zhang Liang's group ascend the stairs, could only huddle under their quilt, standing at the doorway and listening to the commotion above. Dear, what if Qin Dong is upstairs? What should we do now? We can only wait. Several women gathered together, and the door to their room was violently breached. The four women who were dining were abruptly interrupted by Zhang Liang's gang. Oh, is the food good? You have noodles here and it's quite warm. Not bad. We'll be staying here from now on, Captain Zhang. We're all from the same company. Don't be unreasonable, you Marin. You re quite amusing. We're out of food, and you, as the supervisor, aren't he helping us? We could even continue to be your lapdogs. Zhang Liang chuckled as a dozen men burst into laughter, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, puffing themselves up as if they were swans. We're in a good mood today. If you serve us well, perhaps the three of you can live comfortably. But if we grow displeased, well, think for yourselves. Zhang Liang, you're inhumane. Xiang Wei, keep an eye on them. Let us move on and gather food. If we run out, I suppose these delicate beauties will do. Zhang Liang laughed as he led his men further up. The three women, huddled like frightened ostriches, trembled in a corner. When Brother Liang returns, we will be comfortable. Their laughter echoed throughout the room. The quarrel above faded, and shadows flitted past the window, accompanied by screams, which only heightened the women's anxiety. See, this is the price of disobedience. We don't have time to play hide and seek or games. Once more, they flung someone from the upper floor, devoid of any humanity, focusing solely on the singular instinct to survive, willing to sacrifice anyone who stood in their way. Chapter 5. The brutal apartment building in Shouyang watched as a figure plummeted from the rooftop. Despite the snow's thickness of over a meter, the impact was gruesome, splattering blood across the pristine white landscape. He glanced up at the closed window, quickly stuffed his backpack full of snow, filled the basin, and hurried up to the 26th floor. The door to Qini's room had already been breached, and shouts of anger echoed through the hallway. Zhang Liang, I have a child. Please don't go too far. Oh, Qin Dong, how can you say that? You're our goddess. Even if you have a daughter, we've never seen your husband. We've speculated whether you're hiding something or if you adopted her. For 3 years, Xiao Gongzi has pursued you. Shall we help him verify? Laughter erupted, filling the air with mockery. Yes, indeed warm here. Come on, brothers. Today we feast. My husband will return soon. You will not have a good end. Let me go. Let me go. You're all villains. Let go of my mother. Wah wah wah. And Shouyang stood at the door, witnessing 10 men inside, one holding Qin Yao Yao while the rest tore at Qin Yi's clothing. Brother, let me hold her. You go join in. And Shouyang addressed the frail man clutching Yao Yao. All right, brother, wake up. The thin man yelled, Brother Liang, that man is back. In an instant, and Shouyang snatched Yao Yao from the man's grasp, cradling her with one arm while wielding the giant sword in the other, piercing through the man as if he were nothing. Brother Liang, save me. Qin Yi, her clothes in disarray, was on the verge of revealing more than she intended. Desperately clutching her garments, quickly retreating behind in Xiaoyang, tears streaming down her cheeks. This brother is not one of us. How dare you, outsider, kill our brother? What is your relationship with Qin Dong? Zhang Liang demanded aggressively. He is my husband, and Xiaoyang turned, momentarily stunned by Qin Yi's declaration, before facing Zhang Liang and stating, "Did you hear that?" Zhang Liang grinned. Who doesn't he know that Qin Dong has been alone for over 3 years? You arrived just yesterday. Do you think we're blind? And Xiaoyang gently placed Yao Yao into Qin Yi's arms, pulled her towards the bedroom, and shut the door behind them. He turned to Zhang Liang's gang and declared, I am merely a student seeking an internship in security. I hadn't anticipated that security could be so tyrannical. I thought everyone harbored goodwill. Yet, having witnessed the body being tossed out, I can hardly believe my eyes. Do you truly believe the state will remain indifferent? Little brat, for over 20 days, have you seen or heard any government broadcasts? This is the apocalypse. Those monsters have not devoured you yet, have they? If it weren't for us fleeing quickly, we'd have been eaten. Brother Liang, why waste words on him? 1 against 9. We'll surely avenge our brother. All right, we share fortune and hardship together. Charge! Zhang Liang swung a baton toward Xiaoyang. And Xiaoyang had always believed in the existence of goodwill, that the tales in books were mere fantasies. However, when he witnessed lives being treated like weeds, flung from windows, his last glimmer of hope shattered. The sharp sword in his hand surged forth, and Zhang Liang and his men met their end, their eyes wide open in terror, unable to comprehend the source of such power. And Xiaoyang stored the bodies away, glanced at the blood-soaked floor and the broken door, and shook his head. It seems this place is no longer habitable. Hearing the silence in the living room, Qin Yi opened the bedroom door to find Xiaoyang cleaning the crimson stains from the floor. I have a few colleagues on the 29th floor. Could you check on their situation? And Xiaoyang looked up at Qin Yi and quietly asked, Are there still rooms available above? The living conditions here have become untenable. The upper floors are entirely designated for guests. The spacious rooms have remained unused, and I could activate several of them. And Xiaoyang glanced at Qin Yi and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, This place cannot be cleaned anymore. Please find a room and move our belongings over. I'll go take a look and return shortly to assist with the relocation. All right. He picked up the sword that lay at the entrance and descended the stairs. However, before he could reach the designated room, he was startled by the piercing screams of women. Aren't you afraid Zhang Liang will come down here to deal with you? Ah, let us go. Ah, you filthy wretches. Call for your mothers. Slap, slap, brutes. Release me, ah. And Xiaoyang swung open the door, revealing 3 disheveled women, and addressed the 3 men. Brother Liang has summoned you. Qin Dong is putting up a fierce resistance. One of the men, loosening his trousers, retorted, Who is this little girl? Scram. And Xiaoyang surveyed the massive sword in his hand and raised it high, unleashing 3 jets of crimson that drenched the room in a dark red hue. As faint flames began to emit a gentle warmth, Qin Yi has asked me to assess your situation. It's resolved now. You can tidy up yourselves with that. And Xiaoyang turned and ascended the stairs. Yujia, what shall we do? How can anyone stay here now? One of the women asked. Just clean up. We'll seek out Qin Dong, she replied, and the 3 women began to organize the disarray. Upon returning to Qin Yi's residence, and Xiaoyang observed her tidying up as well and quietly inquired, Sister Qin, are you finished? Xiaoyang, please take the snow to room 1 on the top floor. Here is the card. And Xiaoyang accepted the card from Qin Yi. Watching as she carried a backpack and basin up the stairs, Qin Yi packed all their belongings securely, wrapping them in sheets, and glanced at Qin Yao Yao, who was hiding under the covers. Mommy is taking you to a bigger house. It's no longer suitable here. In a soft voice, Yao Yao asked, Mommy, is the uncle coming too? Yes. As Xiaoyang surveyed the lavishly decorated room, he realized just how opulent wealthy families truly are. 5 rooms and 6 bathrooms. The living room must span 60 square meters. He proceeded to the kitchen, placing the snow inside, and marveled at the well-equipped cold room filled with beverages and a small amount of firewood. He retrieved some alcohol from his space, lit the fireplace, and placed the wood inside to ignite it. Observing the luxurious arrangement, he mused, Is this truly a high-rise villa? returning to Qin Yi's room, he saw her holding Qin Yao Yao, with the three women bundled in blankets beside her. "Sister Qin, I've lit the fireplace upstairs. We can go up now." Qin Yi gestured toward the parcel in the room, and Xiao Yang effortlessly lifted it. Striding upstairs amidst the incredulous gazes of the women, he placed the bundle in the living room and began setting up the alcohol stoves, quickly raising the temperature to a comfortable level. Removing his armor and all his cold weather gear, he proceeded to the kitchen to melt the snow. "Qin Dong, it's just reached -20 degrees. Isn't he afraid of the cold? Ziyuan, why didn't you let him in when he knocked?" Qin Yi asked, somewhat evasively. "We were still asleep. By the time we opened the door, he was already gone," Ziyuan replied softly. "Oh?" Qin Yi murmured, quietly consuming the noodles in his bowl, and Xiaoyang finally raised his head to glance at Qin Yi and softly remarked, "I plan to venture out today. That meager amount of food is hardly sufficient for myself, and now there are 3 additional mouths to feed. Once I've finished my meal, I shall take my leave." Qin Yi, gazing intently at Xiaoyang, replied earnestly, "Could you perhaps visit the nearby security office? Are you suggesting I assist you in procuring weapons?" And Xiaoyang regarded Qin Yi and responded earnestly. Qin Yi nodded gravely, expressing a preference for firearms, and Xiaoyang merely nodded in acknowledgement, silently finishing his meal. He then retreated to the bedroom to don heavy clothing. Qin Yi set down her bowl and chopsticks, declaring, "I shall help him don the equipment. You all tidy up here." "All right, Qin Jia, you go ahead. Yao Yao and I will keep watch," and Xiaoyang said as he bound plastic bags around himself. The sound of tape ripping echoed in the air. Upon opening the door, Qin Yi observed Xiaoyang, entirely enveloped in tightly bound plastic, silently approached him, took the tape from his hands, and began meticulously sealing any gaps. "I had no idea you required such extensive preparations for your outing. It's merely for safety, to avoid being consumed by those mutants. It's nothing significant." And Xiaoyang replied as he donned a thick thermal suit and secured his yellow armor. "Please fetch my backpack, Dato." Finally, after adjusting his helmet, he declared, "I am heading out. You all should rest safely." The 3 women, Yu Ziyuan cradling Qin Yao Yao, watched the fully armed Xiaoyang. Only Qin Yi comprehended the extent of his preparations. Had he truly survived for so long in such a manner? Gazing from the windowsill at his silhouette stepping into the swirling snow, Qin Yi brushed away a tear from her eye and instructed, "All right, close the door securely. We 4 will take turns keeping watch here to prevent any delays if Xiaoyang returns." "Understood." Qin Jie.An Xiaoyang stood uncertainly, relying solely on vague memories as he made his way along the 3rd ring road toward the security office etched in his mind, oblivious to the current situation there. Attempting to check the time proved futile. The watch was one Qin Yi had given him before his departure. His gaze wandered aimlessly, only able to discern a plaza. Was it the Wanjia shopping center? Without hesitation, he proceeded in that direction. Upon entering the mall, he beheld the W first. "I must procure some medication. The absence of it could lead to significant troubles ahead. I vaguely recall that there is a large pharmacy nearby. Yet if I search slowly, I cannot be certain I will find it, especially with such poor visibility. It is unclear how much time has passed. I exited the mall in the afternoon, and a day should not pose a problem. Finding what I need is my priority. It feels akin to a game of hide and seek." Finally, Xiaoyang spotted the pharmacy, but the entrance had been vandalized, revealing more than 30 mutated beings wandering within. It is likely that the door had been breached at the onset of the apocalypse. Retrieving the sword I had recently acquired from my space, its cold gleam radiated fiercely, while my dark red armor once again became stained with blood. Some entrails even hung from my body. But I paid no mind to the corpses as I gathered all the medications and herbs, then opened a room, relishing the experience of looting, leaving not even a scrap of paper behind. The day began to darken as I slowly made my way towards the police station, observing how this area, once bustling with life, lay in ruins. The doors stood ajar, and snow was piling up. Nearly blocking the entrance, I felt unsteady on my feet, as though my body were swaying, but after a moment of adaptation, I finally stood firm. There should be on-duty personnel here. Why is there not even a single corpse? It felt as though they had hastily evacuated. Each office I opened revealed chaos. Every room was disordered, and I wondered why the computers had not been taken in the temporary holding cell. I finally saw 5 individuals, 2 male officers and 3 female officers. Yet they were so starved that only their eyes could still move. The charcoal stove had long since extinguished, but perhaps the basement's temperature was well preserved, preventing these individuals from becoming ice sculptures. Quietly returning to the holding cell, I retrieved an alcohol stove and some millet from my space, poured water into a pot, and slowly carried it into the cell to prepare some porridge. As I looked at the officers, I was at a loss for words. Hunger could turn a person into an unbounded beast, even more terrifying than wild animals. Yet these 5 had persevered until now without committing any transgressions. In my heart, I could only give them a thumbs up. The officers could only watch as I busily prepared the porridge, which I then carried outside before returning to serve it to each of them. Spoonful by spoonful, ensuring that the entire pot was consumed, I found some snow to place on the alcohol stove to boil. Finally, the middle-aged officer spoke up. "Young man, what is your name?" "I am in Qiuyang." "You may call me Qiuyang," I replied. "Thank you," he responded politely. A female officer then asked, "What is the situation outside?" "Snow. A tremendous amount of snow. It's probably about 2 meters deep. It's cold, exceedingly cold, around -60 degrees. You are in a basement." I saw embers flickering in the charcoal stove. "You are fortunate, and I am glad I arrived. Had I come here tomorrow morning, you would have turned into ice sculptures. I will also rest here tonight and leave in the morning. I merely came to find weapons, and since I have saved you, you must fend for yourselves." Chapter 8. Unparalleled grace. The 5 officers watched as I sat there, eating meat and drinking fine wine, swallowing hard with longing. "You cannot indulge now. You must wait at least 3 days, or if you wish to die, then by all means try." They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to close their eyes and rest. After satisfying my hunger, I lay on a mat and fell into a deep sleep, though my dreams were often plagued with torment. However, I had grown accustomed to it. You do your thing, and I shall sleep peacefully. Indifferent to it all, I was awakened, still in a state of slumber, when I saw those hollow eyes and finally realized I was still at the police station. "Do you have any food left?" a female officer asked with a pitiful gaze. An Qiuyang snapped awake, exclaiming, "You can move." The middle-aged officer looked at me and said, "Young brother, we truly owe you our gratitude, but food remains an issue." "Oh, please wait. I haven't retrieved my backpack yet. I'll go get it," I replied, rising to stretch my limbs, cracking my joints. "Is that all right?" The 3 female officers gazed at my peculiar attire, realizing how fearful I must be. My armor, helmet, boots, and gloves all adorned with metallic scales. I paid no heed to their stares and opened the basement door to step outside. One female officer turned to the middle-aged officer and said, "Captain Mu, do you think he is genuinely here for weapons? Yet his armor is stained with blood, indicating he has killed many. The sword is drenched in blood as well, but from his eyes, I see not depravity, but satisfaction and joy. He is very young, but we cannot fathom why he came to the police station seeking weapons. Does he wish for firearms? Wang Jie, do not deceive us. We cannot access the armory. Captain Mu's gun has remained untouched." Captain Mu looked at his 4 subordinates and said, "Since that day we went out, no one has returned. We are tasked with guarding this place. Yet we know nothing of the outside world. Only in Qiuyang has come from beyond. I must venture outside to ascertain the current situation." The alcohol stove continued to emit a gentle warmth, and the 5 fell into contemplation, oblivious to what lay beyond. Speculation would not be their understanding. At an unknown time, a noise startled the 5, and they looked at the backpack slung over my shoulders. Finally realizing how I had arrived. Who else could possibly carry a 200-pound backpack while traversing the world? I began to pull out solid fuels, oil, rice, flour, and water from my backpack, along with military-grade thermal clothing and blankets, arranging them neatly. "This is all my property. Can you survive on your own? I still need to find firearms in your armory. Young brother, could you take us outside to see?" the middle-aged officer asked. I looked at him in alarm and inquired, "Officer, what is your name, Mu Xiaodong? Who gave you the courage to venture out?" "Liang Jingru, it is -60 degrees outside. Tell me, does your courage withstand such frigid conditions? And your body has yet to recover," I teased Mu Xiaodong. "Why do you insist on obtaining firearms? Mutated beings are currently sluggish and can only hide. Restore order. We must have the support of force. Women are becoming prey, reminiscent of ancient times when they were the targets of release at night and meat for the pot by day. Though you are officers, when faced with a starving crowd, you are merely food in their eyes, I explained calmly to the 5. The officers exchanged terrified glances, incredulous at my words. A female officer spoke. Since the outside world has changed, can you take us away? There is an armored vehicle in the garage, a young male officer hastily added. I looked at the 5 and took a moment to calm myself before saying, the snow is 2 meters deep. The armored vehicle cannot traverse it. You cannot withstand the cold, and the fuel will freeze. You cannot keep up with my pace. You must remain hidden here. Perhaps the cold will pass. This food should sustain you for about 10 days. And I will return when I can. Mu Xiaodong finally understood why I sought firearms. Self-preservation was essential for survival. The armory is at the innermost part of the first floor, but we do not have the code. You must rely on yourself. Thank you. You all prepare your meals. I will take a look with that. I headed upstairs. Upon reaching the keypad lock, I thought, another one of these doors. Using a blade and then a large hammer, I managed to unlock it. Inside the armory, the firearms were limited. The largest were merely 2 sniper rifles, along with 3 submachine guns and 20 handguns. Had I known there were so few weapons, I certainly would not have come. I grabbed a backpack and filled it with all the firearms, then returned to the basement, addressing Mu Xiaodong. You are rather weak. With such a limited arsenal, how can you contend with bandits? Mu Xiaodong finally realized that this situation was influenced by television dramas. Young brother, those shows are fictional. Which police station possesses heavy weaponry? Perhaps the SWAT team does. I left 2 submachine guns behind and handed each of the officers a handgun. You must manage these weapons well. Ensure they are not stolen. I reside in the apartment above the International Shopping Center. If there is an emergency, you may find me there, but do not let your compassion overwhelm you. Should you be robbed, do not come to me. After locating my large backpack, I secured the remaining weapons and ammunition. You must survive well. I'm leaving. I paid no further attention to them, opened the basement door, and stepped into the swirling snowstorm. I must first return or head directly to the logistics warehouse, where there should be more supplies. Perhaps it was the bitter cold that bestowed courage upon In Xiaoyang, or perhaps it was the presence of Officer Mu Xiaodong and his companions that emboldened him. Ultimately, the helpless In Xiaoyang could only discern the general direction and made his way toward the apartment building. Inno's supermarket escaped his thorough search, and no gas station was spared from his scrutiny. His enormous backpack transformed into a veritable trove of provisions, filled with rice, flour, and oil, while he dragged along a sizable wooden board, laden with supplies and warm clothing. Through the haze, he finally glimpsed the outline of the apartment building. Yet the resources within had already been plundered, the door battered beyond repair. Qin Yi, cradling Qin Yaoyao, turned to Yu Ziyuan and the others, inquiring, have you seen Xiaoyang? Sister Qin? No, she replied. This is a lesson learned. There are many opportunists around here. Just over a day's absence, and they've already caught the scent of opportunity. Oh, unite. We must rely on Xiaoyang. If he brings back food, we can share it. But this will only make him busier, Qin Yi whispered, glancing at the damaged, slumbering Qin Yaoyao, then at Yu Ziyuan and the others. Sister Qin, they're not worth saving. If a few more days pass, their eyes will gleam with greed. Li Shuyin said urgently, hey, we should be all right here, but I wonder how things are at home. The beastly instincts will be magnified. If In Xiaoyang encounters trouble, our fate will be dire, Wang Hui exclaimed. Sister Qin, look, could that be In Xiaoyang? The 4 women hastily wiped the glass of the window clean, gazing at the figure trudging through the thick snow, dragging a massive wooden board brimming with supplies. They yearned to rush down and assist him, yet upon seeing the damaged door and holding Qin Yaoyao in their arms, they could only shake their heads in resignation. Standing in the hallway, In Xiaoyang brandished a gun, and with a resounding bang, the shot quelled the crowd yearning to seize the supplies. I want to concern myself with your lives, but should any provisions go missing, you all may face dire consequences. With that, he hoisted his backpack and ascended the stairs, carrying a bundle in his hands. Upon seeing the shattered wooden door and the quiet Qin Yi seated there, he softly said, you all tidy up. I'll fetch the supplies. He quietly placed 4 handguns on the table, asking, can you use these? Yes. When he returned downstairs once more, the crowd had vanished. The threat of the gun had proven effective. Until An Shouyang completed the transfer of goods, no one dared approach to utter a word. Observing the bountiful supplies, Qin Yi and the others felt elated, yet Li Shuyin urgently stated, "We must keep close watch on these provisions. If they dare to come again, I shall make them eat peanuts." And Shouyang cast a glance at Li Shuyin before retreating to his bedroom. Qin Yi entrusted Yao Yao to Yu Ziyuan, whispering, "I'll help him unload his gear." "Sister Qin, that's called disarming. Only a wife is permitted to do that." The cheeky girl laughed as she opened the door and hurried to assist in Shouyang in removing his equipment. As she beheld in Shouyang's armor, the scent of blood intensified. She murmured, "This time, I failed to organize properly, and they took our supplies, as long as we have weapons. Such a scenario won't happen again." And Shouyang replied quietly, "You must remember to keep people at least 5 meters away from you. Don't hesitate during your first encounter. This world has no compassion left, only the instinct to survive, and those who are more vicious than beasts." Chapter 9. Unparalleled elegance. Why have you returned only now? Qin Yi asked softly as she untangled the adhesive tape from An Shouyang. He awkwardly explained, "I got lost and ended up sleeping at the police station overnight after rescuing a few officers. It's hard to tell direction in the snow. I had to rely on memory to find my way back." Qin Yi regarded An Shouyang. This boy was a treasure. Whoever had his protection was truly fortunate. Yet he was far too quiet, devoid of any rebellious spirit typical of young men, calm and collected, exuding an air of coolness. "I must go out again tomorrow. There are matters I need to attend to." And Shouyang stated quietly, "I examined the food and supplies. They can sustain us for 2 months. Will you still go?" "Yes, I need to see to my own affairs." Qin Yi looked at An Shouyang and softly said, "You tidy up first. I'll prepare a meal." "All right," An Shouyang replied, watching Qin Yi leave, finally able to relax. "I am but a pure little virgin. I mustn't be devoured." After changing into inner garments and donning his cold-resistant attire, he lit a cigarette, relishing the thought that he now possessed ample resources. The world was his oyster. He retrieved bullets, wrapping 20 for each person in cloth. Entering the living room, he addressed Yu Ziyuan, who was playing with Qin Yao Yao. "Here are the bullets. Keep them safe." "Uncle, what are bullets?" young Yao Yao inquired. "Little Yao Yao mustn't play with those. They are only for adults." "Uncle, I'm very obedient. Aunt Ziyuan knows I listen well." "Dinner is ready," Wang Hui called from the dining room. An Shouyang gazed at the sumptuous table, noticing a bottle of wine before him. He opened it and poured himself a drink, savoring the taste. He placed a piece of meat in Qin Yao Yao's bowl, encouraging her, "Eat plenty of meat to grow strong. You must eat well, Yao Yao." "Thank you, uncle." In his dreams, An Shouyang was plagued by strange visions, intertwining martial arts and technology, leaving him quite distressed. It was a jumble of knowledge flooding his mind, rendering him unsure of what to do. Mecha operations, interstellar fighter applications, and Starship Command filled his thoughts, leaving him incredulous. "You do your thing. I'll sleep." A sound sleep passed swiftly, interrupted by a series of knocks that roused An Shouyang. Observing the few women seated at the dining table, Qin Yao Yao sweetly remarked, "Uncle, you woke up late. You re such a lazy bug." And Shouyang chuckled, scratching his nose as he sat down to address Qin Yao Yao. "Yao Yao, uncle was just a bit tired and dozed off. I promise to wake up early in the future." After their meal, An Shouyang informed the women, "This time when I go out, I may be gone several days. You all know how to use the guns. Ensure your protection." He then retreated to his room to prepare. Qin Yi whispered to Yu Ziyuan and the others, "Every time he goes out, he wraps himself in plastic bags and layers of heavy cold-resistant clothing along with that armor. It's quite burdensome. Yesterday, I helped him, and some areas on his body were already red, especially his shoulders, which were nearly raw from dragging those supplies back. He brings them back with his life on the line. Sister Qin, you should go help him. We wouldn't dare intrude," Wang Hui suggested softly. Qin Yi, undeterred by Wang Hui's reluctance, said, "Come with me. You need to see how he manages to put on so many layers of clothing." She pulled Wang Hui and Li Shuyan along, opening An Shouyang's door. "Sister Qin, I can manage on my own. I'm not in a hurry." And Shouyang's voice could be heard amidst the sound of tearing tape and the rustle of plastic bags. "It's all right. The 3 of us women can't possibly remain oblivious to what preparations you make every time you go out. Next time, we'll know what you'll need, Li Shuyan stated. Wang Hui and Li Shuyan finally grasped the weight of Xiaoyang's armor as he donned it effortlessly. They were momentarily stunned upon witnessing him put on the helmet, realizing that if he did it by himself, it could take over an hour. And Xiaoyang glanced at Qin Yi and waved his hand before vanishing once again into the swirling snow. The scheming individuals within the apartment building revealed their devilish smiles once more. Contacting a dozen men as they made their way upstairs. That man has Sister Qin. I accidentally pressed the button, and I feel a bit anxious. Your nervousness is quite justified. That insufferable fat man should have met his demise long ago. He has always been the instigator of trouble. If any women from the company arrive, Dammy can distribute some provisions. As long as we don't starve, we are uncertain how many days Xiaoyang will be absent. What transpired in the apartment building does not concern Xiaoyang. The firearms have been distributed to you. If you do not know how to use them, you cannot blame me. Once again, I behold my campus, now tranquil and devoid of clamor. The silence is profound, yet the flickering flames within the library catch my eye, prompting Xiaoyang to approach and investigate. Standing at the window, I observe the scene within the library. There are indeed a considerable number of people. Some figures patrol with wooden staffs, while others perform upon a makeshift stage crafted from bookshelves in the hall. Several fires blaze brightly, and a tall man seated upon the platform speaks loudly. Today, we shall host an auction. You may auction off anything you possess, primarily food, or trade any item for sustenance. I do not compel you. After all, I am currently the strongest among you, Master Dongfang. You are indeed the foremost gentleman of our academy. No one can oppose your decree. Another interjects, well spoken. Tonight, that Ling Jie is indeed yours. Thank you, Master Dongfang. As long as you comply, nothing is beyond reach. Women are merely women, meant to delight us. I still prefer spirited steeds. Much like teacher Yang Wanru, whom I admire greatly, tonight, I shall demonstrate that being conquered yields the same outcome as being a mere trifle. Bring forth our teacher Chen Jingyi. The starting bid is 2 packs of instant noodles. I only desire purity. Consider this a gift for you. Though she is a stunning beauty, alas, she is but a wilted flower. Today, you shall witness what a truly exquisite lady looks like, a beauty that could turn the world upside down. Let us welcome our teacher Chen Jingyi. The woman is confined within an iron cage, her limbs bound, her mouth gagged with cloth and tightly tied with fine rope. And Xiaoyang does not perceive her as a breathtaking beauty. He only notices the tears streaming from her eyes. Her scant attire reveals alluring curves, yet in Xiaoyang's eyes, she pales in comparison to the allure of films from the island nations. 3 packs of instant noodles, plus 1 sausage. Chapter 10. Such a bargain. And Xiaoyang thinks excitedly, this is incredibly cheap. Perhaps I should procure a custom order. At that moment, an inappropriate voice emerges from the library hall. Master Dongfang, are we about to witness the entrance of our new generation of cowards? The previous one, whatever his name was, has departed. Shall we see what it feels like to be with our new generation of cowards and our most beautiful lady? Cheers and jeers erupt in response, and Xiaoyang observes the lively scene inside, fully aware that he is indeed a coward. How could a replacement emerge the moment I leave? Is this place more transient than a military camp? Moreover, I have yet to graduate, Master Dongfang. Perhaps you could demonstrate first, and then we shall present this new coward at your feet. Classmates, we are exemplary students, the pioneers of our era. We must not disrupt the order. Teacher Chen is being auctioned off by her husband. This has nothing to do with me. If you wish to claim the beauty, then show your sincerity. A married woman is not to my taste. Master Dongfang exclaims with a loud laugh. I hear she is quite skilled. 4 packs of noodles plus 2 sausages. Is there any more? First call. Is there any more? Second call. Third call. 1 roasted chicken. Sold. The sound of shattering glass reverberates throughout the hall. Grab your weapons. Zhang Xiaoguang from the cafeteria has barged in. Master Dongfang shouts at the raucous boys. Hey, can't you see this hero has come to save us? And Xiaoyang stands at the window, stepping carefully over the shards of glass, advancing towards the hastily assembled stage. Master Dongfang scurries to Xiaoyang's side, saying, Brother, you truly have a unique style. Where did you acquire this armor? And Xiaoyang nonchalantly replies, I got it from the International Trade Mall. I might as well give it to you. Not at all, brother. You exude an aura of majestic power. How could I ever compare? And Shouyang glances at Master Dongfang. Pointing at the woman in the cage, one roasted chicken, shouldn't you have a verdict by now? Brother, this is our most beautiful maiden. She is being auctioned off by her husband. Please wait while I inquire with him. Go ahead, a middle-aged man says to Master Dongfang. A roasted chicken can only last for 2 meals, while instant noodles can sustain for several days. Can I have noodles instead? Are you foolish? With strength? What food cannot be procured? Meat is far more valuable than noodles. I merely wish to survive. I dare not entertain other thoughts. Master Dongfang is incensed. I'll give you noodles, but the chicken is mine. Master Dongfang, you are indeed wise, damn it. What a wretched creature. Selling his wife merely to survive. Truly beneath contempt. Unlike me, I prefer the allure of lowly. Their cries are eternally enchanting. Several students block the window ledge, gazing at Shouyang's peculiar attire and the sword in his hand, timidly asking, Brother, how did you make it here? And Shouyang removes his helmet, but the hood still obscures his features, revealing only his eyes. He speaks in a deep, resonant voice, hurry and release that beauty. I wish to indulge tonight. As he speaks, he retrieves his backpack and produces several boxes of noodles, tossing them to the crowd. Here is a gift for you all. Share among yourselves. Thank you, brother. Get lost? Yes, yes. Finally, as the crowd opens the iron cage and delivers the woman to Shouyang. He comprehends what a true beauty is. Her visage resembles that of a celestial being. Her skin like snow, delicate and flawless. Her eyebrows curve like crescent moons, her eyes twinkling like bright stars, deep and captivating. Her nose is straight, and her lips are as luscious as cherries, a mere smile capable of toppling nations. Her hair cascades like a waterfall down her back, smooth and silky. The inky blackness of her tresses shines with an enchanting luster, often adorned with exquisite ornaments, such as flowers and jewels, enhancing her beauty and nobility. Her figure is tall and slender, perfectly proportioned. Her waist is so delicate it seems it could be grasped within one hand. Her bosom is full and firm, her hips rounded and taut. Her legs are long and straight, moving with grace and elegance. Her aura is regal and refined, as if she were born a princess. Her demeanor is graceful, her speech poised, each gesture radiating captivating charm. Her gaze reveals confidence and composure, leaving onlookers spellbound. The sight of her in distress evokes a profound sense of empathy. Hero, are you satisfied? And Shouyang nods. Indeed, she is remarkably beautiful, a true paragon of grace. What about the items you are auctioning? And Shouyang opens his backpack, extracting 2 bags of roasted chicken and tossing them. Is this acceptable, brother? Your generosity is unparalleled. You are indeed our savior. There are several more women. Some are doctors, others are graduate students. How about you purchase them all at once? Brother, how about 2 bags of roasted chicken for each? Bring them up. Let me see. As soon as Shouyang finishes speaking, the woman clutches his armor, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, kneeling beside him. Can you save them? I will serve you like a beast in return. You are merely a trade for 2 bags of roasted chicken. You have no right to demand anything of me. And Shouyang does not turn back. He merely focuses on the girl in the cage. Coward, from today forth, you are my boyfriend. If anyone bullies you, I shall deal with them. Remember, this is merely an act. If you perform well, I'll treat you to lunch every day. Oh? Is oh all you can say? Can't you utter a word? Oh, truly deserving of your title. Only I would use you as a shield. Anyone with common sense would avoid you. Oh, forget it. I have my issues too. Remember, my name is Chao Jinyu. I in the future, call me Jinyu. Oh? You only say oh. Is that all? Can't you see the stunning beauty beside you? Oh. This girl has accompanied me for 2 years, yet the girl in the cage has lost her former vitality, her eyes now filled with fear as she gazes at the unfamiliar classmates. Having eaten little, all they know is that the coward's girlfriend is quite beautiful. The Master Dongfang on stage bellows, Behold! This is the girlfriend of our previous coward. Once our flower, now merely an object. The starting bid is 1 pack of noodles. Let the bidding commence. A faint voice chimes in, 2 packs of instant noodles. Ah, is this not our new coward, Shueziling? How did you acquire 2 packs of noodles? Have you not eaten for days? Laughter erupts, yet Shoyang contemplates the figure, pondering if she is disguised as a male. Are all present truly blind? Shui Xiling. I have heard he is the eldest son of the Shui family. How could this be? The Shui family should indeed be more formidable than the Dongfang family. How could they allow themselves to be bullied in such a manner? Are you truly unaware, or merely feigning ignorance? The young master of Dongfang and the eldest daughter of the Shui family are, after all, betrothed since childhood. It is simply that this brother-in-law does not meet their approval, leading them to mock him. In these apocalyptic times, wealth has lost its value. Only strength and power reign supreme. The young master of Dongfang can now venture outside in temperatures around -60 degrees. Who else can move about so freely in such conditions? While others turn to ice at the mere act of stepping out, and Xiaoyang, growing weary of the incessant buzzing, called out impatiently, "Hurry up! Bring forth all the auction items. It's quite a hassle to do this one by one." Brother, these are the rules if your backpack is filled solely with food. You can't auction off everything, can you? And Xiaoyang surveyed the gathering in the library, calmly opening his backpack to let its contents spill onto the ground. Beef jerky? An array of meat products and self-heating hot pot meals, with a half bag of rice being the highlight. The frenzied crowd's eyes glimmered with desire, fixated on the food before Xiaoyang my girlfriend doesn't want it anymore. Auction it. My wife also doesn't want it. Auction it. Indeed, it was food. Consuming even a little each day would surely allow one to endure until the very end. Chapter 11. The pathetic wretch. There were only 6 men and 7 women. Along with a fragment of a meteorite, Xiaoyang laid all the items on the ground and declared, "The rest is for you to manage. I am off to enjoy the company of beautiful women." Laughter of a lascivious nature echoed through the hall. "The hero's chamber is ready for you. Where shall we place these experts? Arrange another room for me. You shall not miss your rewards, should you neglect your duties. Beware of your heads, hero. We do not take responsibility for food. You must prepare for yourself. Understood, as long as I don't freeze to death. All right then." With one hand grasping Chen Jingyi and the other holding Chao Jinyu, they made their way to a bedroom, which was repurposed from a book classification room. A fire blazed in the brazier, fueled by books, the flames never having ceased. Upon seeing the 6 mentors arranged nearby, and Xiaoyang led several women into the room, he released Chen Jingyi's hand and fixed his gaze upon Chao Jinyu, observing her quietly. This girl, once akin to a fairy, had been the first to befriend Xiaoyang. Also his former desk mate. Her timid eyes dared not rise. She merely bowed her head, attempting to break free from his grasp, resembling a frightened rabbit. "Stubborn woman, do you not recognize me?" The familiar voice struck a chord within Chao Jinyu, sounding oddly intimate. When she looked up at the tall man whose face was mostly obscured, her fear transformed into surprise. Just as she was about to scream, and Xiaoyang covered her mouth. "My queen? Keep your voice down. If others hear, you will know the consequences. You pathetic wretch. You really came to rescue me." Chao Jinyu whispered excitedly as she embraced Xiaoyang. "I merely passed by. I shall depart shortly. Do you have any plans?" And Xiaoyang inquired softly, "In a way. Pathetic wretch, you must take us with you. Otherwise, we will never acknowledge you again." "Humph, my queen. I still have matters to attend to. You must find a way." "I cannot take you with me. You promised me. You are my boyfriend now, right? Wu, you don't want me anymore? Do not be absurd. That was merely a jest. But I have been purchased by you. It is your responsibility." And Xiaoyang looked around and remarked, "They are also my purchases. Do I not bear responsibility for them? I do not care. Regardless, I belong to you now. You must take responsibility." And Xiaoyang sighed helplessly and said to Chao Jinyu, "If you keep this up, I will leave right now and let them sell you again." As he spoke, he moved towards the window. Chao Jinyu quickly grasped his arm, pleading, "I haven't eaten in several days. That Dongfang Su refuses to share food with us, which is why I had to sell myself." And Xiaoyang finally removed his mask, and upon seeing his familiar face, Chao Jinyu embraced him, quietly weeping. "I wanted to find you, but after the earthquake that night, everyone fled. When morning came, I searched for you, but there was no one in your dorm. I wanted to find you, but I didn't know where you had gone. Later, many classmates transformed into monsters, devouring people everywhere. I was terrified and hid in the library, never expecting it would come to this. Whoa. All right, wait here. I will find you something to eat. From now on, you must not call me pathetic wretch again. If I hear it, I will sell you once more. Oh. And Shoyang glanced at Chao Jinyu with exasperation before finally leaping down from the windowsill. The women, regaining their senses, especially Chen Jingyi, rushed to the window to look. It was a 10-meter drop, yet all they saw was a shadow slowly disappearing into the distance. The 6 of them simultaneously turned to Chao Jinyu, realizing he was the so-called pathetic wretch of the previous generation. Chao Jinyu explained, but the moment she did, it felt as if a stone had been cast into calm waters, stirring up waves of inquiry. Just as they were about to question her further, Chen Jingyi interrupted. Everyone, mimic the cries from those small films. Make them as tragic as possible. If anyone isn't sincere, we will be dragged away before he returns. The plaintive cries echoed, mingling with the laughter from outside. Is the hero truly such a lecher? Ha ha ha. Come, today we have plenty of food. Steam the rice. I still have beauties to enjoy. It was only when Chao Jinyu spotted the figure outside the window that she waved her hand. Silencing the cries, which were soon replaced by faint sobs, and Shoyang climbed back in through the window. He stared in bewilderment at the 7 women, questioning the situation. Chao Jinyu hurriedly leaned in to explain. Upon seeing in Shoyang's understanding gaze, she thought to herself, what a useless wretch. She began to unload the food from her backpack onto the floor, stating, I don't have time to linger here. Have you prepared what to do? As they quietly consumed the self-heating meals, Chen Jingyi turned to Shoyang, then glanced at Chao Jinyu, resolutely stating, Can you take us to the school's laboratory? You cannot go. You would not withstand the outside temperatures. Chao Jinyu quickly grabbed Shoyang's arm, imploring, Can you find us firearms? If we have guns, Dongfang Su will undoubtedly think twice before targeting us. Once again, Shoyang jumped from the window. Feeling helpless as he considered Chao Jinyu's request, the university police station, Shoyang broke into the weapons room, only to find the officers missing. Inside, he discovered 7 handguns, 1 semi-automatic rifle, a total of 100 rounds of ammunition, 10 batons and 15 electric batons. This should suffice for them, he thought. He then indulged in a bit of shopping at a nearby supermarket, fulfilling his dream of zero-cost purchases and filling his backpack once more. By the time he returned to the library, darkness had fallen. He slipped in through the window and addressed the 7 women seated together. You must take care of the researchers nearby. He then revealed the firearms, stating, You know how to use these, right? Yes, we all do. Chen Jingyi replied eagerly. As for that young master of Dongfang, I shall deal with him. What remains is up to you. When I return, I will bring more supplies. With that, he placed rice and flour on the floor, along with a barrel of solid alcohol. Shoyang looked at Chao Jinyu and said, I am going to deal with Dongfang's young master now. You must take care of yourselves. I will leave immediately. Chao Jinyu's tears finally fell as she could no longer contain herself. I want to follow you. No. The weather outside is far too cold. You won't survive. Oh, he is in that room, the last office on the left, Chao Jinyu whispered. Listening to the commotion in the hall, Shoyang noticed the noise had ceased. He opened the door and headed straight for the office. Several patrolling men were swiftly dispatched by Shoyang, their screams filling the hall. The panicked survivors finally understood that the one entering was no benevolent figure, but a harbinger of death. A half-bodied thug crawled, emitting only cries of terror, while the disheveled Dongfang Su stumbled out, feeling disoriented, his body no longer possessing a head. Blood gushed forth, staining the doorway, and Shoyang did not linger. He entered the office, finding disheveled women inside. He opened a window and jumped down. The woman lying on the ground followed suit without a second thought. As Shoyang landed and began to walk into the snowy night, he felt something fall into his arms. Discovering it was a half-naked woman. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know how cold it is? He exclaimed, staring at her in disbelief. The sudden chill startled the half-naked woman, but upon seeing the unscathed man, she realized her rashness. Shivering, she muttered, I thought you were going to commit suicide. Shoyang had no time for the woman. He backed against a wall, helping her put on her clothes. He then dramatically pulled out a polar survival suit from his backpack and swiftly dressed her, complete with goggles, a warm hat, and a thick mask. After finding a pair of enormous cotton boots and ensuring they were properly worn, she hastily prepared to return, admonishing herself to avoid any reckless behavior in front of him. The woman, and Xiaoyang, carried out her tasks until she had donned the polar expedition gear and the cotton boots, only to realize that this person might indeed be her destined companion. And Xiaoyang began to advance, striking the snow with her massive sword, while the foolish woman trailed behind her. Upon exiting the school, she glanced back at the snow-laden path she had just traversed and was taken aback. "What on earth are you doing following me? Are you eager to meet your demise?" I don't know where to go." The woman's words fell on deaf ears as Xiaoyang led her back the way they had come. "I refuse to go back. I'd rather perish outside than return. Let me go." It was Xiaoyang's first encounter with a woman who was utterly unreasonable, throwing a tantrum without any restraints. The night had fully enveloped them, and as long as she followed the path they had taken, heading west would surely lead them to the factory and the storage and logistics areas. Yet, encountering such an irrational woman was unprecedented. Weren't women supposed to embody grace and intellect? Why had she stumbled upon one who was so unruly? Retrieving a length of rope from her backpack, and Xiaoyang noticed a flicker of fear in the woman's eyes as she squatted down, urging her to climb onto her back, and Xiaoyang secured her with the rope before continuing to strike the snow with her sword. She was unsure how long she had been walking, only aware of her growing fatigue, prompting her to pay attention to her surroundings. In the distance, she spotted a residential area with a restaurant. The Inchuan restaurant, its tightly locked security doors and windows indicating it would serve as a suitable place to rest for the night. Chapter 12. The innocent young Wanru with a forceful tug. She pried open the security door and unlocked the heavy chain, making her way into the kitchen, completely forgetting about the woman on her back. Upon locating the lounge, she was about to remove her armor when she remembered the presence behind her. The woman sat on the bed, loosening the ropes, and murmured, "Be quiet. I'm preparing to eat." "Oh? Did you wake up so early?" And Xiaoyang replied, extending her hand to check the time. "Already 9 o'clock. If you have nothing to do, you can occupy yourself. I need a bit more rest." Pulling the blanket over her head, she lamented, "I didn't get a proper night's sleep, and you were sprawled on my back like a dead weight." "I am just an ordinary GUI." An hour later, and Xiaoyang finally emerged from her cocoon, glancing at the now cold meal on the table before turning to young Wanru. "In the future, could you please only prepare enough food for yourself? I had a late night, you know." Caught off guard, young Wanru realized that indeed, she had kept him up late. "I'll be more mindful in the future." She filled a takeout box with hot water and devoured her meal quickly. "In the future, could you not watch me eat? If you're truly at a loss for what to do, just go melt some snow for water. It's a resource. And Xiaoyang resolved that if he were ever to bring a woman along again, it would be the last time he acted like a gentleman. Young Wanru settled beside him and said, "I am just a woman. I don't know what you intend to do, but I thought you were going to take your own life. So I jumped in after you. I never imagined it would become a burden for you. Be quiet and watch me eat." "Oh." Young Wanru started to speak again. "I truly didn't mean to. I'd rather perish outside than allow Dongfang's Su to succeed." "Silence. If you cry again, I'll leave you here." "Oh, I just feel so wronged." "Enough. Time to set off." "Oh." And Xiaoyang regarded the somewhat Navi young Wanru as she donned her gear, half squatting at the door. "Are you daft, Aro?" Once more, she hoisted the woman onto her back, and amid the swirling snowflakes, they ventured forth, a solitary black figure against the white expanse. At last, in the distance, they spotted a transport vehicle that had not yet been buried in snow. But the cabin was already deserted. Seeking shelter in a workshop, they encountered dozens of mutants who began to approach Xiaoyang with menacing growls. A flash of silver glimmered, and a fountain of blood erupted, startling young Wanru, who clung to Xiaoyang in terror. "Be quiet. If in the tumultuous waves, I too have become a figure of grandeur. Should any maiden pursue me further, I shall hurl 10 pounds of lobster directly at her face, and cast another into the sea. I am a being of shrimp, while you all remain blind fools." Chapter 13. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. 20 cold storage facilities brimmed with provisions, food, and drink galore. And Xiaoyang replenished his backpack once more. Although it was all frozen fare, in moments of craving or hunger, it became the most exquisite of tastes. Beyond this point, one would likely encounter the industrial zone. Are there survivors among its denizens? Fear often spreads insidiously. It is when people remain ignorant that they exhibit the utmost audacity. If faced with grotesque mutations, dragging their decaying entrails, would they still possess the courage to charge forth as they once did? A day slipped away quietly as Xiaoyang busied himself gathering supplies. Returning to their temporary abode, he beheld Yang Wanru peacefully asleep at the table. The pot on the alcohol stove bubbled with steam, and he retrieved large shrimp and oysters from his backpack, tossing the oysters directly into the pot to cook. Shedding his armor, he settled into a chair and waited. Yang Wanru, drawn by the enticing aroma, opened her drowsy eyes, glancing at Xiaoyang before shifting her gaze to the simmering seafood. "I'm sorry. I must have dozed off," she murmured, and Xiaoyang looked up at her, then lowered his gaze to the pot. Time was up. He fished all the seafood from the pot and placed it directly on the table, adding more from his backpack. "Eat up," from the cold storage, he urged, and Xiaoyang observed Yang Wanru quietly, then picked up a massive lobster and began to indulge recklessly. With no cups available, he drank straight from the bottle of baijiu. Yang Wanru, watching his unrestrained manner, also began to eat in silence. Looking at Xiaoyang, clad in military cold-weather gear, and comparing it to her own polar survival suit, she realized they represented two entirely different concepts. Her suit could maintain body temperature balance in temperatures as low as -95 degrees, boasting the best airtight quality next to space suits. Yet, she wondered why he did not wear such superior clothing. Yang Wanru was genuinely curious about what Xiaoyang was wearing, but the room was likely only about 10 degrees. Watching him devour his meal, she noted he finished a bottle of baijiu and tossed the shells aside. "I'm off to sleep." "You can entertain yourself," she said, momentarily lost in thought. "Aren't I the one entertaining myself? You haven't even spoken to me for a bit, yet it feels as if you've kept me company." In his slumber, and Xiaoyang often found himself learning bizarre and chaotic things. His choice was clear. You impart your knowledge, and I shall sleep. If I could ascend to the heavens, I would have dispersed this accursed snow long ago. This time, Yang Wanru refrained from waking Xiaoyang, choosing instead to sit in a chair and gaze out at the snowy landscape. When would this end? In the dark, endless vista, all was white, devoid of direction, relying solely on oneself. She glanced back at Xiaoyang. What was he truly searching for? Upon awakening, Xiaoyang once again experienced the sensation of overindulgence in seafood. He donned his armor, secured his helmet, and fixed Yang Wanru to his back. The depth of the snow ultimately engulfed him entirely. From the snow's surface, only a glimmer of cold light occasionally emerged. Xiaoyang fashioned a makeshift platform from the snow and gazed into the distance, once more discerning his direction. Before nightfall, he spotted the massive chimney. He had arrived. Seeing an office building, Xiaoyang made his way towards it. With Yang Wanru observing as he located the safe entrance, he watched as he slowly compressed the snow at the entrance, then opened the tempered glass door and stepped inside. The hallway was marked by extinguished braziers. Their warmth long gone, he searched room by room until reaching the top floor, where he found the staircase blocked with debris and the quiet corridor. To his surprise, a flicker of red sparks appeared in one of the braziers. There were survivors. He gently knocked on a door, but received no reply. Noticing the chairman's office within, Xiaoyang approached and knocked, only to be met with a stream of curses. "Who, are you looking to die?" Xiaoyang regarded the doorway, where a burly man spat out venomous words, but his tirade abruptly ceased upon seeing Xiaoyang's peculiar attire. "Who is this scrawny wretch? Get lost?" Peering through the door, Xiaoyang observed dozens of men gathered around a large pot, feasting, while heads on the coffee table appeared grotesque. "We are rather hungry and seek something to eat and drink. Might you assist us?" A voice called from within. "Biaozi, where did this friend come from? Since you've arrived, please join us, boss." He even brought a woman. "Isn't that splendid? Our supplies won't last much longer. Let him in." As he stepped into the office, the temperature noticeably rose. Xiaoyang surveyed the 23 men, 2 large pots bubbling with meat juices, and felt a wave of nausea wash over him, especially at the sight of the 2 ghastly heads, their eyes still open. A sudden scream pierced the air, reverberating painfully in Xiaoyang's ears. "Silence, scream again, and I'll cook you next." Xiaoyang, You are no human. They are beasts. If you conspire with them, I shall haunt you even in death. Resigned. And Shoyang pinched Yang Wanru's rear. If you utter another sound, I'll wash and stew you myself. Hearing the whimpering from behind, a man seated at the desk remarked, Brother, what treasures lie in your woman's pack? Boss, it's filled with delightful goods. Shall we all have a taste? And Shoyang inquired of the middle-aged man. Could it be seafood? Boss, you are astute. I couldn't cook it all, but here you have everything. A man named Biaozi stepped behind in Shoyang, retrieving the backpack from Yang Wanru's back, brushing against her, prompting her startled cries. Not bad, little girl. Upon opening the backpack and seeing the seafood, he hurriedly brought it to the desk, exclaiming, Boss, it's all seafood, lobsters and scallops. Excellent! Grab this massive lobster first. I've never tasted seafood with human flesh. A lackey swiftly took it from his hands and placed it in the pot. Young man, where do you hail from? The boss inquired of Shoyang. Well, my wife and I worked in the storage and logistics area, but there's no one left. We had no choice but to come here, hoping to find a rescue team. And Shoyang replied cautiously, You've got guts. It's a 70 to 80 kilometer trek here. You carried your wife all this way. You must be quite skilled, boss. I practiced a bit as a child. But I'm not as formidable as you think. Indeed, my factory is teeming with beauties. Tonight, I'll arrange a few for you. Afterward, they'll be our feast come morning. And Shoyang finally understood why there were no women here. Their fate had been grim. Could the depths of human depravity return to that chaotic era? By night, they were songstresses. By day, mere prey. In a world where 9 out of 10 houses lay empty, they resorted to cannibalism. How could they consume their own kind? Even dogs would not gnaw on the bones of their own. They feasted with delight, and in Shoyang's trembling hands revealed the tension within him. His massive sword began to quiver. Yang Wanru sensed the shift within him. He was on the brink of violence. She adjusted her breathing, relaxing her body, striving to avoid causing him further trouble. Boss, how many people are left here? About 100 or so, all locked in the workshop. This is a textile factory, primarily filled with beauties. My manager is still waiting for me to indulge her in my bedroom. Look at you. Your wife is quite lovely, isn't she? And Shoyang removed his helmet and headgear. His face contorted with rage. Why haven't you eaten yourselves? It would make things much easier for me. Kid, are you seeking trouble? Don't think that just because you wield a sword, you're a knight. This is no longer the age of cold weapons. Several burly men drew guns from their waists, aiming directly at Shoyang. Unfazed, he calmly replied, The last time I saved a few officers, they would rather starve than open their wicked mouths. Nor would they stoop to the disgrace of feasting on their own kind. You wretched beings shall meet your end. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos. Limbs severed, screams and gunfire ceased abruptly. And Shoyang turned to the boss, saying, I've always heard that a good employer possesses a semblance of compassion, and the workers will reciprocate with gratitude. Yet seeing you, I now understand that the hearts of capitalists are shrouded in darkness. Little brother, spare me. We bear no grudge, and this is my territory. I can do as I please with their consent. Oh? And Shoyang pointed at the heads on the coffee table. You claim you sought their permission? That they willingly allowed you to devour them? Since you sought consent, I too have sought it. I am here at their behest. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed, and a severed head plummeted into the boiling pot. Crimson blood splattering across the entirety of the office, as if a harbinger of hell had once tread upon this ground. Chapter 14. Hell? Untying the restraints, I lowered Yang Wanru, tidying up the backpack while gazing at the blood-stained bag. I slowly remarked, Have you still not remembered who I am? Yang Wanru flexed her limbs, surveying the hellish scene around her. Removing her mask, she retched and looked at Shoyang in bewilderment. I have a moniker. They all call me a good-for-nothing. Even my dorm mates refer to me as such. I merely wish to quietly complete my university studies and secure a job. Yet it seems that dream will remain unfulfilled. I find solace in noisy places, as it makes me feel alive, yet I am reluctant to speak. Feeling utterly contradictory, Shoyang spoke softly, but Yang Wanru's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Are you the so-called good-for-nothing? And Shoyang added, Go see what lies in the small room. I'll tidy up here. All right, and Shoyang extinguished the fire beneath the pot, wrapped the head in flesh and cloth, opened the window, and discarded the corpse outside. Carrying the bundle downstairs, he searched for a plot of earth to bury the body, murmuring, "I do not know your names, but may you find peace in the earth. In your next life, do not return to this world." As young Wanru opened the door, she was indeed met with a vision of hell. A woman, naked and bound to an iron bed. Her limbs restrained, a wooden stick gagging her mouth. Beside her lay another iron bed, stained with blood, and several buckets filled with an unknown substance. Summoning her courage, she released the woman from the iron bed. The woman regarded young Wanru, then glanced at the bloodied bed and the red buckets. "Who are you?" Young Wanru replied, "Could you please put on some clothes? My garments have been destroyed, if it weren't for the temperature being slightly higher here. I would rather freeze to death than witness my sisters being slaughtered." Stepping back into the room, young Wanru searched frantically for something. Spotting In Shoyang ascending the stairs, she urgently exclaimed, "There's a living person." Perhaps in shock, without any clothes. In Shoyang entered the general manager's office, flinging the door open and rummaging through drawers, uncovering numerous women's garments. Though the temperature was low, clothing was clothing. Wrapping the clothes in cloth, he handed them to young Wanru, saying, "This is all we have. You decide what to do. This place is no longer habitable. We will rest here tonight." Young Wanru observed In Shoyang chopping up wooden office supplies and understood his intentions. She walked into the blood-red chairman's office, where the naked woman now stood at the windowsill, witnessing the slaughter of those beasts at In Shoyang's hands. "We are not familiar with the situation here. Do you know anything about it? Here are some clothes. Please wear them." The calm woman accepted the bundle, finding a piece of fabric free of bloodstains, dampening it to cleanse her body, and calmly inquired, "How did you come to be here?" "I followed In Shoyang, but I have no idea why he brought me here. As dusk approaches, he led me to this place," young Wanru replied, observing the serene woman. The woman finally cleaned herself and washed her hair. "My name is Shi Yunyu, the general manager here. Watching the women I brought and being treated as food and witnessing their slaughter and dismemberment has transformed my initial terror into a state of calm. I once contemplated vengeance, but no one has come to rescue us. Thank you." Now dressed, Shi Yunyu displayed a hint of detachment and relief, wrapping her bloodied feet in cloth. "May I meet the In Shoyang you mentioned?" Young Wanru responded. He tends to be somewhat taciturn. "You may find it disconcerting." As she spoke, they moved toward the exit, where several braziers blazed in the general manager's office, flames flickering in the corridor. Providing an acrid yet preferable warmth against the cold, a crack in the window revealed their presence to the outside world, as smoke billowed through the opening. Upon returning to the general manager's office, young Wanru found no sign of In Shoyang, only the crackling of the burning braziers. When she finally spotted him, she paid no heed to the stainless steel basin in his hands, filled with snow. In Shoyang ignored the additional woman, set the pot in place, and watched as the snow rapidly melted. He unloaded all the supplies and seafood from his backpack onto the massive office desk before stepping back outside. Upon his return, his backpack was filled with snow. He scooped the snow into the basin, observing it melt gradually until it boiled. After a while, he declared, "It's ready to drink." He poured the food from the self-heating pot onto the table, set aside a container of water to cool, and inquired of the fortunate survivor, "There are still survivors here. The boss mentioned some in the workshop. Could you guide me there?" Shi Yunyu was taken aback by the man's calm demeanor. Despite considering herself mature and beautiful, his gaze betrayed no emotion, remaining as tranquil as still water. The staircase's landing. They could access the workshop directly through the back door, but it was locked. And Shoyang glanced at the woman, understanding that her scant attire could not withstand the cold, then turned to young Wanru, saying, "Wait here. I will take a look." Young Wanru watched In Shoyang's departing figure, then turned to Shi Yunyu, saying, "I have only followed him for 2 days. He is always like this, even at school." Gong Yunyun finally comprehended. This was a mere underdog, but beneath that calm exterior, perhaps lay a humorous heart. And Shoyang surveyed the passageway leading to the back door, noting its advanced design. A panoramic corridor stretching 50 or 60 meters. Observing the snow above, he realized this could serve as a natural dwelling, provided there was a bit more fire and some food. Opening the small door to the workshop, he found it eerily silent. In the darkness, he heard faint breaths, and as he switched on a powerful flashlight, a whispering murmur arose, "Capture anyone. It matters not, for death is inevitable. The sooner the better." Where the light from Xiaoyang's flashlight fell, he spotted shadows cloaked in fabric and the remnants of materials hanging from their lips. To rescue them, he would have to disturb the supplies within, a task fraught with complications. If anyone were to catch on, it would lead to endless troubles. Yet, watching so many perish was unbearable. Returning to the general manager's office, he addressed the rescued woman. "There are still people alive in the workshop, but my food supply is limited. I am unsure how many remain. But if we can make porridge, it might serve a meal." "Is there a food factory or a place for food production nearby?" Shi Yunyu replied. "There's a meat processing plant a kilometer east, known for quick-cooking sausages and starch sausages. Further north, there's a flour mill. And even further, a biscuit processing workshop. There are many, but I am unsure of their exact locations." An Shuyang turned to Yang Wanru, saying, "You two must go retrieve the survivors. They can only eat porridge. We cannot afford to fill them up. Rescue as many as you can. I will search for food." Yang Wanru urgently grasped In Shouyang's hand and exclaimed, "You won't eat?" And Shouyang freed himself from her grasp, stating, "I won't eat. I will return before dawn." Watching In Shouyang leave, Yang Wanru quickly turned to Shi Yunyu, instructing, "Break half of the rice and half of the flour, along with these seafood, into pieces and prepare a pot. Once done, find some warm clothing. We must go save people." Shi Yunyu nodded vigorously, affirming her agreement. With Yang Wanru's absence, and Shouyang finally felt liberated, his figure gliding through the snow, leaving shallow footprints that indicated someone had passed. Observing the flames in the workshop and the brightness in the warehouse, he concealed himself in a corner, eavesdropping on the conversation within. "Boss, that group from during the day must be from the steel pipe factory. They've run out of food. Old Zhao, we have plenty of food. Any assistance we can offer is valuable. Boss, we have around 100 people. If we give too much, how long can we hold out? If it weren't for old Chui slaying those monsters, you and I, along with them, would have turned into monsters ourselves. Old Zhao, I understand your guilt over old Chui's death, but it was his choice. He was bitten. Boss, you are too kind-hearted. If those from the steel pipe factory return, I will lead the male workers to fight them to the death. Old Zhao, let me speak frankly. We only have 30 male workers here. The rest are women. How can we fight? These meats and flour, along with our finished products, will sustain us for 3 to 5 years. But you know the steel pipe factory has at least 200 people. How can we contend with them? If we were to capture those women, do you know the consequences? We have all been soldiers. Have you forgotten? In the end, we were just beginning to see some progress. And now we are faced with this chaos. I have no idea how my wife and daughter are faring. Boss, what should we do? They will surely return tomorrow morning. Had we listened to old Chui's advice and used concrete to construct the workshop, we wouldn't be in this mess. There is no need for your lamentations. Today, they are all clad in multiple layers of down jackets. I surmise that the Shinshin garment factory to the east has been monopolized by them. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to possess such winter apparel. It appears that the woman is facing a dire situation, surrounded by men as fierce as tigers, while she is amidst a throng of female workers. The outcome remains a mystery. Chapter 15. Hell one knock, knock. The sound of knocking, particularly against the iron door, instilled a sense of unease among those resting in the workshop. I am An Xiaoyang. I seek to speak with your boss. Our boss is resting. Come back after dawn. And Xiaoyang raised his voice, declaring, "This door cannot deter me. I have matters to clarify that will not bring you harm." Old Zhao went to open the door, and I heard what seemed to be a young man. Old Zhao cast a helpless glance at the boss, muttering, "I shouldn't have listened to you." But upon opening the door and seeing In Xiaoyang's peculiar attire, he tightened his clothing and hurried inside. In Xiaoyang swiftly entered the workshop and made his way directly to the boss, sitting beside the fire. "I am In Xiaoyang, here to procure some food. By chance, I overheard your conversation and realized that there are still good people in this world. May I know your esteemed surname?" He removed his gloves and extended his right hand. The man quickly shook hands with In Xiaoyang, saying, "I am Hong Kuan, and you, young brother?" And Xiaoyang removed his helmet and mask, stating, "I hold you in high regard, which is why I came in. I was prepared to rob." Hong Kuan glanced at old Zhao, then back at Xiaoyang, and finally burst into laughter. Young brother, do not jest, even with weapons in hand. We are not few in number. And Xiaoyang did not offer an explanation. He merely rubbed his nose and said, I heard there is a steel pipe factory searching for supplies, and I caught wind of your mention of over 200 people. I wish to know if there exists here a company that produces special glass, specifically bulletproof glass. Hong Kuan regarded Xiaoyang and finally inquired, May I ask what you seek such items for, and young friend? And Xiaoyang cursed the old fox in his heart but replied, I intend to modify some equipment to ensure my survival. The two clever foxes exchanged knowing glances, leaving old Zhao bewildered. The Zhuoyao Lanhua Glass Company lies 6 kilometers southwest from here. They produce all types of glass. I have heard they manufacture aluminum nitride ceramic glass, which is of aviation quality. Oh, thank you. And Xiaoyang replied earnestly, nodding at Hong Kun. Is there anything else you require, young brother? Take whatever you need from here. I will visit the steel pipe factory you mentioned to assess the situation. Before dawn, I require you to prepare 10 bags of flour and some sausages for me to take. Very well. We shall await your grand arrival. Old Zhao observed as the boss personally escorted Xiaoyang out and turned to Hong Kuan, asking, Boss, why do you hold such esteem for a young man? Hong Kuan shot a glance at old Zhao, replying, Did you not see the bloodstains on that armor? And the blood on that sword's hilt? What sort of person do you think he is? Turning back, he called out to the distance, Xiao Lu, prepare 10 bags of flour and 50 boxes of sausages early tomorrow morning. Understood, boss. The workshop at the steel pipe factory was far more raucous than before. Flames leapt from the oil drums, with at least 100 barrels ablaze, amidst a cacophony of noise interspersed with screams. Muscular men, bare-chested, brandished torches while embracing beautiful women, swaying to the rhythm, Boss, how shall we divide the girls from the Shinshin garment factory? Whoever captures the owner of the Shinshin garment factory may choose any girl they desire. I've long coveted them. Boss, shall we not go find her? I refuse to believe she will not eat or drink tonight. Absolutely not. We must first indulge ourselves after bringing her here. Indeed, the boss understands our intentions. Bring me their deputy. Though she may be older, she is a rare beauty you won't soon forget, that figure. That form, so graceful. Ha ha ha, boss. I've heard she is the woman's stepmother. Shall we capture Tong Qing for you to demonstrate how to fly the plane? Enough. Today, we have secured winter apparel. This industrial park will henceforth be our base. Starting tomorrow, Gongzi, you shall lead the search for supplies while I take the remaining personnel to seize that large machinery manufacturing plant. With that factory, we shall produce any weapon we desire. This will be our paradise. Good, thank you, boss. Moreover, the factory is filled with talented individuals. We shall enjoy our time. Ha ha ha. A woman, bound hand and foot, was hoisted onto the platform, her mature charm stunning all present. Her beauty was nothing short of enchanting. Like a fairy reborn, the elegance of her form was like poetry, elusive as mist, exuding a subtle, enigmatic allure. This veiled beauty is not merely about the obscurity of her appearance, but is a reflection of the woman's temperament and grace. Radiating a restrained, mysterious charm. The beauty of subtlety lies in its refinement. It is a quality of cultivation, demeanor, and elegance. She does not boast or flaunt her allure but embodies a gentle humility and grace. Her pitiful expression only enhances the desire to protect her. A burly man approached the scar-faced man, saying, Boss, this is simply a fairy from a painting. Is Tong Qing truly more beautiful than she? You know nothing. This is mature beauty, while Tong Qing represents youthful beauty. I have witnessed what true enchantment is when I welded pipes for their factory. If they stood together, that would reveal man's true desires. Boss, do you have any thoughts on this? Do not forget your brothers. Forget. Tonight, aside from this woman, you may choose freely. Thank you, boss, at times. And Xiaoyang found it hard to believe historical accounts, often thinking them exaggerated. The tales of sheep-shearing rituals and the subsequent tragedies of civilization being vanquished by barbarism seemed far-fetched. Yet now, as he finds himself amidst a temporary ice age, how could the nation remain indifferent? Are ambition and desire truly equivalent? A silenced sniper rifle appeared in Xiaoyang's hands, and the head of the lecherous man who attempted to seize the mature woman burst open like a watermelon. The splattered blood painted the platform crimson, and the bewildered crowd erupted in chaos. There's a sniper. Everyone down. No sooner had the scar-faced man finished speaking than his own head exploded. Even if you lay still, the outcome would be the same. 18 heads burst in succession, and Shoyang found this more engaging than any video game. At least the visual effects were satisfying. He stowed the sniper rifle and brandished his great sword as he approached the platform. Greetings. I am Shoyang. I just witnessed an exhilarating performance. I must say, it surpasses any television drama. Your boss is dead. From now on, men to the left, women to the right, I have questions to ask. Noticing some individuals daring to glance up, a small steel bar swiftly pierced a man's skull. Hurry. I have things to do. Chapter 16. Hell-2 and Shoyang surveyed the parting crowd and smiled, saying, I do appreciate obedient individuals. Truth be told, they ought not to have died. However, their words were too unpleasant, which I cannot tolerate, hence they must be silenced. Turning to the breathtaking woman, who stood dumbfounded in the center of the platform, he approached and untied her bonds. The woman, like a startled rabbit, leaped into Shoyang's embrace, her legs wrapping around his waist. Momentarily taken aback, Shoyang pinched her backside sharply, exclaiming, Get down! Startled, the woman quickly hopped off him. Resembling a frightened rabbit as she stood to the side, Shoyang glanced at her. She was indeed beautiful, yet he felt as though he had been taken advantage of. What has happened to my aversion to beauty? Have I developed psychological issues? His fleeting thoughts were abruptly interrupted. This big brother, we are all coerced. We have no food and unable to fight back. We followed them into darkness. Shoyang pointed at the scar-faced man, whose head was half gone, and asked, was he formidable? This big brother. He became formidable at some unknown point. He wielded 500 pounds of iron pipes with great skill, and we had no choice but to follow his orders. He slaughtered everyone at the factory. Why did you resort to robbing other factories? Big brother. We were all incited, believing the outside world was like this, but we have never harmed anyone. We merely pretended. You can ask the women. And Shoyang was taken aback. Through questioning, he discovered that these men had families, and the women were familiar with one another. Driven by selfish motives, they merely accompanied a few individuals in this charade. What has become of this society? Is acting not the profession of actors? These struggling workers were only attempting to survive a little longer, yet a few had indeed suffered harm, and those were the ones Shoyang had killed. Was it mere coincidence, or did they truly deserve to perish? Shoyang surveyed the workers and the women at their sides, saying, Since you have not committed evil, let it be so. How much food remains? A young man shouted, Report. We have food for 250 people for only one day. Shoyang looked at the young man and asked, Are you a veteran? Report. Yes. What is your name? Report. Jingji, from the character of Kyoto, and meaning ambition. Shoyang gazed at Jingji and said, Come here. Yes. Looking at the man before him, Jingji, I entrust you with the management of this place. I will deliver food to you. You must lead them well. Can you do it? Absolutely. I will accomplish the task. Shoyang, slightly taken aback, retrieved 5 handguns from his backpack and handed them to Jingji, saying, You must protect them well. Before dawn, I will bring you food and supplies. The rest is up to you. Yes. Just as Shoyang was about to leave, he was clung to by a pitiful woman, pleading, Please, can you save Tongqing? She is my friend. Jingji looked up at the sky, seemingly detached from the situation. Jingji, you and this lady go rescue her. Report. It's too dark at night. I've forgotten some skills and cannot discern the direction. I cannot help. Shoyang stared in disbelief at the solemn Jingji. Can skills also be forgotten? Get up. Tell me where she is. In the storage room of the Shinshin garment office. If there's no heating, she will freeze to death. Shoyang said to the woman, You are dressed so warmly. You won't die overnight. We'll see when dawn arrives. Very close. Really very close. She isn't wearing much. To hide, she only put on a little. Ultimately, with no other option, Shoyang had to carry the woman on his back and walk towards the Shinshin garment office. Upon seeing Shoyang leave, Jingji shouted, Fang Chao, Changjun, Lu Zidong, come out. Yes, squad leader Jing. This is an opportunity we cannot miss. If we follow brother in, we will surely achieve great things. After a flurry of arrangements, the chaotic workshop was quickly transformed. with individual cubicles being installed. An Shoyang, with the woman on his back, finally arrived in front of the Shinshin garment office. She is in the storage room behind the staircase. And Shoyang carried the woman into the storage room. Looking at the half-open door, realizing that this was indeed a hidden master, understanding that a balance of truth and deception is the way to go. Seeing the person wrapped in rags, and Shoyang gently touched her forehead, realizing with dismay, oh no, she has a fever. The woman struggled to get down from Shoyang's back but was sharply interrupted by him. She is burning with fever. If you wish to stay here with her, I will let you down. A pleading voice arose. There are medicines in her office. Could you please carry her there first? And Shoyang ignored the woman's cries, moving beds and blankets from the rest area and the temporary accommodations of the workers. He then rushed to the office to find the medicine, allowing the woman to fill her backpack. He secured the woman on the bedboard, wrapping her tightly in the blanket. Dragging the bedboard with the woman on his back, he made his way toward the textile factory, catching sight of the brightly lit office building, and walked straight in, addressing the busy Yang Wanru in the hall. Yang Wanru, please take care of these two people. And here are the medicines. He set the woman down, which infuriated Yang Wanru, who exclaimed, that is my space. Why should she stand there? Quickly help and Shoyang lay the woman down, and upon uncovering the blanket, and Shoyang remarked, she has a fever. You have the medicine. I'm leaving. Yang Wanru watched Shoyang depart, fuming as she grasped Shi-Yunya's hand, saying, Sister Shi, let us move her to your office. Without acknowledging the bewildered woman standing there, the two began to carry her, with Shi-Yunya chuckling. You're jealous. No, that's my space. He only carried me. Look, you're definitely jealous. No. Aren't you bothered by his heavy armor? Not at all. His back is quite broad. You little girl, still so naive. Turning to the woman following them, she asked, Aren't you Dong Lia from Shinshin Garment? The woman looked at Shi-Yunya and said, You are manager Shi. Shi-Yunya nodded. Once they entered the office and laid the bedboard down, Yang Wanru used hot water to administer the medicine to the unconscious woman, ignoring Dong Lia entirely as she stormed out. Confused, Dong Lia looked at Shi-Yunya, who smiled and said, You occupied the little girl's exclusive spot, so she's throwing a tantrum. Seeing Dong Lia looking perplexed, she added with a smile, You stay here with her. We have things to do. There's some porridge. If you're hungry, you can have some. With a graceful sway, she left. Chapter 17. Beaming with joy in the night. And Shoyang finally located the immense workshop according to Honkuin's coordinates. Inside, hundreds of mutants roamed amid pools of dark red blood. This time, and Shoyang had wised up. He did not kill the mutants, but instead gathered equipment and all the glass. He swept through the warehouse, grinning broadly, thinking, This time I can transform it into a base, right? I have truly become a local overlord. Whatever I desire will be at my fingertips. Women will come running at a mere beck and call. Satisfied, and Shoyang made a mistake in his joy. With the heavy snowfall obscuring his previous footprints, he found himself in a state of panic. After some discernment, he figured this was the path he had taken. As long as the direction was correct, he would surely find his way before dawn. However, as he continued walking, he felt something was amiss. The workshops were unusually dense and much taller. Peering through the window into the workshop, he saw nothing but darkness. Taking out a flashlight, he discovered it was filled with mutants, some without mouths, others with intestines trailing on the ground, and a few towering over 2 meters tall, wielding iron rods. Are these mutants evolving? 17 workshops and 3 large storage areas filled with various vehicles, cranes, bulldozers, forklifts, and heavy transport trucks. This was essentially a heavy machinery manufacturing plant. How did I get so lucky? Stumbling upon this treasure? It seems I am indeed the chosen one. If anyone were to see Shoyang at this moment, they would only think he was a pitiful fool, trapped in his own fantasy world. Collecting all the vehicles, he turned back, determined not to make the same mistake again. In the dark night with heavy snow, he finally spotted the familiar workshop and buildings, retrieving the bulldozer to extract flour, rice, and meat from the space. Along with dehydrated vegetables, he took out a container from the machinery factory and attached it to the back of the bulldozer. This time, surely no one would suspect. The overweight machinery compressed the snow to a thickness of 70 centimeters, and with the immense power output, and Shoyang quickly learned to operate it. It was surprisingly simple. Just press the pedal to move forward. And the gearshift allows for seamless forward and backward motion. Anyone could drive this with ease. The roaring noise caught Jingji's attention, who climbed a ladder to observe the situation outside. Brother in his back. Several retired soldiers hurriedly donned their gear, opening the door just enough for 4 of them to rush out. The massive bulldozer, towing the container, was directly piled at the entrance, and Shouyang said to Jingji, "Unload half of it. I need to send some to the textile factory as well." Jingji rallied a dozen men to begin unloading, bringing in Shouyang into the workshop and asking, "Brotherin, what are your plans for the future?" And Shouyang looked at Jingji, puzzled. "You have ideas? Brotherin, it seems the apocalypse has truly begun. The extreme cold has persisted for almost a month. If we face another heat wave, what do you think will happen? Can't you think of something positive? Do you believe we're all going to die?" "Brotherin, I'm just making a comparison. There's no need to be so agitated. I'm still a pure little virgin. You know? Can't you think of something good?" "Brotherin, I'm just being cautious. If the situation changes, shouldn't we prepare for it?" And Shouyang glanced at Jingji and replied, "I can only find food for you. Whatever ideas you have, you handle them yourself. I want to clean up after you." Jingji, looking earnestly at Shouyang, continued, "Brotherin, it's late September. This time of year used to be autumn, but now it's a bitter cold." As he spoke, he pulled in Shouyang to a table in the workshop, pointing at a map. "This is the layout of the park I found. Here's a power plant, a foundry, a machinery manufacturing plant, a food processing plant, a textile factory, and a garment factory. Most importantly, look here, this is a purified water manufacturing plant, and here is a pharmaceutical factory with the best laboratories. This encompasses all the most advanced manufacturing facilities. If we can secure this area, it will become the largest base." He then pulled out another map and pointed. "Brotherin, the Qinling Mountains are a military stronghold, though we don't know the situation there yet. This place offers a vantage point over the entire Daxing city, and behind it lies the Qinling Mountains. Once the snow melts, those creatures will swarm out to forage. What do you think this world will become?" And Shouyang replied, "They aren't called creatures, they are mutants, or you could refer to them by the movie term zombies. And regarding what you said, are you planning a rebellion?" Jingji gazed at Shouyang as if he were an extraterrestrial being. "And go, I have made myself abundantly clear. Why do you respond with such irrelevance?" And Shouyang observed the group of over a dozen men who had just finished unloading, all eyes fixed upon him. "And go, only you possess the ability to ensure our survival. Are you truly considering abandoning us? Who claims I shall abandon you? Did I not procure sustenance for you? And go, we cannot fathom what this world will transform into. Are you truly planning to leave?" And Shouyang regarded the crowd surrounding him, then turned to Jingji and said, "There are certain individuals in the city to whom I must deliver provisions. I have merely ventured out to gather some items for myself. Jingji, your perspective is rather distant. I will expedite my search for the radio and bring it to you. You may assess the situation accordingly." He glanced at the provisions once more and added, "These supplies should sustain you for a month. Yes? After a month, I will return with more resources. One thing you must remember is to refrain from using force. I understand that you are all spirited men, but the one thing you absolutely must avoid is resorting to cannibalism. Should I discover any such acts, you may imagine the consequences." With a powerful punch, and Shouyang struck the iron table, penetrating the 2-centimeter thick steel with ease. With his other hand, he tore the iron plate apart effortlessly. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Was this truly the strength of a human? And Shouyang turned to Jingji and said, "Let me share a secret with you. I am not afraid of bullets." With a swagger, he strode towards the entrance, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. "And go, allow us to assist with the unloading." The bulldozer traversed through Hong Kuen's food processing plant before pushing through the snow to the office building of the textile factory. Daylight had broken, yet the snowflakes continued to cascade down, beautiful as pristine feathers. Upon opening the glass doors of the office lobby, a dozen men swiftly moved all the supplies inside. The once empty lobby was silent, save for the flickering of a fire pit. "Ngu, is there truly no one here?" "Who says there is no one? They toiled all night. The owner here is a cannibal. I have eliminated all the men. The female workers have survived on scraps until now. I must remain here for a couple of days. You can discuss matters amongst yourselves. The owner of the food processing plant, Hong Kuen, is also a veteran. You may converse with him. I am going to sleep now. I am utterly exhausted, and Gu, you rest first. We will investigate if we can make use of your bulldozer. It was a gift for convenience. And Shouyang waved his hand dismissively, shouldering his backpack as he ascended the stairs. Jingji watched as Shouyang's figure disappeared and murmured, "And Gu seems not to comprehend our current predicament. Once we have the radio, I am certain he will understand. Class leader Jing, do you think we can become as formidable as Gu?" Jingji looked at Lu Zitong and replied, "Do you believe yourself to be a superhero? It appears that Gu has acquired something akin to that. Once we become familiar with our surroundings, Gu will not forget us. Let us return and meet that Hongkuan." Indeed. And Shouyang entered the general manager's office and opened the door, finding 4 women staring at each other in confusion. "The food is downstairs. You should prepare something to eat while I take a short nap." He tossed aside his armor and flung the great sword into the corner, collapsing onto the bare wooden planks to sleep. This infuriated Yang Wanru, who grabbed Shouyang's thermal clothing and tugged at it. No matter how much she pulled, all she could see were colorful plastic bags and tightly wrapped tape underneath. Losing interest in contending with the woman who had taken her place, she observed the slumbering Shouyang and quietly began to unfasten his clothing. As she undid more and more, it became evident that the plastic bags and tape wrapped around him were as dense as a spider's web, impervious to air. With Yang Wanru's tears streaming down, the 3 women finally understood how this man had managed to traverse the bitter cold and procure food. "Why does he do this?" Yang Wanru asked Shi Yunyun. "Sister Shi, do you have scissors?" "Yes, but if you cut him free, he will be very cold." Yang Wanru began rummaging through Shouyang's backpack, discovering instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, pre-cooked meals, dried meat, and finally, the solid alcohol stoves. She ignited 4 stoves, significantly raising the temperature. The women, clad in heavy clothing, started to shed their layers, while Yang Wanru remained in her extreme cold weather gear, which still concealed her tattered clothes. Armed with scissors, Yang Wanru carefully began to free Shouyang from the bindings, revealing skin that had turned pale, with scabs on his shoulders oozing faint traces of blood. She also cut away his inner garments, making the other women blush. How can he sleep so deeply? Yang Wanru tenderly wiped Shouyang's body with warm water. This extreme cold weather suit was given to me by him. He intended to send me back. I stubbornly insisted on following him, thinking he was warm enough. Now I realize he used plastic bags for insulation. Yang Wanru turned to Dong Liyasi and said, "Aren't you from the clothing factory? You should make him some clothing. If you have any thin film material, that would be best." So he 1T freeze and his skin 1T turn white. Yang Wanru then removed Shouyang's boots, disregarding the foul odor, and placed them quietly beside the alcohol stoves. Dong Liyasi glanced at Yang Wanru and covered Shouyang with a blanket. "I will get to work immediately. I will make him 3 sets of clothing from the inside out." Afterward, she turned to Tong Qing and added, "You are not allowed to go out. I will find our workers. They are at the steel pipe factory. Yasi Jia, please be careful." Dong Liyasi did not respond and left at once. Shi Yunyun stated, "You 2 keep an eye on him. I will check on the supplies and prepare some food. Sister Shi, you need not prepare anything for him. He only eats hot meals. There are provisions in his bag." Understood. Chapter 18. I am no longer pure. Shouyang slept soundly, lost in dreams that felt fleeting. Yet the image of the warship left a profound impact on him. If only I had such gear. I would soar through the skies with beautiful women, marveling at the world. A gentle cough stirred Shouyang from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find a beautiful woman gazing at him. "Who are you, and how did you end up here?" As he sat up, the blanket slipped away, and upon grasping its edge, he realized, "Oh no, I am no longer pure. Who removed my gear?" And Shouyang glared at Tong Qing with indignation. Tong Qing was taken aback, replying softly, "Yang Wanru helped you out of it. Yasi Jie went to make you new clothing, while Sister Shi and Yang Wanru are preparing meals." Shouyang scrutinized the youthful beauty before him and asked, "You are the woman who had a fever last night?" "Yes, yes." "What do you mean by yes? Why am I sleeping in your bed? You laid down by yourself. No one assisted you." Shouyang regarded the flustered beauty and quickly said, all right, I do not blame you. Quickly find me some clothes. I cannot go out like this." "Okay." And Shouyang watched the departing beauty, momentarily lost in thought. What in the world is happening? Am I merely tired? I have lost my chastity. How mortifying. A soft knock echoed at the door. Come I in. To his surprise, another mature and alluring woman entered, rendering in Shouyang momentarily speechless. This was the same woman from last night. How could she appear so enchanting? She gently placed clothing beside him and said, Try these on. See if they fit. I will make more afterward, And Shouyang stared at the woman, dumbfounded. Dong Liyasi turned and exited the room, leaving and Shouyang finally regaining his composure. Last night, I was unaware of the beauty's presence. She is not like those women who hide beneath blankets. He examined the garments. Inner clothing, thermal wear, cold weather gear, and a onesie with a hood attached, all in black. They no longer felt cumbersome, enveloping him in warmth. This will do. I will wear this from now on. He donned the boots, though they seemed somewhat mismatched. As long as they provided warmth, that was sufficient. He noticed the provisions scattered on the floor, while the alcohol stoves burned brightly. That wretched young Wanru. I am still a pure virgin. This teacher should be punished. Yet, he also found himself reminiscing about his carefree childhood, when his father would say that with only a few coins, they could buy shredded radishes and ice pops, and that they could drink soda. Though he had no idea what that was now, when he thought of his parents, they existed only in distant stars. He often fantasized that beautiful girls would be his, yet there was no retreat in this world. Clad in dark red armor and stained with blood, he pondered, Am I still myself? I too possessed the spirit of a wanderer, and the audacity to indulge in revelry. Now, all I desire is to survive. Dressed in new cold weather attire, it felt as if it had been tailored just for him. Yet, the boots reverted to their original state. Why was it that a gentleman could wear fine suits? Yet I appear mismatched? Women fail to recognize their own. Yet emerging from the general manager's office, it was a different story. Sister, she has taken a young man under her wing. Nonsense. That is merely Sister, she's secretary. I heard the chairman found a young man for Sister She. You old hag, the chairman's head must have boiled. Endless chatter swirled around in Shouyang, leaving him feeling lightheaded. As he listened closely, he realized they were merely flattering one another. Observing young Wanru bustling about, he gently patted her shoulder and declared, I am going for a walk, just to the nearby food processing plant. You cannot go outside. That Jingji is looking for you to talk. Oh. Then tell him to find me at the food processing plant. No way. You either wait here or stay and watch me finish distributing the food. I said, You woman, who gave you the authority to interfere with my affairs? As soon as Shouyang finished speaking, young Wanru's eyes began to well with tears. All right. I can just go back and wait, can't I? Young Wanru gazed at Shouyang's figure disappearing around the corner of the building. Thinking to herself, I do cry easily. The naive young man believed that his charm had increased significantly. Even the female teacher had started to worry about him. Completely under someone else's thumb, he still thought he had gained an advantage, leaving only an innocent prince like Shouyang. Back in the general manager's office, sipping fine wine and enjoying a bowl of hot pot noodles. Ngu? That Ku Ngu is looking for you to talk? Opening the door, he saw the anxious Jingji and asked, Who is Ku Ngu? The owner Hong Kuren of the food processing plant. What does an old man like him want to talk to me about? He should mind his own business while we mind ours. Are you just bored? Ngu. He wants to join us, but I don't agree. He said he wants to talk to you. Shouyang drained the wine bottle. I have nothing to do. Are you trying to drag me into your mess? Ngu. He really wants to talk to you. I'm just the messenger. Shouyang looked at Jingji and said, I came here to help you. Don't involve me in your misdeeds. I'm still an innocent young man, you know? I know, Ngu. But Boss Hong Kuan really wants to see you. Damn it. What does he want to talk about? Discuss how monks chant scriptures? Or is hell empty? I have plenty on my plate. Jingji ignored Shouyang's protests and pulled him outside. Ngu, just listen to him. If you can bring us a radio station, I'll follow your lead in everything, even if you hug my wife. I wouldn't bat an eye. Jingji, you rascal. I'm still an innocent young man. Do you have a wife? Let go of me. I can walk by myself. In the workshop of the food processing plant, at the same spot, Hong Kuan and old Zhao sat, while Shouyang quietly looked at boss Hong Kuan and said, What do you want to discuss? I'm just here to find what I need. I don't have time to play games with you. Young brother, I speak plainly. Just one question. Can you help us survive? Hong Kuan looked at In Shouyang earnestly. In Shouyang glanced at Jing Ji, and the colossal sword shattered with a resounding crack, and as In Shouyang gazed at the weapon that had accompanied him, he finally comprehended that even steel could falter at times. Sheathing the broken blade, he retrieved the sword cherished by the doomsday enthusiast, and thus began anew the silent slaughter. However, upon raising his flashlight, he was met with a chilling sight. The cave's ceiling was teeming with crawling aberrants, both large and small. What formidable foes lay in wait? How could he entice them down? Glancing around at the various armaments nestled within the mountain, tanks, armored vehicles, land-based rapid-fire cannons, and Red 1 surface-to-air missiles, he realized he was courting disaster. Perched atop the tank's front, he pondered how to lure those climbing aberrants down, ultimately resigning himself to the grim realization that only blood would suffice. Removing his gloves, he drew a sharp blade across his fingertip, seeking out a pristine tank. With a flick of his wrist, blood splattered across its hull, and in an instant, the aberrants screeched and leapt from the rock face. And Shouyang finally grasped that blood drove the aberrants into a frenzy. Yet even more frenzied was he. Blades flashed like silver lightning, and geysers of crimson erupted as he tirelessly swung his long sword. Damn it all! I shan't engage in foolishness again. What was I thinking, acting so brazenly? I cannot soar through the skies. Yet, a chance glance at the glimmering crystals embedded within the aberrant skulls filled him with delight. Who claimed that zombies lacked cores? Here they were, amidst the hellish scene. A blood-soaked figure rummaged through the corpses, laughter and gasps escaping his lips, as though he were a reaper traversing the depths of Hades. Ha ha ha! Soon I too shall possess cores, though I remain uncertain how to utilize them. Safeguarding the crystals for another time, he gathered all the weaponry, 20 tanks, 30 armored vehicles, 15 surface-to-air self-propelled guns, and an innumerable supply of firearms and ammunition. This bounty far surpassed that of the doomsday enthusiast. Here lay heavy artillery. Before him stood a massive, sealed door, which posed an insurmountable challenge. This was no ordinary door. It was a military-grade automated security barrier. Weighing at least 100 tons, how could he breach it without power? Swinging a hammer with all his might left only a faint impression. The door was resolutely locked, leaving him no choice but to explore the smaller storage rooms. They were filled with maintenance workshops and vehicle storage, yet he was puzzled by the presence of a helicopter. Was it the steed of some high-ranking official? Best to stow it away for now. Peering further into the hellish mountainscape, he finally approached a small storage room, realizing he had come the wrong way. He should have opened this one first. A generator lay dormant, devoid of fuel, yet beside it stood a multitude of oil drums, over 100. K was dead. Refueling the generator, he pondered how to start it. The battery was dead. An easy fix. Replacement. At last, he saw the green button's indicator light flicker to life. A gentle press elicited a faint rumble, followed by a sudden blaring alarm. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Commencing re-evaluation. Alarm cleared. Point 1 life sign detected. Base secure. In the command center, various instruments began to activate, rendering In Shouyang momentarily speechless at the array of equipment before him. Placing his helmet upon the table, he sat down in the central chair, propping his legs up on the console. I am the commander now. Sometimes fate truly favors certain individuals, much like the current fortune of In Shouyang. A mere 22 years of age, yet capable of organizing a formidable army, though he merely desired a carefree existence. Exhausted, he grasped a piece of beef in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other, finishing his meal and drink before reclining in the spacious, comfortable chair, drifting into slumber. Gradually, the cold subsided, and the generator became the primary source of power. Unbeknownst to him, the heavy door creaked open, revealing dozens of soldiers armed with rifles, gazing at In Shouyang as he slept soundly. However, the sight of the corpses scattered throughout the hellish cavern prompted some female soldiers and a few men to turn away in disgust. A private approached a two-stripe, one-star officer, whispering, "Captain, all the equipment is gone. The generator just activated, and the ventilation hasn't even turned on. If left too long, it will sustain damage. Gather a few men to safeguard the generator. We can't go outside. It's far too cold. We wouldn't last a minute. Then keep watch over the generator. If need be, we'll shut it down." Understood, Veteran A. lead a team to modify the armored vehicles in Sector 2. We must clear out these corpses. If the temperature rises further, we won't be able to stay here. Yes, Lieutenant Jiang, take your communication team's female soldiers to restore the command center while we await the awakening of that individual. Understood. The rest of you, focus on removing the corpses and later proceed with burial and a casualty count. Understood. And Xiaoyang was finally roused from his slumber by the rumbling of the armored vehicles. What's all this racket? I haven't had enough sleep. For heaven's sake, be quiet. 3 soldiers swiftly aimed their weapons at the groggy and Xiaoyang. There's 17,000 soldiers. How many remain? 347. Now, can you guess how many people are still alive in Daxing City? I do not know. Are there any survivors in those concealed structures within the mountain gorge? Once the command platform is repaired, we will be able to ascertain the situation within each building. Your garments are of little use against the cold. Saying this, he removed his armor, peeling back the blood-stained thermal clothing. Although my outer layer is tainted, within, it remains warm, thanks to the 3 layers of insulation. He pointed to the inner thermal layers and continued. Here, there are 2 layers of insulation. After donning the clothing and armor, he declared, you cannot leave. You must stay here. If only we had space suits, we could venture outside. It feels as if I am the only one running amok in this world. Oh, that woman has been placed in the park. I gave my polar thermal suit to her. Lieutenant Jiang and the 2 female soldiers stood in astonishment, finally comprehending how this individual had arrived here. He was armed to the teeth. The metallic helmet hung at his waist, and the enormous backpack he carried was even more impressive than that of a special forces operative. Off you go. You all wait here. I still need to return to deliver weapons to Jingji and the others. Seizing the moment while the 3 were distracted, several boxes silently vanished. An Xiaoyang pointed to a tracked vehicle and inquired, can this vehicle traverse the snow? Lieutenant Jiang replied, I must venture outside to assess the situation and determine if it can move. I have not been outside and am unaware of the conditions. And Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, stating, I will take you out shortly to observe the external conditions. If I have to run back again, I will be the one at a loss. Upon reaching the command platform, he observed the busy soldiers and began to extract items from his backpack, leaving the soldiers in a state of disbelief at the multitude of supplies available, food, drink, a stove. When they caught sight of the polar thermal suit, their astonishment peaked. How could he carry so much? This was evidently a woman's polar thermal suit. And Xiaoyang tossed the suit to Lieutenant Jiang, commanding, put it on and let us go see. He then methodically returned the other items to the backpack. He retrieved thick masks, goggles, and a woolen hat from the side of his pack. Finding some paper, he dampened it with a bit of alcohol and wiped the transparent visor of his helmet. As he watched Jiang Shuang don the polar thermal suit, he felt a surge of admiration. Such a strikingly beautiful woman choosing a military life was akin to a blooming flower exuding captivating fragrance. Clad in uniform, her demeanor was truly remarkable, and Xiaoyang glanced at the other female soldier, who appeared more reserved yet equally beautiful, adorned with black-rimmed glasses that lent her an air of composure. Observing the now-equipped Jiang Shuang, he declared, All right, let us go. Lieutenant Jiang approached Gao Yangqing and stated, I will go outside to assess the situation. You manage the cleanup here. With a nod, he saluted and silently departed. Now beside Xiaoyang, Lieutenant Jiang surveyed the monochromatic world around them, watching as Xiaoyang plunged into the 2.5-meter deep snow. Shouting into his ear, the snow depth is approximately 2.5 meters. Can that tracked vehicle move? Proceed forward and compact the snow. Let me see how thick it is. And Xiaoyang advanced several dozen meters, compressing the snow until its thickness exceeded 1 meter. He gestured, and upon seeing Lieutenant Jiang's signal, they returned to the mountainside. Removing his helmet, he asked, Can it move? Yes, but it requires an experienced vehicle operator. I can drive a bulldozer. Do you think I could manage to return alone? Jiang Shuang interjected. Are you familiar with the road conditions here? I am not. Then do you know where the paths are? And Xiaoyang turned to Lieutenant Jiang and asked, Can you drive? As long as you take me out of here, you may return that I can drive. But there are many tasks yet to be completed. And Xiaoyang looked at Lieutenant Jiang and said, Let us head back first. I need you to prepare some things. Understood. The command platform. And Xiaoyang sat in a chair, addressing those nearby. The world outside is but a realm of white. The cold will claim many lives. I arrived here from the industrial park solely to seek weapons and communication equipment. I am not skilled with radios, but the veterans there are, I have much to do. With several locations awaiting food and supplies. Your fuel can last about 3 months, and food is abundant. I will only take the weaponry, one tracked vehicle, and a small portion of food. The rest is up to you. In about 3 months, I will return with fuel. Remember, do not venture outside. The mutated creatures and climbers are formidable. The cold has restricted their speed. However, once the snow begins to melt and the weather warms, that will herald the true arrival of hell. Do not accept any survivors. They will do anything to live, including resorting to cannibalism. Have you witnessed this? A young male officer inquired. I have seen it. And it was close to cannibalism. I slaughtered over 30 individuals. Commander An, I apologize for my ignorance, Gao Yangqing said, looking at In Shouyang. What is there to apologize for? The more you know, the better decisions you will make. And by the way, I am not a commander. You may call me brother and or master and I find those titles quite pleasant. Jiang Shuang then introduced herself. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jiang Shuang. This is our instructor Li Minshu, my secretary Zhao Wuxia, and Gao Liangqing, whom you know. The individuals beside him are Zhang Xiaobing, Xiong Kan, and Duan Minghui. Zhang Xiaobing, who had previously questioned In Shouyang, spoke again. Brethren, may I accompany you outside? You cannot. The cold will freeze you to death. You lack thermal clothing, and even inside the vehicle, you would not endure. My girlfriend is in Daxing City. I must go find her. Brethren, could you devise a plan? Tell me the location, and I will go for you. As long as you are alive, I will bring her back. If you die, I will still retrieve you. Thank you. Brethren, he hastily found paper and a pen, writing down the details. After I return, I will address this matter. Do not worry. Understood. And Shouyang surveyed the surroundings once more and added, heed my warning. Protect yourselves to aid others. Also, train the soldiers well. Who knows when I might come to lead you out? Gao Yangqing replied, Brethren, after you depart, we will close the first door. There will always be someone on duty. Should you return, I will be the first to open it for you. Now, prepare the radio, gather some weapons and ammunition, and secure some bulletproof vests. I must return. Zhang Shuang operated the vehicle, moving slowly while teaching. Did you truly see people who resorted to cannibalism? And Shouyang glanced at Zhang Shuang and replied, Why would I deceive you? The heads were still on the coffee table. I buried them with my own hands. If you don't believe me, I can dig them up for you next time. Forget it. Let them rest in peace. As they exited the main gate, and Shouyang turned to Zhang Shuang and warned, Do not enter the barracks to clean. You are not equipped for it, and it will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Understood. Watching the vehicle vanish into the snow, Zhang Shuang retraced her steps back to the mountainside, where the heavy door gradually closed behind her. Chapter 21. The journey home after traveling a distance. And Shouyang finally sighed. This vehicle was not all that impressive and required a great deal of focus to operate. The sense of direction was difficult to manage. Remembering the airboat, he swiftly switched to it, transferring his belongings and igniting the alcohol stove. The 20-square-meter cockpit felt immensely warmer, with a panoramic view. Now this was more like it. The massive fan began to whirl. This was the kind of machine he ought to command. Though the noise was somewhat excessive, if only there were soundproofing. This craft was designed for water escape, yet he was utilizing it for snow transportation. Why not use a submarine? He also sought out various gas stations and supermarkets along the way. Recalling whether the national reserves contained more food and supplies, upon returning, he would inquire further. The hovercraft truly proved advantageous, gliding over the snow as if it were water, transporting several tons of supplies as though they were weightless. He also took out the enormous vehicle, opening it to reveal a delightfully surprising sight. It was essentially a mobile bedroom, complete with a kitchen, stocked with red and white wines. Everything one could desire. Though it was only half-tracked, he stowed it away and continued with the hovercraft, moving slowly, searching east and west, until he returned to the industrial park, parking in front of the textile factory's office building. Inside the hall, Jingji and Hongkuan were present, but their expressions turned incredulous upon seeing the massive hovercraft. How could he have acquired such a vehicle after just one outing? Did he visit the Weishui River? As he opened the glass door, They noticed that in Xiaoyang's already dark armor was now even more crimson, faintly emanating a foul odor. Yang Wanru hurried to Xiaoyang's side and suggested, "Perhaps you should remove your armor so I can clean it for you. This cannot be washed indiscriminately. This is the blood of the mutated creatures. Should infection occur, you would find yourself transformed into one of them." "It is beginning to stink," Hongkuan remarked, looking at Xiaoyang. "Where are my rubber gloves? I should have brought more. Be careful. It will be fine." Xiaoyang finally removed his armor, but once it was discarded, the dark attire beneath was revealed, now stained with a cascade of crimson shards. Dong Liyasi glanced over and promptly said, "There are clothes in the room. You should change first. You all take off your gear while I change as well." Yang Wanru and Shi Yunyun trudged towards the washroom, burdened by their heavy armor, while Dong Liyasi escorted Xiaoyang back to the room to change garments. Xiaoqiu observed the discarded clothing and remarked, "We should find a place to burn those. They are soaked in the blood of mutants, which could lead to infection." After changing into another set of black attire, Xiaoyang attempted to don his riding boots but was halted by Dong Liyasi, who retrieved a pair of knee-high boots that were a size larger. "I had some workers make several pairs of these. They should be more comfortable. Yours look rather cumbersome and unwieldy." Xiaoyang tried on the new boots and found them indeed more comfortable. "Thank you. They truly are more pleasant. The other pair will be burned. Anything I've worn that I can no longer use will be incinerated. Those contaminants could lead to human mutation." "Understood. What is your name?" "Dong Liyasi. Oh. Then I shall take my leave." As Xiaoyang departed, Dong Liyasi realized he was truly indifferent, as if everything here were utterly unrelated to him. In the living room, Jing Ji and others were busy with weapons wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, grenades, and 5 sniper rifles. Jing Ji turned to Xiaoyang and inquired, "Brethren, how shall we arrange this?" "Arrange what? You all can manage it yourselves. I need to return tomorrow morning. I have much to attend to." Hong Kurin gazed at Xiaoyang, shaking his head in resignation. "Brother Jing, you will handle combat training while I oversee logistical support. Firearms and ammunition will be regulated according to military protocol, with each on-duty individual allotted 5 rounds. Tong Qing is responsible for making warm clothing, and Shi Yunyun will oversee fabric supplies. Once training is complete, our target will be that power plant." "Understood." Upon hearing Hong Kuin's arrangements, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of reluctance to dampen spirits. Supplies and food remained, but the weapons were taken away. Before departing, Hong Kuin said to Xiaoyang, "Come by later. Let us share a drink in gratitude for all you have done for us." "Do you have any fine liquor?" Hong Kuin replied, "Absolutely the best." "Very well. I shall ensure my presence." Yang Wanru, dragging her freshly cleaned armor into the living room, called out to Hong Kuin, "Brother Kuin, could you help me hang this up?" Xiaoyang interjected, "You go on. I'll manage it myself." However, Hong Kuin disregarded Xiaoyang and approached Yang Wanru, inspecting the yellow armor's weight with his hands. "Do you realize how heavy this is?" "Indeed. It weighs 176 pounds and 6 ounces. This is composite armor, used by great generals in ancient times. I've seen this suit of armor stored in the International Trade Mall, and there was a massive sword as well. I noticed it when you left. But now you've swapped for another sword. May I see it?" Hong Kuin asked earnestly. "It broke. I discarded it." "Broke?" "Yes, it broke during the battle against mutants last night, so I had to find another." Hong Kuin glanced at Xiaoyang while assisting Yang Wanru in hanging up the armor. "Do not forget to visit me later. I'll make your stay comfortable." "Thank you." Xiaoyang turned to Yang Wanru and said, "I need to speak with you in the room." "All right." Once back in the room with the 4 women, Xiaoyang settled into the office chair, glancing at the bedding on the floor before addressing Shi Yunyun. "Your name is Shi Yunyun, correct?" "Yes. There are matters I need to discuss with Yang Wanru. So please refrain from speaking. This is between the 2 of us." "Understood. Should we step outside?" "No need." Xiaoyang turned to Yang Wanru and stated, "I must return tomorrow morning. This place is relatively safe. You should remain here. I wish to accompany you back. I will return periodically, but there are still things I do not fully understand, and I cannot take you with me. The city is far more perilous. What you have witnessed of humanity is merely cannibalism. Do you know what the greatest evil is? It is the inability to seek death, the nightmare of women, the manifestation of humanity devolving into savagery. Are you capable of bearing all of this? You are a teacher, quite beautiful. What did that Eastern gentleman do? He merely wished for survival, and the proprietor here has resorted to murder and consumption. It would be best if you did not return. A person's capacity for endurance is limited. Your optimal choice is to remain here. And how long will you be gone? Approximately half a month. Then when you return, take me back with you? And Shoyang gazed at Yang Wanru, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Perhaps you may never wish to return. He retrieved 4 handguns from his backpack, added 2 magazines, and loaded them. This may be the greatest security I can provide for you. Should you have any questions, inquire with Jingji, and keep them close at hand. After receiving nods from the 4 women, he added, tonight, I will sleep at the food processing plant. The airboat will remain there. I must return tomorrow. If you have any cold weather clothing, please load some onto the boat, as I will need it upon my return. After seeing Dong Liyasi and Tong Qing nod, he concluded, all right, stay safe. I shall venture off for some drinks. The 4 women watched in Shoyang's departing figure, lost in thought, while Tong Qing turned to Dong Liyasi and said, Sister Yasi, I will check the factory to see if I can work extra shifts. I'll accompany you, Shi Yun suggested. Shall we all head to the food processing plant tonight and see what Boss Hong has prepared? No, it's all men, Tong Qing quickly retorted. You were saved by men, Yang Wanru countered. He is different. I simply want to go. Tong Qing pouted. Go or not, it's up to you, Yang Wanru replied. Dong Liyasi glanced at Shi Yun, shook her head, and hurriedly pulled Tong Qing away. An Shoyang observed Jing Ji and the others tinkering with the radio, finally catching the broadcast. This is the Beijing Central Wave Broadcast, MW. Utilizing medium frequency, 300 to 3000 kHz, for transmission. Citizens nationwide, please maintain discipline. The state is urgently initiating rescue efforts. Local municipal authorities must prioritize the people's needs and organize effective rescue operations. The outdoor temperature is currently -80 degrees. Human survival is impossible. All must take precautions against the cold. An Shoyang turned to Jing Ji and remarked, do you still think the state is unprepared? Brethren, that's Beijing. If the broadcast were effective, why would they need to self-rescue? It's been nearly a month. Have you seen any decisions made by the government? They are paralyzed. Fair enough, you make a valid point. I shall not dispute it. Self-preservation is indeed paramount. Can you also broadcast using the radio? Brethren, that is possible. As long as you have the radio, we can communicate directly. It's feasible. You seem quite knowledgeable. All learned in the military. That is commendable. I only know how to shoot and wield a sword. Even if I wish to learn, I have no time. Then teach me how to operate it, so we can quickly notify one another in emergencies. An Shoyang followed Jing Ji's instructions and learned how to communicate and receive messages. But he did not grasp the intricacies of shortwave and frequency modulation. All right, how long can these batteries last? Brethren, they should last about a week. If turned off, the duration will extend. We have a generator. Perhaps you should look for one as well. Good. I'll seek one upon my return. Please place one on the boat for me. Understood, Brethren. Chapter 22. The journey home, and Shoyang surveyed the room prepared by Hong Kuan and turned to him, saying, Boss Hong, have you provided me with a home? I am but a drifter. Do not expect this to make me stay, brethren. I see you have yet to establish roots. I thought to find you a wife to keep you tethered here. I am merely trying to ensure a better life for us all. Old foxes, brethren, do not wrongfully accuse us. We simply wish to avoid being bullied. One must have some means of self-preservation. Old Hong, I have also brought weapons, even grenades. You'll need to figure it out yourself, he mused, thinking that as long as he could set up the underground shelter properly, he would not need to emerge again. Brethren, I do have a favor to ask of you. My home is directly across from the Zhao family, at Ping'an Mansion, Building 22, East Unit, 8th floor. Could you check on the situation there? IVE prepared a feast, and we won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. All right, I'll handle it along with Fong Hao. Let us go together. In a temporarily isolated area, they arranged an impromptu dining table using office desks. Hong Kuan gestured for An Shoyang to take a seat. Observing the 16 hot dishes laid out, fish, meat, chicken, duck, and 3 vegetable dishes, An Shoyang stared at Hong Kuan in astonishment. Brother Hong, do you intend to feast excessively? And, my young brother, this is merely the beginning. Here, I possess an abundance of goods. This is a food processing factory, where I can produce all manner of sausages and fish sausages, whatever type of sausage you can think of. You might wonder what I have in the greatest supply. Among our 4 factories, we have a total of 730 employees, and I can provide enough for a year, ensuring that every meal is filling. And Xiaoyang found it hard to believe his own thoughts. Am I being a bit selfish? Hong, my elder brother, may I ask you something? Do you know where the national reserves are located? I would like to take a look in Nanshan district, but I'm not certain of the exact location. Moreover, with the heavy snow, one cannot discern the direction. How could one possibly go there? I merely have some ideas. I will plan further upon my return. Jingji arrived here with a few companions and, upon seeing in Xiaoyang and Hong Kuan, quickly greeted them. Old Zhao, accompanied by several women, approached with a few bottles of liquor. Ready to pour drinks. Hong Kuan remarked, my young brother, Old Zhao and I are of an older generation, but these few are the elites of our factory. Aren't they lovely? Hong, my elder brother, spare me your flattery. I genuinely have matters to attend to and cannot be distracted. Hong Kuan glanced at Jingji and said, you are all young. Drink a bit more. Old Zhao and I are veterans. You youngsters should bond a little. With that, he signaled to Jingji and the others. Oh, Hong, let us raise our first glass to savor the beautiful life ahead, learning from your and Zhao's experiences to endure the vicissitudes of life and live uniquely. Cheers! And Xiaoyang was experiencing this manner of drinking for the first time. They were toasting without even tasting the dishes first. The women promptly refilled their glasses, yet Xiaoyang only took a small sip while eyeing the drinks of Hong Kuan and Old Zhao. Old Zhao said, my young brother, we are nearing 60. Surely, you won't hold that against us. All right, just a glance and already they discern my intent. I refuse to believe I cannot outdrink you all. Combined, you 1T stand a chance against me. Jingji raised his glass once more, proclaiming, to our second toast, may we grow richer like fine wine, reveling in life. Cheers. And Xiaoyang finally grasped that this might be the essence of drinking culture. Yet he wondered why the more he drank, the smoother it became. What fine wine is this, Hong? This is my treasure. Once, Old Zhao and I ventured into the mountainous countryside to procure chickens and ducks. And this was brewed by the village elder himself. I only bring it out for particularly important guests. This wine is about 30 years old. Do not deceive me. Why does this wine seem to grow stronger the more I consume? Hong Kuan was well aware that this wine required careful moderation. No one should drink such potent liquor in this manner. He merely sought to tease the novice in Xiaoyang, who remained oblivious to the fact that the women were holding different types of alcohol. Feeling their glasses filled once more, Jingji raised his glass again, declaring, for our third toast, may blessings flow endlessly, and may we thrive in this world. Cheers. The fourth toast wished for us to shed our troubles. May fortune be everlasting, and peace accompany us throughout our lives. Cheers. Upon seeing the 4 glasses emptied, Hong Kuan quickly urged, now, let us eat. This feast has been meticulously prepared for you. Come, try the meat. And Xiaoyang, experiencing this kind of drinking for the first time, seized the moment to fill his mouth with food, disregarding everything else, prioritizing being satiated. This left Hong Kuan and others astonished. Who would dare to challenge in Xiaoyang's drinking capacity? Observing his voracious consumption, they exchanged glances, and the women hastily refilled his glass. At that moment, Yang Wanru and Shi Yunyu arrived, noticing in Xiaoyang indulging in food and joining him. Hong Kuan quickly said, come, let us feast together. We owe our survival to our young brother, for providing us with our life-saving provisions. The 3 women, spotting vegetables, began to eat as well. Let us drink together. We are all blessed by Anne's generosity. The 3 women remained blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, with Shi Yunyu, a master of drinking, also oblivious to the situation. An Xiaoyang raised his glass again, stating, this time, I ventured out, and those mutations have mutated once more. I cannot fathom what kind of monsters they may become. Some are enormous, while others can cling to cliffs. It is winter, harsh and cold, which will hinder the mutants' movements. Should they mutate again, I wonder if firearms will even affect them. That military camp is sealed. Without me, no one can gain entry. I must rescue those in need, for I alone can guide them out of the city alive. I truly do not know how to articulate this. Merely safeguarding my own little patch of land and ensuring my survival seems rather simple. Does it not? Here's to you all. I raise a toast to thank you for reminding me I am still alive. Cheers. Unbeknownst to him, He drank until he was intoxicated and eventually fell asleep. Within his dreams, the landscape was filled with blood flowing like a raging river, severed heads floating and screaming, "Spare us! We are beings of this world too. Why must it be me? Why do you tea at times?" The art of deception comes easily to women, yet it is only a pure-hearted prince like in Xiaoyang who finds himself ensnared by such falsehoods. The origins of two blossoming plum flowers remain a mystery. As he clutches the most exquisite bride in the world, lost in a reverie in this realm, a woman's words can deceive like phantoms, and a naive man like in Xiaoyang, upon being deceived, can only grit his teeth in acknowledgement. Beautiful women revel in their craft of deceit, preferring to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust the words of women. Observing Yang Wanru and Dongli Yasi, and Xiaoyang asserted, "Though I may be befuddled, I am not oblivious. I possess memories. Unlike those who drink to forget, I must return." Yang Wanru, gazing at Xiaoyang, reluctantly remarked, "How did those gemstones float, and why did they vanish in the end?" "I cannot say. I will inform you once I unravel this enigma. They are not gemstones, but rather the crystalline cores from mutated brains, and I am still uncertain." After bidding farewell to Hongkouin and the others, and Xiaoyang arrived at the textile factory, he beheld the garments on the hovercraft and his own backpack, donned his gear, and with a wave, he embarked on his journey home, gradually walking into the swirling snow amidst the colossal fan's rotation. The return felt like a rainbow, filled with thoughts of the woman who took him in and the little one, wondering how they fared in his absence. Unconsciously, and Xiaoyang developed an attachment, a desire to protect someone. Chapter 23. The dry dock and Xiaoyang could never have anticipated that a person with a poor sense of direction could stray so far off course, especially someone as insecure as he. Even with a usable map in hand, he found himself in a container storage facility, where a vast expanse of containers lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, indicating that no one had visited this place. He activated the radio, calling out, "Is Jingji there? And Guo is here. I've stumbled upon a location filled with containers. Where am I?" "And Guo, wait. That is the dry dock. You have veered off course. From your position, you must head south to reach the city." "Understood." And Xiaoyang surveyed the containers, hesitating momentarily but ultimately yielding to his curiosity. He opened one, revealing it to be filled with industrial goods, items that might prove useful in the future. As he observed the thousands of containers disappearing, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Why not relish in the bounty that was free? He even took advantage of the vehicles and the oil depot, filling his vehicle with whatever oil he could, knowing that it would not evaporate in the enclosed space. He resolved to inventory the haul later, as he steered the hovercraft back towards the city. With a heart full of joy, he continued his exploration, collecting treasures along the way. This zero-cost shopping experience was delightful. He diligently stashed away anything of value, determined not to overlook a single corner. After much toiling, the hovercraft was finally loaded to capacity, and progress slowed as he navigated the city streets with utmost caution. One careless move could spell disaster. At last, familiar roads appeared before him, leading to the school. Curiosity piqued about the girl he had left behind. He guided the hovercraft directly to the library's entrance. The faint light streaming through the window crevices signified that there were still souls within. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and knocked on the windowsill. "Who's out there?" "I am looking for Chao Jinyu." "Who are you? Please, open up and let me in." The occupants eventually opened the window, and upon seeing the armored figure, they recognized him as the hero who had fled after a confrontation. An Xiaoyang climbed into the library, inquiring, "Where is Chao Jinyu?" "Big brother, I shall take you to her." He was led to the small room previously arranged for him, now transformed with ventilation and bedding, where several women were engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon seeing the armored man, Chao Jinyu rushed to embrace An Xiaoyang, exclaiming, "You have returned. Calm down." "Oh." An Xiaoyang removed his helmet and hood, addressing the women. "Is everything being managed well?" "Xiaoyang, we have firearms, and Teacher Chun has dealt with 2 troublemakers, so everyone is quite obedient now. Besides, we have a unified distribution. Even those boys dare not speak out." Listening to Chao Jinyu's animated explanations, An Xiaoyang set his backpack and sword in the corner. "Find a few people who are dressed warmly, and come with me to gather supplies." Understood, however, he was met with the sight of the boys. clad in bulky attire, utterly unable to assist in transporting items, An Shouyang directly tossed a ton of rice, a ton of flour, and some meat from the hovercraft into the library. He carried 20 pieces of winter clothing to Chao Jinyu and the others, tossing them onto the floor, saying, "These are winter garments. Wearing them will allow you to endure the outdoors for up to an hour. However, remember this, comfort breeds desire, while hunger incites thievery. So, you must protect yourselves." Chun Jingyi gazed at An Shouyang softly, asking, "Do you have any knowledge of the outside world?" An Shouyang regarded the insightful beauty and replied, "I know a little, but it is of little use. With no rescue in sight, we must rely on ourselves to survive. Could you take me home just once? Do you truly wish to know what the outside world is like? I simply want to see if my parents are still alive. I have been thinking about it for days. I just need a definitive answer. Tomorrow morning, I will take you. I also wish to visit a few places." Opening his backpack, he rummaged through its contents, producing 2 sheets of paper. He presented them to Chun Jingyi, asking, "Do you know where these addresses are?" Chun Jingyi examined the addresses and replied, "Yes, my home is in Liuli City, on the same road." "Excellent. We can accomplish this together." And Shouyang addressed the women in the room. "You all have families, and I know you wish to learn about their well-being. I am unable to do much. The outside world has descended into chaos, where humans prey upon one another. Women, in particular, are vulnerable. You must not dwell on what your homes may have become. Let it be, focus on surviving." Turning to Chao Jinyu, he added, "Find me a room. I need to rest. I have not had a moment's respite these past few days. The room next door has been prepared for you, with a fire burning in the brazier. If you fall asleep, I shall add more wood." An Shouyang gathered his belongings and moved to the adjacent room. It was quite satisfactory, with bedding and a bed fashioned from bookshelves. He poured himself a drink, lit a cigarette, and awaited his self-heating meal. The relentless weather was maddening. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of relenting. Would it not pause for a few days? Perhaps then, he could save more lives. Did it not fear the extinction of humanity? With a sip of liquor and a bite of food, he set aside his armor and gazed into the flickering flames. Lost in thought, before long, he succumbed to sleep. "Are you not weary of this? It is always the same. Is there no longer any semblance of human rights? The starry sky, the fleet planets being obliterated, the formidable extraterrestrials clash amid the cosmos. Far more thrilling than any film. The annihilation of entire races, the massacre. Tears do not bring peace, nor do the rampant violations displayed signify anything but the utter destruction of humanity. Before overwhelming force, all must bow, yet there are those who resist, cast away on desolate planets, awaiting a solitary demise. Powerful beasts can swallow humans whole. What a universe this is!" And Shouyang slept deeply, his mind swirling with knowledge and information. One particular insight drew his attention in the depths of slumber: the method of absorbing crystalline cores. Placing one upon his lower abdomen and grasping it with both hands, he concentrated on the thought of gradually absorbing the core. With so many martial techniques at his disposal, this knowledge was the most beneficial. After all, he possessed hundreds of crystalline cores. Chao Jinyu did not come to stoke the fire, but Chun Jingyi quietly opened the door. Bringing in several logs to feed the flames, she glanced at An Shouyang, quietly sitting down to observe him. She understood that knowing someone and meeting them in person evokes entirely different feelings. This unassuming man, who had gained notoriety in the school, was dubbed a useless fool. Yet now, he appeared utterly captivating. She arrived quietly and departed just as silently. An Shouyang, however, was aware of everything. The star ring transmitted all external happenings. In the early morning, people noticed the man departing with teacher Chun Jingyi, but no one inquired as to whys long as there was food. Who cared about the details? This man always delivered provisions. And Shouyang waved at Chao Jinyu as he guided Chun Jingyi onto the hovercraft. However, when Chun Jingyi beheld the supplies aboard, she looked at An Shouyang with a hint of bewilderment. The cockpit was lavish, akin to a parlor, adorned with 4 lamps that dispelled any chill. Removing her mask and goggles, she settled into the plush sofa, watching An Shouyang skillfully maneuver the hovercraft. "Guide me, if I stray again. I may not return today," he urged. Chun Jingyi quickly moved beside An Shouyang, examining the blurred signs along the roadside. "Go west from here, follow the elevated road north, and after 3 intersections, you will reach Ping'an Mansion. All right, understood. You should rest now. Chen Jingyi studied in Shouyang but then glanced at the radio, asking, May I turn on the radio and listen? Can you operate that thing? The school's broadcasting room has one. I can only change the station. Then remember my frequency. I will need to communicate. I will remember. Chen Jingyi softly spoke. Chen Jingyi was operating. Yet only that channel continued to repeat the same words. Now merely infused with a modicum of self-rescue knowledge and queries regarding warmth preservation. What about discipline and regulations? It's all so systematic. Listening left Chen Jingyi utterly astonished. Is this truly permissible? How can one rescue oneself without food? What are we to eat? Chapter 24. The blood-red landscape. Chen Jingyi gazed at in Shouyang and inquired, Is there only this single information station? Is there truly no organizer here? And Shouyang glanced back at Chen Jingyi and replied, You yearn to see what home might look like. Hasn't the government broadcast imparted self-rescue knowledge? What more do you desire? Follow me, and you'll understand why no one remains, though you know how long a person can survive in such weather. Chen Jingyi observed her cold weather attire and thought, without it, a normal person couldn't endure even 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Nonsense. In 5 minutes, you would become an ice sculpture. And Shouyang, noticing the astonishment on Chen Jingyi's face, remarked, Let's see where we can descend. We should be nearing. Any descent will do. Only then will I comprehend the situation. Guided by Chen Jingyi, and Shouyang finally arrived at Hongkuen's residence, a duplex in a wealthy district. Chen Jingyi looked at Shouyang quizzically. Do you have friends here? A friend's wife and child reside here. I came to assess the situation. If you have such friends, why act as though you barely know them at school? The airboat cannot enter. Why don't you wait on board? I shall return shortly. May I accompany you to take a look? And Shouyang regarded Chen Jingyi and said, You may, however, brace yourself mentally. Yet upon seeing the shoes Chen Jingyi wore, he added, Perhaps it's best you don't go. Your shoes simply won't suffice. Chen Jingyi said nothing, but in the cockpit, and Shouyang had 5 pairs of boots neatly arranged. She promptly took a pair, removed her fabric-wrapped shoes, revealing her delicate feet to Shouyang's gaze. Goodness, are those feet truly so lovely? Could they be the kind they boast can last a year? And Shouyang found the boots a perfect fit. Yet, on a woman's foot, they almost reached her thighs. While Chen Jingyi was tall and graceful, even the most beautiful woman, clad in bulky cold weather gear, could only be admired for her face. As Chen Jingyi donned the boots, and Shouyang gave a thumbs up, All right, let's go. He secured the cockpit and led the way, with her following closely. Upon entering Ping'an Fuching, they beheld dozens of severed heads atop the snow-covered rockery. Their bloodied faces grotesque, and Shouyang turned to Chen Jingyi and shouted, Ignore everything else. We must first find people. He continued to guide Chen Jingyi until they reached Building 22, observing the ground floor, which was nearly buried in snow. Upon seeing the entrance blocked, he didn't bother asking Chen Jingyi for her approval. He simply scooped her up and shattered a residence window. Tio and Shouyang, even security doors were mere trifles. As Chen Jingyi stood agape, they entered the building. The ground floor apartments had long been abandoned. Nothing combustible could be found. Let's head to the 8th floor. And Shouyang surveyed the 2 doors on the 8th floor. One was ajar, revealing an abode that had not seen occupancy in ages. Inside, not a single piece of furniture was left to burn. He banged on the sealed door, shouting, Hongkuen sent me to check on you. After a while, when no one responded, he resorted to brute force, hacking at the security door with his sword until it yielded. Entering amidst Chen Jingyi's astonishment, he discovered the staircase to the 2nd floor was also blocked. Realizing they had fortified themselves, removing his helmet, he called out, Hongkuen sent me to see how you are faring. Who are you? Came a voice from above. I am his friend. A middle-aged woman, wrapped in a quilt, peered at Shouyang through a pile of debris. You truly are old Hong's friend. Yes, he asked me to check on your situation. What happened to the Zhao family next door? They're all here. Those people are roaming about seeking food, killing indiscriminately. We can only huddle together for warmth. Will you follow me, or remain hidden here? Are you taking us to find old Hong? Yes. At that moment, 3 women approached, regarding Shouyang and Chen Jingyi with scrutiny. Where's my father? He's at the factory, with food and drink. He won't perish. Quickly, move the things aside. I shall fetch you some clothes. Turning to Chen Jingyi, he instructed. Wait here. If I do not return, Kill anyone who enters. Chen Jingyi swiftly produced her firearm, nodding in agreement. There are how many of you? 4. And Shouyang dashed back toward the airboat, but upon arrival, he was met with a laughable sight. Dozens of individuals, resembling oversized balls, were hauling rice and flour, while 2 were gnawing on raw grains, oblivious to whether they could transport their plunder back. He kicked several of them aside, exclaiming, "How dare you seize my belongings? Do you wish to die?" A dozen ferocious gazes turned toward Shouyang, some even brandishing knives, attempting to intimidate him. "Though you think I am easy to bully?" In a flash, Shouyang unleashed a flurry of strikes. Stripping the men of their clothing, shredding their meager coverings, he declared, "I merely wish to see how long you can endure in this weather." The men, finally comprehending the ferocity of their opponent, felt their bodies gradually freezing. Within 3 minutes, they had become ice sculptures. Not even 5 minutes. Taking his backpack, he packed the cold weather gear and gathered some cotton cloth before returning to Hongkuen's home. The stairwell was now clear, and he observed Chen Jingyi, gun in hand, and said, "All right, quickly help them dress warmly and wrap their heads and feet. We must leave swiftly. Someone is after my belongings." Shouyang led the 5 women back to the airboat. They gazed in disbelief at the frozen figures in the snow, and soon, someone emerged. Inside the cockpit, warmth finally enveloped them, and Shouyang caught sight of several familiar faces. Old Hong and Old Zhao are truly fortunate. Their wives and daughters are not lacking in beauty. I am Shouyang. Old Hong and Old Zhao sent me to check on you. They cannot come, but I will escort you to find them shortly. The young woman replied, "My father sent you to see us. Since you've accepted the task, you ought to take us to them." Shouyang looked at the young woman and said, "You must be Old Hong's daughter. I am of the same generation as Old Hong. You should address me as uncle. He did not instruct me on what to do. Perhaps you should return home." The young woman pointed at Shouyang. Momentarily speechless, Shouyang turned to Chen Jingyi. "Lead the way. Turn right at the upcoming intersection and keep going. You will arrive at my house." The same airboat could not enter, so Shouyang retrieved 2 handguns from his backpack, handing one to Old Hong's daughter. "Stay vigilant. If anyone approaches, use this for practice." Before departing, he inquired, "Do you know how to use it?" "Yes." The cold response evoked no thoughts from Shouyang. Upon entering Liali City, they were met with a gruesome sight. Over 100 corpses hung outside the upper windows, swaying in the icy wind. Chen Jingyi glanced at her own home's window, finding no bodies, and attempted to lead Shouyang, but ultimately collapsed in the snow. Shouyang helped her up, following the route into the building. The open door revealed a chaotic room devoid of anything to burn. 2 elderly figures lay on the floor, frost having extinguished their hopes for survival. Their tightly clasped hands bore witness to the decision they had made. Chen Jingyi knelt beside them, weeping silently. "I can assist you in burying them. The decision is yours." Chen Jingyi looked at Shouyang and whispered, "Could you help me take them with us? My parents always wished to reside on Nanshan, but I know that will not be possible now." Shouyang was at a loss for how to console her, merely gazing on helplessly, listening. They dedicated their lives to teaching. Many students came to see them, yet they always worried for me, hoping to see me married and have a grandchild. Yet I simply cannot find the right one. Chen Jingyi regarded Shouyang. "Will you be my husband? As long as you bow to my parents, I shall be your wife." Shouyang was utterly taken aback. "Am I still a pure young man? This is coercion. Even if you are beautiful, such behavior is unacceptable." Gently pulling Shouyang down, she urged him to kneel. "Forget it. Respect for the deceased is paramount. A simple bow is nothing." Both Chen Jingyi and Shouyang bowed 3 times, and she implored, "I know you possess great ability. Can you take them with you? If there is a chance to reach Nanshan, I wish to lay them to rest there." Shouyang was bewildered. No one knew of his spatial capabilities, and he stared at Chen Jingyi, contemplating whether to silence her, but ultimately waved his hand. Gathering the bodies. This time, it was Chen Jingyi who displayed incredulity. "I merely wanted you to take them to the boat. Where have you transported them?" Chen Jingyi pointed at the ground, her words tumbling forth in confusion. "You? Where have you taken my parents? This is completely the opposite of what I meant." Calmly, I said, "I will tell you later. They are all safe." Back on the hovercraft, Chen Jingyi was still gazing at Shouyang, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion, her hair tousled by the wind. "Point the way to the next place." Turn right ahead, the second intersection. This time, no one followed. An Shouyang quickly located the place. But Fong Chao's girlfriend was merely a severed head placed on the windowsill of the living room. And Shouyang was uncertain whether this woman was indeed his girlfriend. Yet a test report on the floor shattered his composure. A pregnant woman? Damn it, these bastards deserve to perish. A colossal roar reverberated, shaking the glass around him. Recklessly, and Shouyang surged from the top floor to the ground floor, and upon discovering who was behind the atrocities from the surviving witnesses, he exterminated all the survivors in the building. A fierce fire blazed amidst the swirling snowflakes, and Shouyang felt as though he had lost all strength, sitting in the snow, watching the flames consume the entire structure. 30 women, 30 severed heads, appeared eerily in the glow of the fire. Shouyang cleared a patch of ground, dug a pit, and buried all the heads, lamenting, "I am too late, but I could not save many. Rest in peace. May you find safety in the next life." Many residents watched from their windows as that strange man finally eliminated those vile creatures. Covered in blood, he quietly sat in the driver's seat. Several women, who had been clean when they left, looked as though they had been submerged in blood upon their return. Through the windshield, they gazed at the burning apartment building. None dared to inquire further. How can we expedite the response from the Public Security Bureau at the International Trade Mall? Take the elevated road from the front intersection and head south. An Shouyang had lost his mood. But upon seeing the hospital, he stared blankly at the towering hospital buildings. He turned to Chen Jingyi and said, "There's food in the backpack. Find what you want to eat, and I will check the situation at the hospital." Even on the elevated road, he was unafraid of anyone following. He quickly secured the driver's cabin. An Shouyang no longer concealed his strength, and with a few leaps, he vanished into the elevated roadway, leaving the 5 women utterly astounded. Is he even human? Could this be the legendary transformation into a dragon amidst the sea of humanity? This was truly a phoenix among men, a noble steed among horses. And Shouyang observed the mutated beings wandering within the hospital, the scent of blood instantly attracting those creatures that relied on smell and sound. Surging toward him, in that moment, his pent-up frustration was fully released. He danced gracefully, silver light flashing, as columns of blood erupted. From the initial frenzy to the final calm, and Shouyang tirelessly swung his sword. Occasionally, survivors caught sight of the bloodied figure relentlessly striking down the mutated beings. Continuing until dusk, as Shouyang sought the crystal cores, but found only a handful, insufficient to keep his eyelids from drooping. Abandoning his search, he halted when he reached the maternity ward, then turned to leave. A figure burst through the door of the nursery, urgently shouting, "Who are you?" And Shouyang glanced back and continued on, "We have no food left. Can you think of a way to save these children? I will return tomorrow." Back on the hovercraft, he removed his armor outside the driver's cabin, tossing the helmet aside and wiping his boots in the snow before returning to the driver's seat. Resuming his journey toward the police station, Chen Jingyi looked at Shouyang and remarked, "Why did you throw those protective gear outside?" And Shouyang replied, "Don't come near me. I am covered in the blood of mutants. If you accidentally get infected, you too will become a monster." At that moment, the women finally understood why Shouyang's clothes were black and quickly distanced themselves. "How could you do this? If you infect us, how will you explain it to my father?" And Shouyang ignored the woman's cries, quietly piloting the hovercraft. "You need to turn off at the next intersection, and you'll arrive." Chen Jingyi reminded him. Seeing the police station's doors tightly shut, he donned his gear, took 5 sets of thermal clothing, and entered the station. Inside, fire pits burned brightly, and he shouted, "Officer Mu, I have arrived." The basement door swung open, and upon seeing Shouyang's attire, Officer Mu laughed heartily. "I was just pondering your arrival. If you hadn't come, would we have to go hungry again?" And Shouyang looked at Officer Mu and said, "We cannot stay here. Here are the thermal clothes. Come with me." "Brotherin, you have a place now." "Indeed. Just follow me, and by the way, can you operate a combination lock?" "I've smashed the dial." "You certainly know how to pick your battles. Xiao Gung is an expert in this area." "Wait for us to change clothes, and we'll follow you." Chapter 25. The base officer Mu Xiaodong glanced at the several women in the driver's cabin, then at his 3 female team members. Noting that only one surpassed Qinglan in beauty. "Brotherin, where is this base you mentioned?" "Wanjia Life Mall. Once you arrive there, You'll understand. I will first head to the International Trade Mall apartment building. Where there are others, I will bring them along. An Shouyang was well acquainted with the route, driving straight to the apartment building, carrying a large bag of thermal clothing inside. He approached Qin Yi and the others' residence, knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened. "Uncle, you're back." And Shouyang looked at Qin Yi, who was holding Qin Yao Yao, but the little girl wanted In Shouyang to hold her. In Shouyang replied, "Not now. I am covered in the blood of mutants. I will clean up first." Placing the thermal clothing in the living room, he said to Qin Yi and the others, "Put these on and come with me. We cannot stay here. I have found a good place." Qin Yi looked at In Shouyang, slightly dazed, and asked, "Is it far?" "Not far, Wanjia. Put them on. The thermal clothing will keep you warm. There are hovercraft below, and food is stored here. You can distribute it among yourselves, and we will return tomorrow to bring everyone in." The women hurriedly donned their garments, while Qin Yao Yao was wrapped in clothing. "Uncle, is there anything fun there?" "Yes, everything you could wish for. If you want something in the future, Uncle will find it for you." Qin Yi knocked on a door and gave some instructions, then followed In Shouyang, holding Qin Yao Yao. As they walked into the driver's cabin of the hovercraft, there, they noticed that aside from In Shouyang, there were only 2 other men. The rest were women. As night fell, and Shouyang piloted the hovercraft back to Wanjia, pulling out a flashlight from his backpack to lead everyone to the enormous metal door. Observing the unopened door, he said to Officer Mu Xiaodong, "There's electricity here. Have Xiaogung see how to open it." Xiaogung, carrying a small bag, examined the smashed combination lock. "Officer Mu, let me open it first and see what it looks like inside. Then I will propose a repair plan. Go ahead. Perhaps in the realm of brute force and skill." And Shouyang favored sheer destruction, but in Xiaogung's hands, within a minute, the entire security door swung open. Gazing at the opulent interior, and Shouyang addressed the wide-eyed crowd, "Xiaogung, see how it can be modified. Brethren, how about I install a camera outside tomorrow and directly cut the power to the external combination lock?" And Shouyang looked at Xiaogung and directly pulled him toward the back. In the surveillance room, all the equipment was functioning normally. "Brethren, there are hidden monitors installed here. This is fantastic. Now I won't even need to install cameras. I'll go secure the door. You provide a password." 123. All right, however, those who followed In Shouyang to this place finally understood what a base truly was. This was a genuine sanctuary, food, fresh vegetables. Yet something felt amiss. They could only assume that the owner had not stocked enough supplies before the situation deteriorated. A swimming pool. Women always love cleanliness. There is water. Testing the temperature, it was a heated pool. Splendid. The 3 men were ushered to the front, and the passageway was sealed. Officer Mu Xiaodong said to In Shouyang and Xiaogung, "Women can sometimes be unreasonable. There are bathrooms in the rooms. Wash up before cooking. Tonight we can finally enjoy ourselves." And Shouyang replied, "Officer Mu, you are an old hand. You have seen it all. This place is just average. You fledgling, what do you know? You're nothing." "Officer Mu, I will go wash up first." "You two continue," Xiaogung said, dashing toward the last room. An Shouyang exchanged a knowing smile with Officer Mu before finding a room of his own. Among the dozen women, including Qin Yao Yao, only Chun Jingyi sat quietly by the pool, meticulously wiping her body. Qin Yi slowly swam over to Chen Jingyi and asked, "May I help you wash your back?" "Thank you. When did you start following Shouyang?" "I am his fiancée, Yi." This declaration left Qin Yi perplexed. "I have never heard of this. It has only been a few days, and we have hardly spent 2 days together." "It seems unlikely," Chun Jingyi silently replied. "We have paid respects to our parents and bowed our heads. Would you not agree? You are very beautiful, possessing a kind of intellectual elegance. I am not lacking in that regard either. I see that you both seem mismatched in age." Chun Jingyi calmly responded, "Thank you. I am finished washing. There is a kitchen. I will go prepare some food. In a moment, we shall be together." Indeed, men are often swift. Yet In Shouyang took his time after thoroughly cleaning his armor. After donning fresh attire and comfortable slippers, he lit a cigarette and strolled into the living room, where he observed Mu Xiaodong and Xiaogung discussing plans for future renovations in this place. Beholding the refreshed In Shouyang, his hair neatly shaved, standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, with a chiseled visage and a robust, flawless physique, he struck a pose and declared, "Are you not envious?" Mu Xiaodong responded, "In my youth, I was far more formidable. Young ladies would flock around me. You two are still quite behind." A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Xiaogung and I have become the aspirations of women now. By the way, Xiaogung, what is your full name? Calling you just Xiaogung seems a bit odd, does it not? Ngu, my name is Gung Qingba. Would it not sound worse if you called me Bobo? Bobo, then. Or perhaps Mimi could work. Yet, let us stick with Xiaogung. At that moment, the hallway door swung open, and Qin Yaoyao, dressed in a charming little dress, leaped into Xiaoyang's embrace. Uncle, Mama says it's time for dinner. All right, my little princess is truly beautiful. Shall we go? The dining room was replete with an enormous table and a sumptuous dinner. An Xiaoyang and Mu Xiaodong eyed the liquor cabinet. Brother Mu, this wine looks promising. I have never tasted it before. Young man, have you noticed that green bottle of white liquor inside? I've seen those bosses indulge in it. It bears no label, and you cannot trace it. Just a plain bottle. Tonight, I shall partake of this, Brother Mu. Last time at the food processing factory of Laohong, I enjoyed a fine wine he claimed was brewed by an old farmer. It was exquisite, albeit it left me quite intoxicated. What? You drank my father's prized collection? Your father gifted it to me. Why should I not drink it? You, a little brat, seem quite possessive. In a few days, I shall send you over and I shan't go. It is comfortable here. Ah, I have not retrieved the radio. You all wait here, I must fetch it. Not going, are you? I shall summon you myself. Fuming, and Xiaoyang dashed outside, and shortly returned with a backpack and the radio. However, the others were astonished to see that Xiaoyang had not changed his attire and had gone out in his slippers. Chunjingi quickly approached him, saying, Why did you not change into proper clothes? It matters not. It was less than a minute. What is the need to change? Mu Xiaodong looked at Xiaoyang and said, This is the underground. The signal is poor, so do not busy yourself unnecessarily. This is military equipment. Do you think it is mere street vendor merchandise? He turned on the radio and called out, Jingji, are you there? Ngo. I've been calling you all day. Why is the radio not on? I have matters to attend to. What need is there to turn it on? Summon Lao Hong and Lao Zhao. His daughter is calling for him. Shall I go and call them? Additionally, Ngu, the personnel from the military base are seeking you. They should have heard, understood. You go and summon them. Received? Then, a female voice chimed in, Ngu, we have received satellite signals. Is there any useful information? Indeed, very crucial. The national rescue operation has failed, and the mutants have begun to mutate once more. Handguns can no longer inflict harm on them, particularly in subway stations and densely populated areas where mutants are appearing in greater numbers. Understood. Moreover, the National Meteorological Station has detected changes in the cloud cover. Solar storms may bring about greater troubles, though the timing remains uncertain. Is there anything else? None. We have already informed our superiors of our situation, and the directive received is to self-rescue. Safeguard your area. I may come by shortly. Learn about those tracked vehicles. It seems we have more trouble brewing. All right, and Gu, by the way, inform Zhang Xiaobing that his wife is buried in front of the building. Understood. And Gu. And Xiao brother, has Jingjing been a bother to you? Speak to her yourself. She must come to find you that I am overwhelmed with work and lack the time to teach her how to manage things. And Xiaoga, is Tong Tong also present? Two old foxes, speak for yourselves. He placed the radio beside Lao Hong's daughter, prompting her to speak. Chunjingi pulled Xiaoyang down to sit, while Qin Yaoyao dashed to Xiaoyang for a hug. Uncle, hug me. As he embraced Qin Yaoyao, he said, Brother Mu, Xiaogung, come join. This is the finest feast I have had since the apocalypse began. Tonight, I shall not return sober. Very well. Let me see if you youngsters can outdrink this old horse of mine. Qini welcomed the four who had just finished their call to sit down, and the vast dining table appeared somewhat empty. Let us begin with the dishes. These are fresh vegetables from here, which I have not had in ages. Anjuyang picked some greens for his plate, while Qin Yaoyao relished her meal with a fork. Come, Brother Mu and Xiaogung. Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Qini and said, Sister Qin, if you wish to drink, then drink. There is ample wine. Is there not? Very well. Then let us pour some to unwind. Let us open 2 bottles of red wine. Cheers to our new-found stable abode. Mu Xiaodong observed Xiaoyang downing his cup in one go and remarked, Young man, you ought to savor the wine. You are wasting it. I have always drunk this way. Either I chug it or sip from the bottle. Then I shall graciously concede. You are risking this old comrade's life. Do as you please. And Xiaoyang looked at Mu Xiaodong and said, Brother Mu, you are an old officer. You can manage things. I, on the other hand, am often out and about. You should plan out this area. I will leave the hovercraft for you, and tomorrow I will seek out firearms. Can you think of a way to rescue the children in the hospital building? I have cleared it out. This place spans 6,000 square meters, and the top floor has bulletproof glass. This shopping mall can accommodate quite a number of people. No? Mu Xiaodong regarded in Xiaoyang and replied, Since you mentioned it, I was about to bring it up. The basement has 3 levels, and there are 6 floors above, making a total of 9. It is the largest here, and we could convert it into a planting area or our office space. The children can reside here with their mothers. The entire 6 floors above could be transformed into living quarters, replacing all the glass with bulletproof materials. We must find welding machines and materials to redo it. This will require significant effort. I checked the generator set. It can support the entire building's electricity needs. As long as the rooftop air conditioning system is intact, we can get it running. The main issue is that I still do not know their names or where they are from. I lack understanding of their situations. Brother Mu, I have been too impatient. We have ample time. You manage it, and if anything is lacking, inform me, and I will gather it. Food and supplies. How much can you bring? You are just one person, Mu Xiaodong silently observed in Xiaoyang. Let us not dwell on it. Come, let us drink. Although our situation here is dire, it is no better for Lao Hong. He has no shortage of food or workers, with textile factories, garment factories, and steel pipe factories. He has it all. This place is indeed challenging. With another gulp, Mu Xiaodong and Xiaogung were left dumbfounded. Is this drinking? This resembles quenching thirst. And brother, do not frighten me. This is over 50 degrees of alcohol. I fear not. I merely drink 1 bottle when idle. How did I get drunk last time? Was I not played a trick? And Xiaoyang asked Mu Xiaodong. I was not present. I cannot say what kind of wine you consumed. He placed Qin Yaoyao beside Qin Yi and said to Mu Xiaodong, Brother, you oversee things. Sister Qin will manage logistics, and Xiaogung will train talents. If not, perhaps you should introduce yourself. I am still unaware of your names. Have you just realized? A little brat, pretending to be knowledgeable, Xiaogung, sitting beside Xiaoyang, stood and said, I am Gung Qingba, from the technical department, learning under Ngadot. I am Wang Caixia, in charge of network management. I am Zhang Qinglan, in reconnaissance. I am Lu Xiaowei, in analysis. I am Hong Fangjing. Beside me is my mother. I study sociology. I am Zhao Tong. And this is my mother. I am Yu Ziyuan. I am Wang Hui. I am Li Shuyin. I am Chen Jingyi, and Xiaoyang's wife. I am Qin Yi. Now we are all acquainted. You, young man, are utterly clueless, pretending to know. Qin Yi observed that Xiaoyang did not oppose Chen Jingyi's introduction and felt a twinge of discomfort. This is the man of my household. Why does it feel like he has been taken from me? Brother Mu, you take care of things. If you need personnel, I can find some from the base. Of the 17,000 soldiers, only 300 remain. Do not use them recklessly. Those male soldiers are skilled. Had you not mentioned it, I would have requested a few. We must have a show of force. It is imperative to retain the veterans, as they possess intrinsic honor, obedience to orders, and that damned protective instinct. They are the true backbone. I will be responsible for organizing rescue and defense, while Xiaogung is an expert in safety. Overseeing the renovations here, Wang Caixia and the others will handle security, and Sister Qin will manage logistics. This is merely a framework. We will refine it later, but the radio must remain here. Very well. I shall leave the hovercraft as well. I will gather supplies for you. Is that satisfactory? That is more like it. Recognizing one's strengths, let us toast to you. And Xiaoyang downed another glass. Hong Fangjing hastily exclaimed, Then what shall I do? Go assist your father. I refuse. You must go help him. My father has instructed me to follow you, believing it is the safest choice for both my mother and me. Nonsense. I wander around every day. How can you accompany me? In that case, I shall remain here. Chapter 26. Nanshan Qini gazed at Xiaoyang and remarked, I am acquainted with the proprietor here. Zhao Yukai. He traveled abroad not long ago, and it appears he will not be returning. This place will henceforth be considered unclaimed territory. What could possibly change upon his return? What is that saying? What is yours is mine. And what is mine remains mine. If you disagree, you shall be met with force. After all, might makes right. Brother Mu, do you not agree? You rascal, are you jesting at my expense? I am a police officer. In the past, I would have apprehended you, But now, revel in your arrogance. Come on. I never thought even the police would become flexible. Mu Xiaodong glanced at An Xiaoyang, took a sip of his drink, and said, You, my friend, are the only one who can roam freely these days. You should visit the National Reserve. That is where the foundation of survival lies. Very well, I shall go tomorrow, Mu Xiaodong replied. You are alone. No one can assist you. You must manage on your own. The world has changed, brother Mu. What troubles you? Life goes on. One cannot be suffocated by a mere urge to urinate. I shall find a way. And Xiaoyang felt a surge of happiness. Truly, he was glad to have someone like Mu Xiaodong watching over him in room number 1. And Xiaoyang lay quietly on the bed, toying with the crystal cores in his hand. Chen Jingyi entered, tidying up her clothes. Upon seeing An Xiaoyang lost in thought and the object in his hand, she inquired, What are the gems you possess for? Are you not sleeping? What brings you here? I have stated that I shall be your wife in the future, and you did not contest my claim. You bowed to my parents. She sat beside An Xiaoyang, placed the gems on the bedside table, and slipped under the covers. An Xiaoyang finally comprehended the necessity of having a woman by his side. He experienced the joys of manhood and understood why women are said to be made of water, soft and beautiful. Chen Jingyi realized that the tales from books were erroneous. And Xiaoyang was not human at all. There's no issue with the cattle. The land is damaged. Observing the slumbering Chen Jingyi, An Xiaoyang gently placed a crystal core on her abdomen and held a few others as he drifted into a peaceful sleep. When the alarm rang, he looked at the peacefully sleeping woman, then at the crystal cores, now vanished without a trace, including the ones in his own hands. Excitedly, he called out to Chen Jingyi to awaken her. Chen Jingyi opened her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at An Xiaoyang, and exclaimed, You are not human. What constitutes a human or a non-human? Quickly, feel if there is any change. After you ravaged me, nothing else has changed. After a playful exchange, which could not be detailed, the fragrant encounter concluded. Dressed once more, Chen Jingyi finally sensed a transformation. Her strength had indeed increased, her skin became fairer, and in the washroom, she effortlessly lifted a full bucket of water. Grasping An Xiaoyang's hand, she asked, How did you achieve this? And Xiaoyang extended his hand, producing a crystal core seemingly out of thin air. Rubbing her eyes, she attempted to see it again, but it vanished once more, only to reappear again. She took the core from An Xiaoyang's hand, intrigued, and asked, What is this? It is the brainchild of a mutant, crystal cores. No sooner had An Xiaoyang spoken than Chen Jingyi threw herself at him, exclaiming, How could you be so perverse? After you fell asleep, I consumed it. This is the source of your newfound strength. Chen Jingyi rushed to the washroom, retching, but nothing came out. How could you feed me such a thing? Amused, An Xiaoyang replied, I was merely teasing you. This substance can be absorbed. If you ingest more crystal cores, you will become incredibly powerful, and no one will dare to bully you. But you cannot bully me. I, my dear, am the chosen one. Why would I want to bully you? I would rather cherish you. Amidst their playful banter, they noticed the living room was empty. The two proceeded to the dining area. Observing the busy figures, including the diligent Xiaogang and Mu Xiaodong in the surveillance room. Releasing Chen Jingyi's hand, An Xiaoyang approached the surveillance room and asked, Brother Mu, what are you planning to do? I, along with Xiaogang, will assess the situation here in a moment. I will provide you with the materials needed. Oh? You are busy. An Xiaoyang noticed Qin Yaoyao, rubbing her eyes as she approached, and lifted her into an embrace. Why are you not sleeping longer, Yaoyao? Uncle, there are no Grey Wolf and Mei Yang here, and I cannot watch television. Qin Yao replied in a soft voice. Oh? Do you wish to watch cartoons? Yes, then I shall find some today, and tomorrow night, there will be cartoons for you to enjoy, all right? But Mama said you were very busy. Rest assured, I keep my promises. I shall venture out shortly, bringing you picture books and toys. With wide eyes, she thought for a moment and whispered in An Xiaoyang's ear, Uncle, you must not tell Mama, okay? Let us make a pact to keep it a secret for 100 years. The dozen women watched as An Xiaoyang and Yaoyao exchanged whispers. Qini hesitated before leaning towards Chen Jingyi and quietly said, I wish for Yaoyao to recognize Xiaoyang as her godfather. Chen Jingyi whispered back, You could even let her be Xiaoyang's own daughter, as long as you can tolerate it. What audacious words! Only cattle perish. The land will always be cultivated. Qini observed Chen Jingyi's playful demeanor and boldly declared, "Dinner is ready." Hong Fong, imitating her, called out, "Dinner time," only to receive a playful smack from her mother on her backside. "Why do you not learn from good examples? You are worse than a pig." "Mother, I simply refuse to leave." "You go on your own." "What did Tong Tong say?" "She is not going either." "Neither of us will go." "You and Auntie can go alone. I can't manage the two of you." "Always wishing to break free from your parents, you shall regret it later." "My father said that as long as I follow in Xiaoyang, I fear no danger." "You foolish girl, just listen to your father." Breakfast was rather sumptuous, Mu Xiaodong remarked. "Today, brother-in will seek supplies. Xiao Gung and I will conduct an inspection here, primarily for rebar, steel, and welding equipment. We have not yet explored the rooftop." He turned to In Xiaoyang and said, "As long as you assure me the bulletproof glass is complete, I will construct a fortress for you." "Brother Mu, do you know what I feel right now? My emotional resilience has reached its limits. It was Sister Qin who opened the door for me, and in my uncertainty, I encountered you all during my moments of despair. A woman is willing to follow me into the abyss, and upon returning, a silly woman remains steadfast by my side. I am merely a coward, whose greatest aspiration was to find a job and let it be over. Yet, when I look back, I realize those moments were merely to affirm that I am alive. Not dreaming. Life is vibrant only when one has friends. I once thought of becoming a security guard, as one must earn a living. Then, heaven showered me with blessings, altering my perspective that I am but an orphan, somewhat insecure and timid. Today, if you rescue those children, I shall sincerely thank you, for they are the true future. I shall make an effort. Without the legacy, this place is but a barren wasteland, and I am a weakling. You, child, with your temper, pursue your endeavors. I assure you I will bring those children back safely, but you cannot take anything from the ship. Brother Mu, rest assured. I shall only carry a backpack, nothing more. I will retrieve the materials you requested. But I may not return until tomorrow." And Xiaoyang, carrying Chen Jingyi, ventured into the swirling snow until they were no longer visible. Yu Xiaodong then said, "Xiao Gung and I will head to the hospital. You all prepare for their arrival. Use all the fire pits. The little ones will love it here." The airboat had also departed. "Why Yu Ziyuan quietly remarked to Qin, Sister Qin, why are you so hesitant? If it were me last night, I would have shamelessly clung to his bed." "You cheeky girl, do you have no shame? Is shame valuable? Just wait until I return." Unbeknownst to In Xiaoyang, as he carried Chen Jingyi far away, a tracked armored vehicle appeared before him. He entered the vehicle with Chen Jingyi, instructing her not to ask questions or do anything, for he was the chosen one, possessing everything he desired. "Darling, do you possess that kind of space as described in novels? You silly woman, can't you let your man bask in pride? This is not space. It is dimensional compression. Reducing 3 dimensions to 1 it is akin to a sheet of paper, as long as it is not folded. You see nothing. 2 dimensions involve time. I will explain more later. This concept is somewhat mythical, darling. Then what dimension are we in? 4-dimensional. Time-space folding, and the cosmos. That sounds profound. I am still a bit confused. Perhaps the cosmos is also a flat plane. Such matters seem like mythical tales, merely for listening. Chen Jingyi observed In Xiaoyang, who was diligently driving the armored vehicle, and asked, "Darling, do you still have those crystal cores?" In an instant, a dozen crystal cores appeared in the driver's compartment. "Do not use them recklessly. I am still unaware of the consequences. Then will you use them for me? Not because I see you are exhausted. Let us test the effects, so you will know you can also use them. Have you used them on anyone else? You are the first. Then am I not your wife?" Indeed, Jingyi. Why can't you allow me to operate this battle vehicle smoothly? It is far more challenging to maneuver than an airboat, with just this single observation hole. If you continue to disturb me, I shall remain stationary. My dear husband, I truly adore you. You, my dear, fell asleep last night. Could you not let me drift off again? I thought you were quite composed. Why do you have so many questions? I do not know anyone else. Is conversing with my own husband a crime? And Xiaoyang finally comprehended that reasoning with a woman is futile. He could only ask, "Do you still wish for our parents to rest in peace? What you stated was indeed your own doing." "I shall rest for a moment. I still feel a bit drowsy." This startled In Xiaoyang, who swiftly retrieved an extreme cold weather suit from the storage and helped her put it on. then pulled out the betting die in a flurry of activity. He left Chen Jingyi utterly astonished. How is it that my husband has everything? His thoughtful gestures are so attentive. I saw you when you left with young Wanru. Enough, let us quickly take a nap. However, you cannot have her. After all, she pretends to be innocent every day, while I too am a pure and immaculate angel. Yes, yes, yes. I know my wife. The plum blossom cannot deceive anyone. Husband, husband, am I truly not dreaming? Husband, I am so very happy. Gazing at the slumbering figure, a crystalline core was once again quietly placed upon Chen Jingyi's abdomen. This is exceedingly clingy. Women are made of water and mud. At noon, looking at Nanshan District, with its giant warehouses and numerous transport vehicles, this is a transfer station. Had I known of this place sooner, it would have been emptied by in Xiaoyang long ago. The ancient military academy is also situated here, now silently standing. Observing the sleeping Chen Jingyi and glancing at the solid alcohol stove, he added some fuel, quietly opened the car door, and dashed into the swirling snow. Nanshan, oh Nanshan, the legendary birthplace of immortals, said to be the origin of heaven and earth, revered as the birthplace of humanity, where deities and demons engage in battle and ancient emperors' tombs are found. Yet in Xiaoyang is concerned with the national reserves. Gold and silver have lost their value, while golden grains are the true lifeline, and steel is the ultimate tool of power. An Xiaoyang surveyed the terrain, knowing that the national reserves must lie underground. The true storage location, but how to locate it in such vastness? Observing the warn sign that read Original National Grain Tax Collection Site, and Xiaoyang understood the era when his parents often spoke of it. Soda? Ice pops? Merely a penny each? The echoes of ancient vendors calling out resounded faintly in his ears as he entered this snow-laden area, approaching a warehouse constructed entirely of concrete. The heavy iron door was tightly locked. Why is there only this one warehouse? Opening the door revealed an empty, desolate storage space. Damn. No wonder it is said that every endeavor has its intricacies. In this world, wealth reigns supreme. It is no surprise that those avaricious officials live more comfortably than ancient emperors. Daring to extend their hands into the national granaries, clad in her extreme cold weather suit, Chen Jingyi approached in Xiaoyang, examining the vacant warehouse. Let us search some more. It cannot possibly be this clean. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I woke up not seeing you and followed your footprints here. An Xiaoyang glanced at Chen Jingyi, retrieved a flashlight, and handed one to her. As they began searching the enormous warehouse, a small door in the far corner caught Chen Jingyi's attention. Look, there's a small door here. And Xiaoyang examined the door, noting the rusted lock. Upon opening it, they were confronted with a dimly lit passage. Why don't you head back to the car while I take a look? No. I want to accompany you. All right then, come here. I'll carry you to prevent any mishaps. Securing Chen Jingyi, he ventured deeper with his sword in hand. The passage grew wider and taller, revealing a keypad and a metal door. This time, and Xiaoyang was not to be thwarted. He set Chen Jingyi down as she observed the assortment of knives and hammers he possessed, and began prying the door open little by little. Finally, it swung wide open. Husband, how formidable you are now. And Xiaoyang replied, I am the chosen one. You were asleep, so how could you fathom my prowess? You lack the understanding of cherishing the delicate, behaving like an ox. All right. Wasn't that simply a call for effort? Chen Jingyi playfully slapped in Xiaoyang's chest, prompting him to say, Okay, let us see what's inside first. Chapter 27. Splendid mountains and rivers. As in Xiaoyang and Chen Jingyi beheld the scene before them. And Xiaoyang mused, I have wronged you. You are the pillars of the nation, the leaders of our ethnic revival. Please forgive my ignorance. It was all food, an array of grains, various canned goods. And Xiaoyang embraced Chen Jingyi, showering her with kisses. Wife, if the two of us were to eat, how long could we sustain ourselves? Even if you ate for 100 lifetimes, it would amount to so little. I estimate this could supply tens of millions for at least 10 to 8 years without issue. Wife, search for more. I'll start gathering. Chen Jingyi watched as Xiaoyang swept through the area, leaving nothing behind, marveling at the phenomenon. Bored, she began searching again, spotting another door. She stood at the entrance, waiting for Xiaoyang, watching him smile like a child. This is my little man. If we have children in the future, they will surely be as remarkable as he is. He danced about like a victorious general from ancient times. Brandishing his sword, I am now a wealthy landowner. And Xiaoyang gathered all the supplies and declared to Chen Jingyi, wife, we shall never fear hunger again. However, upon noticing the iron door behind Chen Jingyi, he asked, why didn't you inform me? You must first open this place. All right. As the tightly shut iron door creaked open, a cool breeze enveloped them. It was nitrogen, an inert gas suitable for storing frozen foods. Meats and vegetables were all sealed in vacuum bags, and Xiaoyang gathered more supplies and then embraced Chen Jingyi, kissing her fervently. Like a lord, he waved his hand and said, let us go. My wife. It seems we have emptied this place. Xiaoyang, this could also serve as a refuge. With electricity, it could house at least 10 to 20,000 people. We'll discuss that later. Who would come here without reason? Only we could roam freely. After taking another round to ensure nothing was left behind, they prepared to leave. Yet within the cold storage, there remained a door that Xiaoyang had not discovered. On the hillside of Nanshan, a new grave quietly emerged, marked by a stone tablet inscribed with the words, son-in-law Xiaoyang, daughter Chen Jingyi. Chen Jingyi pulled Xiaoyang to kneel before the grave. Mom and Dad, this is the son-in-law I have found for you. Once peace is restored and we have children, we shall return to pay our respects. Your daughter has been unfilial, back in the battle vehicle. She looked at Xiaoyang and said, from now on, you are all I have. If you mistreat me, I will cry on your back every day. Xiaoyang stared blankly at Chen Jingyi. Perplexed by her tactic, is it not customary to cry, throw tantrums, and threaten to hang oneself? Crying is out of the question. All right, I will not bully you. Let us go see the military academy. We cannot stand idly by. Xiaoyang, when do you think we can return to our former selves? Xiaoyang gazed through the observation hole at the splendid landscape outside, silently replying, I do not know. Enough with the melancholy. We have food and drink now. What is there to fear? Your husband is the chosen one, and I shall surely nourish you to be plump and healthy. Observing the tall courtyard walls and the tightly shut gates, he said to Chen Jingyi, you wait here while I go take a look? Watching Xiaoyang disappear beyond the courtyard wall, he instinctively sensed danger as he neared it and quickly dove into the snow. A bullet struck the wall with a resounding bang. Damn. Survivors. How paranoid can one be? Not even assessing the situation before firing. A fleeting shadow dashed towards the upper floors. Scaling the 4-story staircase, he pinned the figure wrapped in blankets to the ground. I came in with good intentions, and you dare shoot me? Have you no sense of decency? Comrade, those zombies are incredibly swift. We cannot assess the situation and must proceed with gunfire, a man's voice replied. Xiaoyang looked at the person sprawled on the bed, covered with several blankets, and asked, are you not afraid of freezing to death here? We rotate every half hour. There are hot water bottles in the bed, allowing us to endure for half an hour. Get up. Take me to your leader. No, I must wait until my shift is over. The gunfire will soon attract attention. Let them take you. There is no danger here. Hurry up, voices echoed from the stairway. Little cat, what's the situation? Squad leader, there's someone who wants to see the leader. Then let him come down. Xiaoyang observed the exchange, sensing something amiss. However, hearing that he was to come down and seeing no one around, he was certain something was wrong. Gently treading upon the blanket of the individual lying down, a fleeting move caused a shadow to vanish into thin air. At the corner downstairs, 2 soldiers awaited, nets in hand, ready to ensnare anyone who descended. However, Xiaoyang approached from behind, addressing the two. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to ascertain how many of you remain alive. In an instant, the soldiers drew their pistols from their waists, directing them at Xiaoyang, demanding, who are you? And how did you come to be behind us? Lower your weapons. You cannot harm me. I am here solely to assess the situation. Take me to your highest commanding officer. With that, he secured his sword back at his waist and advanced further, descending to the meeting room on the lower level. Xiaoyang strode forward with an air of confidence, while the 2 soldiers kept their guns trained on him. Upon reaching the meeting room, he pushed the door open, revealing a scene filled with fire pits and numerous individuals lying about, hundreds of men and women alike. A competent soldier approached in Xiaoyang and inquired, "Comrade, how did you arrive here? Is there anything we can assist you with?" "Nothing of the sort. I simply came to see if anyone was still alive and to determine what supplies you might need." "Greetings, I am Wang Gang, the instructor here. I am in Xiaoyang. You may call me Ngu, or if you prefer, you may refer to me as my lord." Upon hearing the latter, Wang Gang could only respond with resigned amusement. "Comrade, our food supplies are dwindling, and we are unable to assist you. You may leave." An Xiaoyang fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Gang, asserting, "I am here to see if you require assistance, not to seek aid for myself. Can you truly assist us?" Wang Gang asked, perplexed, and Xiaoyang surveyed the meeting room filled with people before replying, "There are too many of you. I lack the capacity to evacuate you all. I possess but a single tracked vehicle, yet I can provide some food. Do you really have a vehicle? If so, could you clear the zombies from our garage? Then we could make our escape. With a vehicle, do you have cold weather gear? Are you not concerned about freezing to death inside? Comrade, can you genuinely lead us to safety?" The trainees are barely holding on. "I am at my wit's end." Wang Gang implored. "There are too many of you. The snow is too deep, and the route is unfamiliar. I simply cannot reach my destination. Moreover, I have other matters to attend to. Our equipment is stored in the back warehouse, where some trainees have turned into zombies. If you could help us clear that area, we would be immensely grateful." And Xiaoyang regarded Wang Gang and said, "Wait here. I will assess the situation." Indeed, and Xiaoyang found it ill-fitted to converse with these individuals. Actions spoke louder than words. He opened the door to the back warehouse and swiftly vanished within, executing a series of precise movements to eliminate the threats, leaving the area spotless. He then began to rummage for crystal cores, finding only a little over 100. With thousands of mutated beings present, this was a mere fraction. What a waste of time. He grabbed a cloth to wipe his helmet, lamenting the wear and tear of his clothing. Each kill came at a cost, and he would seek reimbursement later. Amidst the 100 armored vehicles and the equipment needed for road and bridge operations, these were indeed valuable assets. Should he consider stashing some away? He gazed at the various firearms and ammunition in the armory, realizing these were heavy weapons. He simply had to convince these few hundred individuals to accompany him. This could form a formidable armed force. Returning to the meeting room, he informed Wang Gang, "I spotted a tracked bulldozer. That's a valuable asset. With it clearing the path, any vehicle could follow. I assure you, my location is a paradise. There is food to eat, shelter to reside in, and even the luxury of bathing. Quite delightful." Upon hearing in Xiaoyang's words, the female soldier's eyes sparkled with interest. Yet, upon noticing his blood-soaked appearance and the foul odor emanating from him, they frowned, suspecting he might be deceiving them. "I possess a radio. I can establish contact with bases in the Qinling Mountains, so, what do you say? Will you join me? If so, I shall promptly drive those vehicles over and transport everything." Wang Gang looked at In Xiaoyang, then at the disheveled trainees, and raised his hand in agreement. Seeing that more than half had raised their hands, he declared, "Very well, we shall follow comrade and to safety. Wait here while I retrieve some supplies." "What do you need?" "We have everything here," In Xiaoyang replied. "Do you have alcohol stoves? We can't afford to freeze in the vehicles. My wife is still waiting outside for me." "Why are your men firing at anything that moves? What kind of soldiers are you?" "Comrade, I sincerely apologize. I too fear further incidents. Just wait. I'll be back shortly, and please refrain from firing indiscriminately." "Understood. We will ensure it doesn't occur again." And Xiaoyang returned to the vehicle and conveyed the situation to Chen Jingyi before hastily making his way to the back warehouse. He lit stoves in each vehicle and filled their tanks with fuel. The rumbling of engines echoed as he drove the bulldozer, clearing a snow path, crashing through the main gate. This was truly the work he relished. Each vehicle was equipped for communication, which was a pleasant feature. Upon returning to the meeting room, he reported to Wang Gang, "In total, we have 50 vehicles, 50 armored cars, 15 tanks, and 47 equipment trucks. I have one outside, and you should have someone drive yours. My wife is inside. Preferably a female soldier." "Very well." Wang Gang gritted his teeth in agreement. "Ensure the drivers don their warm clothing and hasten to the warehouse. I have placed the name tags of the mutated beings in the first vehicle. We shall return for a proper cleanup later." Agreed. A massive convoy formed, with In Xiaoyang leading the way in the bulldozer, followed closely by the vehicles behind. Chen Jingyi turned to the 5 female soldiers and asked, Do you all know how to operate these vehicles? Yes, though we are not entirely familiar with their performance. My name is Chunjingi. I used to be a teacher. You may call me Sister Chin. I am Li Nuo. The driver is Zhou Xiaoni, and these are Dong Wanwan, Tan Yongjia, and Ho Min. How long have you been in the military? This is our first year. We were fortunate enough to attend theoretical classes, leaving only us behind while the others perished in their infighting. Indeed, it is the same everywhere. In this world, it is only my husband who can keep us alive. Sister Chun, is your husband truly formidable? Chen Jingyi's face flushed as she replied, he is not just formidable. He is an exceptionally powerful individual, and soon you shall understand. He mentioned he has other matters to attend to. What are you all searching for? Anything that can be of use. We are lacking supplies as well. He is quite busy. And Shouyang felt elated. Upon returning, Brother Mu would surely celebrate with him over drinks, especially with 400 individuals and all these heavy weapons. This was indeed an armed force. Savoring the moment, he took a drag from his cigarette, though this snail-like pace of progress was frustrating. They arrived at the shelter only after nightfall. Xiao Geng rushed out to greet Shouyang, stating, "Ngu, the hospital building has not yet been fully evacuated. Should you take these vehicles there? Xiao Geng, it seems old Mu is slacking. Tonight, you and I shall ensure he drinks. All right, Ngu, lead them inside. And I will have a word with Instructor Wang Gang." The 50 armored vehicles made their way towards the hospital building, with Shouyang continuing his role as the pathfinder. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had become the vanguard. Finally, he understood the delay. Infants and mothers were present, yet not a single man in sight. Had all the men perished? The vehicles were loaded with warm water bottles. Swaddled infants, children, and women. How many could this vessel transport? Upon seeing the armored vehicles, Mu Xiaodong recognized in Shouyang's arrival and quickly orchestrated a swift resolution. Shouyang even cleared out the beds and medical equipment from the courtyard, gathering a remarkable number, potentially tens of thousands of beds. This was quite the haul, and they would be quietly arranged overnight. The atmosphere grew lively as the male soldiers were ousted, much to their reluctance and dissatisfaction. And Shouyang shouted, "Is this favoritism? Is it not said that men and women are equal?" "What a blatant display of privilege," Mu Xiaodong replied. "Can you not simply sit quietly for a moment? Look at Comrade Wang Gang. He has not a single complaint. Is it wrong to inquire after my wife? Human rights should be upheld here. Is that what you call human rights? That's merely lewdness. I say, officer, could you enlighten me on the laws against such indecency? Surely that would be more thrilling." Mu Xiaodong gazed at the ceiling, softly addressing Wang Gang. "Could you possibly escort him outside?" "Brother Mu, I too wish to hear more." Wang Gang whispered. Mu Xiaodong glared at the two conspirators, exclaiming, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Where lies your bottom line? What of your principles?" He then turned to Shouyang, urging, "Why do you linger without washing up? What is your purpose here?" And Shouyang, engrossed in observing Mu Xiaodong, had no choice but to retreat to the room to freshen up. Holding the discarded clothing, he turned to Wang Gang, saying, "Comrade Wang Gang, you've managed to ruin another piece of my attire today. Do remember to reimburse me in the future. Could you not wash and then wear it? The blood of the mutated beings can be infectious." "Ah, understood. I shall expect reimbursement going forward," Wang Gang replied helplessly. Chapter 28. The Park's Call. Simultaneously, the security gate at the back was opened, and Qin Yaoyao walked over to Shouyang, hugging his leg and saying, "Uncle, Mommy sent me to call you inside." He picked up Qin Yaoyao and looked at Wang Gang, saying, "Cover that pool with something so they can all wash up. Mugu, arrange for someone to cook. I'll go check on the situation above and retrieve some supplies. You can collect the supplies there. We'll tidy up tomorrow. The food here is sufficient to last 3 to 4 months. Mugu, I noticed those beds in the hospital were quite nice, but you brought back too few. If I were there, I would have brought them all back. You're so full of yourself. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? The temperature here is high. What's wrong with sleeping on the floor? It's better than being in a snowdrift. Forget it. Listening to advice leads to a full meal." He carried Qin Yaoyao inside. Mu Xiaodong looked at Wang Gang and said, "He's a bit childish. Don't follow his nonsense. It seems he hasn't found those items." The small storage room, which had been tidied up by Shouyang, was converted into a temporary medical facility, with several women who hadn't yet given birth residing in another room. Don't pregnant women usually go to the hospital before giving birth? Why hadn't they gone in earlier? The male soldiers had all washed up, and there were no longer any formalities regarding the communal meal. Sitting at the dining table with Qin Yao Yao, he watched her eat the rice and vegetables in her bowl. Xiaogung hurriedly ran over with the radio, approaching in Xiaoyang and saying in Gu, "Someone named Fang Chao from the park wants to contact you." In Xiaoyang quickly grabbed the microphone and called out, "Fang Chao, this is in Xiaoyang. Gu, we might have stirred up some trouble. Today, we went to the power plant, and a massive mutant drove us back, resulting in 5 casualties. Jinggu lured that giant away, but he still hasn't returned. What is the giant like? It's about 3 meters tall, can jump 5 to 6 meters at a time, and has spikes on its back, resembling a person who is mutated. Damn it, didn't I tell you to be careful? Just wait. I'll be there shortly." He turned to Qin Yao Yao and said, "Yao Yao, go find your mother. Uncle has some matters to attend to." "Okay. Uncle, please be careful." "Uncle will be careful." He then looked at Mu Xiaodong and said, "Mu Gu, I'll go take a look. Remind them to be cautious. They're making trouble for me." "All right. You go ahead." And Xiaoyang found Qin Jingyi and explained the situation briefly. Under her reluctant gaze, he hurriedly left. The armored vehicle was no longer needed. In the night, a figure transformed into a shadow amidst the swirling snow, swiftly racing towards the park. In a 100-kilometer journey, it took only 30 minutes. Circling the park, he followed the tracks that seemed to lead towards the mountains and pursued further. In the silent, dark night, the snow-covered ground emitted a faint silver glow. A gunshot rang out, and Xiaoyang immediately moved toward the source of the sound. The Xianji arrow appearing not far from the colossal figure. "Jingji, don't shoot. I'm here." Observing the massive mutant, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a silver beam toward the creature's head. Following a metallic clash, a towering pillar of blood erupted, spreading across the snowy ground. Damn it! Are these mutants warm-blooded? The snow ice, even melting. He split open its skull and found the crystal core, which was surprisingly larger than his own. Looking at Jingji, who had collapsed in the snow, he checked and found, goodness, he is unharmed. What a pity. He placed a small crystal core on Jingji's abdomen and muttered, "If you cause me trouble again, I'll make sure to deal with you." Carrying Jingji back to the steel pipe factory, he looked at Fang Chao and asked, "Whose idea was this?" "And go. It was a collective effort. Everyone stay put and don't wake him until he is awake. You few come with me to find Lao Hong in the food processing factory workshop." Lao Hong was pacing back and forth. Upon seeing in Xiaoyang, he quickly inquired, "Have you found Jingji?" And Xiaoyang sat down, saying, "I haven't eaten yet. Can you prepare something delicious? First tell me where Jingji is." Fang Chao hurriedly replied, "And Gu brought Jinggu back, but he is currently in a coma." That's good, that's good," Lao Zhao remarked. "You all chat. I'll go prepare something to eat." And Xiang looked at Lao Hong and said, "I still haven't figured out what is going on with those mutants that don't rush. Don't rush. Let me tell you something. Those low-level mutants have a sense of smell and hearing. The second mutation makes them even more sensitive. Today S1 was a third mutation. Its exact capabilities are still unknown. The heavy snow has sealed off everything, including the mutants. The human body emits heat, which would attract more mutants. There are only a few of us. Even if I don't eat or drink, how many can I kill? My territory is in the city, and Mu Xiaodong is watching. I should first find a safe place. Brethren, Jing told me that your place is like a fortress. How many people can it accommodate? Today, I brought back those infants and young mothers from the hospital. There will be more people in the future. So what should we do?" Lao Hong asked in Xiaoyang. "Tonight, I conducted an experiment, and will know the residential how has my strength become so formidable? I can effortlessly lift a 500-pound iron plate, as if my power is inexhaustible. Well, it seems I've struck a bargain here." Upon opening the door, I found young Wanru already dressed and ready. She commanded, "You all come in." Looking at Xiaoyang and Jingji, she instructed, "Let us head to Sister Shi's office. There is seating available there." Yang Wanru then took Xiaoyang by the hand and led him directly into the office, where Shi Yunya was busy organizing some items. Upon seeing Xiaoyang and the others, she hurriedly got up to pour some water. Xiaoyang glanced at Shi Yunya and said, "No need to rush. It is just a few words." He then turned to Jingji and the others, saying, "We must preserve what we currently possess to gradually gain more time. We cannot afford to be reckless in the future." Even with great strength, everyone waited there as he went out to fetch something. After a brief search, An Xiaoyang returned with a rag containing 50 crystal cores. He placed the cores on the desk and declared, "These are crystal cores. Only those above the second level of mutation possess them, found within the skull. Last night, I used our reckless Jingji as a test subject. If you consume this, you too shall possess strength akin to his." As An Xiaoyang observed Jingji, who was now feeling quite nauseous and doubled over, he remarked, "I was just kidding." He burst into laughter, while Jingji, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Brethren, are you particularly pleased?" "Yes, this time, I'll forgive you." He replied, smiling. An Xiaoyang then addressed Jingji and the others, "I'm uncertain whether this crystal core will yield the desired effect. You are the second to try it, so it should be fine. There are 50 of them. Take 30, and the remaining 20 can be managed by Wanru and Director Shi. Women can use them for beauty and skincare. They are far more effective than cosmetics. Just place them on your abdomen while you sleep, and upon waking, you'll feel like a superhuman." Looking at young Wanru, he added, "Surprised? Unexpected? Do you like it?" Young Wanru gazed at An Xiaoyang in astonishment, asking, "Is it really as simple as placing it on my belly?" "Yes. After the first use, it's best to wait a while before using it again. I'll continue my experiments once I return. As long as you guard this place, I'll take you to hunt those mutated creatures when I come back. I'm also seeking more crystal cores," he explained to Jingji and the others. "All right, you all head back. Discuss among yourselves. I have much to attend to. Then, brethren, we'll take our leave." "Yes." As he watched Jingji and the others depart, he turned to young Wanru and Shi Yunya, saying, "You two must oversee the distribution. Ensure you choose reliable individuals, as this is the foundation for becoming stronger." After receiving their nods, An Xiaoyang remarked, "I'll grab my things and leave. You need not accompany me." "No, we're coming with you." All right. Let us go together." Upon arriving at the garment factory, they found that while some were on duty, 3 large bundles of clothing were piled up in the hall. This would not do. Perhaps a trip to the manufacturing facility was in order. Entering the building, Tongqing and Dongli Yasi came down, puzzled at how An Xiaoyang could carry so much. "Wait a moment. I'll check the manufacturing facility for vehicles that can traverse the snow." The women exchanged glances, a hint of delight appearing on their faces. Shi Yunya pulled Dongli Yasi and Tongqing aside, then brought young Wanru over, presenting 10 crystal cores while relaying An Xiaoyang's words. Dongli Yasi, holding the 10 cores, looked incredulously at young Wanru and Shi Yunya, asking, "Is this for real? You'll find out when you try." Jingji used it and spent the entire morning vomiting. The 4 women giggled together in a corner. Meanwhile, An Xiaoyang was fretting over which vehicle could navigate the snowy terrain. After much contemplation, he finally spotted a track tractor in the star ring space. Perfect. It had ample power and even a cabin. He then found a trailer to attach to the threshing machine. It was a flawless setup. After igniting the furnace and replacing the battery, he was ready to depart. The women grinned widely as An Xiaoyang drove the vehicle, always surprising them with his ingenuity. Once the clothing was loaded, Dongli Yasi instructed, "This bundle is yours. The 2 large bundles contain a total of 500 pieces, complete sets of undergarments." "Understood. Next time, I'll arrange a generator for you. The lack of power is a significant issue," he replied. "Let us hurry." And Xiaoyang drove the tractor away, speeding along despite its sluggish nature. He was captivated by an open-air storage structure filled with scaffolding and pipe fittings. Was this another wrong turn? After spotting several under-construction workshops, he finally found the materials he had been searching for. Hardware stores and material markets were abundant. What a mess. I must have taken a wrong turn again. I'll just grab what I can. Chapter 29. Construction. The tractor struggled to haul the load, compelling An Xiaoyang to retrieve the bulldozer from the star ring space. He detached all the trailers from the transport convoy, linking dozens of them together, declaring, "Today, I shall drive a land train." Food and goods from the nearby supermarket filled the trailers, crawling through the snow like a snail. With its powerful engine, the bulldozer was undeniably slow. 10 trailers of steel bars and pipes, 2 trailers of hardware materials, 10 trailers of food and meat, and the remaining ones filled with miscellaneous items from stores and supermarkets, including timber and tools, were all loaded onto the vehicles. Surely someone would notice this on the ring road, yet no one dared to intervene. Finally, he arrived at his destination. 50 armored vehicles had returned with Chao Jinyu and the others from the school. The survivors from the cafeteria had not yet been retrieved, as they would wait for Xiaoyang to return to assess the situation, having heard rumors of infighting among their kind. When Xiao Gung ran out and saw the cargo behind Xiaoyang's vehicle, he exclaimed, "Brethren, are you going to rob someone? Get someone to bring in the winter clothing and change, then call for help unloading the vehicles. If necessary, I'll just drag the items inside myself. Brethren, I'll go find Brother Mu." Once the soldiers had donned their winter attire, the metal tools were left outside, while timber and tools were temporarily stored on the first floor. Clothing, including baby items, was taken downstairs. Everything one could need was here. Mu Xiaodong informed Xiaoyang, "Today, we brought back the people from the library. The cafeteria remains untouched due to the infighting. What a tragedy. Then let them continue to starve. We must first establish this place. We need to activate the air conditioning units on the roof to accommodate more people." "Understood. We'll proceed as you suggest." And Xiaoyang observed Mu Xiaodong and Wang Gang directing the others. He climbed to the rooftop, gazing at the thick layers of snow and the heavy snowfall in the distance, thinking it was time for a break. Descending to the 6th floor, he surveyed the cleared area, arranging bulletproof glass and equipment. This would surely become the safest location. When he reached the 3rd basement level, everyone was busy. The living room had to be ruthlessly cleared. Back and forth, people cast curious glances at Xiaoyang. After refreshing himself in a room and changing into clean clothes, he walked to the back to observe the bustling crowd. Qini was leading Yu Ziyuan and others in some kind of assessment, while Chen Jingyi was organizing the newly arrived students. Young mothers were separated from the newly arrived, and the female and male soldiers were also kept apart. Only Qin Yaoyao sat alone in the dining area. Playing Dade, Xiaoyang approached and hugged her, saying, "I found you some toys, but I'm not sure where I put them. Shall we go ask Uncle Gung for help?" "Uncle, you mustn't tell Mommy, okay?" Those toys were procured by Uncle, and they would belong to Yaoyao from now on. She could play with them however she wished. And Xiaoyang carried Qin Yaoyao to the monitoring room, where Gung Qingba was engaged in conversation with several female soldiers. "Xiao Gung, go check those trailers outside for toys. I forgot to toss them in there. I promised Yaoyao I'd find her some fun toys. Brethren, just a moment. I'll be right back." He turned back to say, "You all must keep track of the time. When it's time, communicate with the park and the base. It's other times. Listen for any news." "Yes, Officer Gung." "What officer?" "Just call me Brother Gung." And Xiaoyang returned to the dining area, holding Qin Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, are those little friends pretty?" "They're pretty, but they're too small, just making baby noises." Her soft voice seemed to transport Xiaoyang back to the days when his mother carried him out. Perhaps his parents were watching over him from heaven. "Uncle, do you think there will be other children here to play with me?" "There will be. I'll find you playmates to grow up with." "Yaoyao. Uncle, can you be my daddy?" Her sweet voice carried a hint of longing and joy, and as Xiaoyang heard her words, he asked, "Yaoyao, have you ever seen your daddy?" "Mommy said Daddy doesn't want Yaoyao anymore. And he want come back." "All right, from now on, I and Xiaoyang will be Yaoyao's daddy." Her eyes sparkled with surprise, and her small face beamed with excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy? Yes, Daddy. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that." Mu Xiaodong was utterly intoxicated, and so was Gung Qingba. Only Xiaoyang and Wang Gang supported the two of them back to their room, wherein Xiaoyang placed 2 crystal cores on the lower abdomens of Mu Xiaodong and Xiaogung. Wang Gang looked at Xiaoyang in confusion and asked, "What use is giving them the gems now?" And Xiaoyang took another crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Wang Gang, saying, "This is not a gem. It's a crystal core placed on the lower abdomen while sleeping. You'll understand when you wake up." Upon returning to the room, Xiaoyang looked at Chen Jingyi and took out 15 crystal cores, placing them in her hands. "Jingyi, you distribute these. Don't give any to Yaoyao yet. Since Brother Mu hasn't given me any, you can instruct them on how to use it. This could very well be a means of survival in the future." Will you give any to your little girlfriend?" "Jingyi, Chao Jinyu is not mine. I was just pretending at that time." Don't think I can't see through it. She's the most attached to you, and her gaze is different. Are you jealous? Can you really be satiated by that?" Chen Jingyi rolled her eyes at Xiaoyang before leaving. Qin Yi and the others, along with Chao Jinyu, each received 1 crystal core. 15 women would soon become the most formidable women here. Once back in the room, the evening unfolded with passion. "You're not human. Let me sleep." After a night filled with intimate moments, and Xiaoyang gazed at the angelic figure beside him, quietly placing another crystal core on Qian Jingyi's lower abdomen before taking 5 for himself and peacefully drifting into slumber. In the morning, he was awakened by Mu Xiaodong's voice, and "Kid, come out here." "What's the good news?" Disturbed from his sleep, and Xiaoyang donned his clothes and opened the door to find Mu Xiaodong in the living room. "Brother Mu, don't you feel it?" "What feeling?" "Hurry up and tell me the good news." And Xiaoyang led Mu Xiaodong to the back, pointing at a bundle of wood. "Give it a try." Mu Xiaodong picked up the bundle of wood with disbelief, glancing between it and in Xiaoyang, and then at the bustling crowd in the distance. He let the wood drop and pulled in Xiaoyang back to the front. "How did you do that?" "Brother Mu, if you were wearing thermal clothing right now, you could last a long time outside. Tell me how you did it," asked Comrade Wang Gang. "I still want to catch a few more winks." And Xiaoyang ignored Mu Xiaodong and returned to his room, embracing Qian Jingyi's soft body and slipping back into dreams. As the others in the living room rose, Zhang Qinglan looked at Mu Xiaodong and said, "Brother Mu, why do you look a bit displeased?" Mu Xiaodong scrutinized Zhang Qinglan, finding her noticeably changed and much more beautiful than before. She was no longer just the beauty of the precinct, but incredibly stunning now. "Xiao Zhang, why do you seem different? Have you used makeup?" "Brother Mu, guess what nonsense." Wang Caixia, Zhang Qinglan, and Lu Xiaowei demonstrated with a full bucket of water. Wang Gang emerged and said to Mu Xiaodong, "Brother Mu, it's the crystal core. And Gu gave you a crystal core, so that's the good news you were shouting about this morning." "What crystal core?" Zhang Qinglan explained. "It's what those mutants have in their brains. After consuming it, this is what happens." "You mean to say an kid fed me something from those monsters' brains? Did you all eat it too? Are you all insane? You're a police officer, not a monster." He nearly retched at the thought. Damn, a bunch of lunatics. Wang Gang looked at Mu Xiaodong and said, "You're still an old cop, yet you lack any judgment. You're useless." "Comrade Wang Gang, do you know something?" "Let me tell you, it's absorbed, not eaten." "It's nothing." Meanwhile, and Xiaoyang was in his room frolicking. "Let go of me, you beast. It's my wife. I can do whatever I please. Just spare me this time. I'll give you more later." After their passionate interlude, a rejuvenated Xiaoyang appeared in the living room, looking at the group of women. "You're all looking good. Sister Qin, you won't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Yao Yao, are you still lying in bed while asking for clothes?" "Ugh, I'm going right now." After everyone had breakfast, Mu Xiaodong declared, "The women will wear thermal clothing and assist. All men are to install and replace bulletproof glass. Xiaogung, check the electrical circuits and restore the building's power." With the arrangements set, and Xiaoyang led Mu Xiaodong to the 6th floor, where all the materials and equipment were, saying, "I need to find the veterans." "Sure, go ahead." Once again, and Xiaoyang set out on his journey, donned in armor, brandishing a sword, and carrying a somewhat useless hovercraft, his enormous backpack stuffed by Qian Jingyi in the heavy snow. He seemed to be the only one in the vast expanse. The hovercraft thundered as it departed. The refuge was bustling. From initial clumsiness, they gradually became adept, especially Mu Xiaodong and Wang Gang, who had become walking transport machines, effortlessly carrying 500 pounds as if it were child's play. "Wang Gang, do you really think this crystal core is that magical? Are you not experiencing it right now? Do you think we could also stay outside for extended periods like Xiaoyang? Isn't that what you're doing right now?" They rotated once. "Have you felt cold? Shouldn't we first install the top of the building so we can quickly get the air conditioning running?" "Brother Mu, I feel you might be a bit impatient. We need to do this step by step. If you bring in 1,000 or 800 people, they won't have thermal clothing either. Let's take it slow." And Xiaoyang, on the other hand, was wandering about, scavenging one location after another, with materials and equipment resting in his space. The oil depot was particularly delightful, making Xiaoyang feel like the chosen one in the Qinling Mountains, and Xiaoyang paced back and forth at a tightly shut door. "Didn't they say someone was on duty? Why haven't they come to open the door yet?" Before long, the heavy door creaked open, and Xiaoyang hurried inside, where the command center was bustling with activity. He approached Jiang Shuang and Gao Liangqing, stating, "I'm here looking for someone. I've rescued some military academy students. Only one instructor survived. They are all recruits, over 100 female soldiers and more than 300 male soldiers. With no veterans." Gao Liangqing glanced at Jiang Shuang and said, "Jiang Lianzhang, I'll lead a team. You stay here and guard." Jiang Shuang retorted, You can't go. I'll have Li Shumin lead the team. You tell Duan Minghui to pick people. I'll send over 20 female soldiers, and you choose 60 male soldiers. Bring more weapons. And Xiaoyang watched the two converse, bored, as he stared at the screen and asked a nearby female soldier, "What information is this?" "Ngu, these are satellite signals. We can only receive partial signals here. The information from the capital has been cut off, and we no longer know about other places." "What? The capital's information has been cut off?" "Yes. Since last night, no information has come through, and satellite signals are intermittent. We can't detect anything now due to cloud changes. Open the outer door. I'm going to retrieve supplies." "Yes." Zhang Shuang and Gao Liangxing watched and Xiaoyang rush outside and asked, "What is he going to do?" "Squad leader, he said he was going to get supplies," on the surveillance screen. And Xiaoyang emerged from the hovercraft, carrying 2 large packages along with a thoroughly cleaned enormous backpack. Back at the command center, he set down the packages and said to Gao Liangxing, "These are thermal clothing. Although it can't compare to Zhang Lianzhang's polar gear, it's still decent. There are 100 sets in total. Anyone who follows me must wear them, or they'll freeze into popsicles." Pulling Gao Liangxing aside, and Xiaoyang retrieved 100 crystal cores from his backpack, instructing him, then turned to Zhang Shuang and handed her 50 crystal cores with similar instructions. "I don't have many now, but when I return, I'll ensure to bring enough. Right now, those mutants are hard to find, so make sure everyone has one. Those following me won't get any. I've prepared enough for them." "All right, you all choose your people. Also, bring the tracked armored vehicles. It seems we'll need heavy weaponry to deal with those mutants in the future." Zhang Xiaobing and Duan Minghui led 60 male soldiers, while Li Shumin commanded 20 female soldiers. They set off with 5 tracked armored vehicles, complete weaponry, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition, following in Xiaoyang's hovercraft back home. Zhang Xiaobing, Duan Minghui, and Li Shumin sat in the hovercraft, directing the vehicles. Zhang Xiaobing turned to Xiaoyang and asked, "Ngu, can you tell me how my girlfriend died? Didn't I tell you? I buried her in the flower bed in front of the building. Let her rest in peace and don't disturb her anymore." "Okay. Thank you, Ngu." As they ventured outside for the first time, all they could see was snow. The world was a blank canvas of white. Li Shumin gazed at the scenery and asked Xiaoyang, who was piloting the hovercraft, "Are there still survivors in the distant community?" "Yes, there probably are. Why don't you go rescue them?" And Xiaoyang glanced at Li Shumin, who felt like a confidant to him. Her beauty, accentuated by her alluring figure and captivating face, left him momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm alone, and there are only so many supplies and thermal clothing." The clothing was made by the female workers in the factory, using sewing machines and scissors. "Who do you think can simply don winter gear? I have only 15 sets of clothing. Each time I venture out, I waste an entire outfit. If I were to change daily, I shudder to think of the waste. The factory has limited materials. What do you expect me to do? The mutants are all hiding. How am I supposed to locate them? They are thermally regulated creatures, impervious even to thermal imaging telescopes. What do you suggest I do? I still have yet to comprehend the habits of these mutants or how they came to be. I need to enlist researchers for this study and gather supplies, but I am but one person, with no one to assist me." Li Minshu had not considered these dilemmas and found herself at a loss for words. Glancing once more towards the distant residential area blanketed in snow, An Shuyang waved at Duan Minghui, saying, "Come over and take my place. I shall provide you with some benefits." Duan Minghui accepted in Xiaoyang's position, while Xiaoyang rummaged through his backpack, producing a small bag containing 90 crystalline cores. "This is a crystalline core, the very substance found within the brains of those mutants. These are scarce. I only recently discovered their use. Place one on your lower abdomen while you sleep, and you shall witness the marvels upon waking. Do not inquire further. Each person is entitled to one, and any surplus should be kept for future use. Remember, only a handful of individuals at my base have utilized these, so guard this secret well." Indeed, Ngu, at last, they beheld the industrious base, where a multitude of steel pipes had been erected, creating 2 layers of protection under the diligent efforts of the personnel. While bulletproof glass was being installed within, Mu Xiaodong and Wang Gang were overseeing the operations. After parking the armored vehicle, Xiaoyang greeted Wang Gang and led the soldiers into the underground level 3, which was entirely occupied by women. Duan Minghui inquired of Xiaoyang, "Why are there only women here?" "How should I know? These are the ones we rescued, along with a dozen doctors. and Chouyang whispered to Zhang Xiaobing and Duan Minghui. I have recently brought in women who have just given birth, all strikingly beautiful. If either of you has a preference, I can play matchmaker for you. I assure you, you will be satisfied, Duan Minghui regarded Chouyang with incredulity. Ngu, I suspect you are running a brothel. Nonsense. How do you expect those orphans and widows to survive? Here, they receive free food and lodging, but you must help me with some tasks. Am I to support them indefinitely? Each man may pursue 2 women. Whichever catches your fancy, go after her, and I shall remain oblivious. There are also university students, all quite charming, and even nurse practitioners. Just remember, no coercion. This caught Li Minshu's attention, and she cast a disapproving glance at the 3 conspirators, deeming them a band of wolves. Qin Yaoyao, with her little legs, called out, Daddy, have you not found me any playmates? And Chouyang hurried over to scoop up Qin Yaoyao. I promise, tomorrow I will find you some friends. Qin Yaoyao planted a kiss on Chouyang's cheek. Let's make a pact, 100 years without changing, Daddy. My intelligent robot has no batteries left, don't worry. I will find some shortly. All right. Leading everyone further inside. It was then that Li Minshu and the others glimpsed the true state of affairs. A swimming pool converted for bathing, enclosed by wooden boards. With a sign proclaiming that tonight was reserved for women. Choose a place to settle. There are materials over there for you to be self-sufficient. There are 10 bedrooms in front. Feel free to allocate them as you see fit. We shall convene for dinner to discuss further plans. You may also explore. That corner serves as a temporary dining area, so if you grow hungry, you know where to find sustenance. I will check on the situation above. And Chouyang said, glancing at Qin Yaoyao. Yaoyao, go find your mother. Daddy needs to see how things are shaping up. Okay, Li Minshu observed the distance as Yaoyao ran off and turned to Chouyang, asking, is she your daughter? Ah, she bears no resemblance to you. Even if she does not, she is still my daughter. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, and Chouyang noticed Xiao Gung rushing back and asked, what are you in such a hurry for? Ngu, I have completed the wiring. I need to increase the power output. I checked the external unit, and it was merely snow accumulation, which I have cleared. I want to start it up and see how it performs, then do what you must. Chapter 31. A woman's words that evening, and Chouyang, accompanied by Duan Minghui and the others, entered the dining hall. There were no exquisite dishes, just 3 large stainless steel basins, one with fish, another with meat, and the last with vegetables, colloquially referred to as the 3 large bowls, or a hodgepodge stewed. Chouyang introduced each dish as Wang Gang began discussing arrangements with Duan Minghui. I am merely an instructor, teaching weapon performance, and have never commanded troops. Now that you are here, I can rest easy, knowing you are all fine recruits. However, I truly do not know how to organize things. Wang Gu, you handle theoretical knowledge, while we encompass both theory and practice. Tomorrow morning, I shall begin dividing classes. The first lesson is survival, teaching them how to endure in this apocalyptic world. Ultimately, it is the same. We all follow Ngu, but while following, they must also develop their own perspectives. Things will gradually improve. And Chouyang looked at Mu Xiaodong and said, Mu Gu, let us treat them tonight. Speak up. I have seen the note in your hand. Ah, you are quite perceptive. I allowed you some rest time. Your affairs are yours to manage, not something I arranged, he replied, handing the note to Chouyang. Chouyang studied the list of supplies. Mu Gu, what do you need steel wire for? I am unsure where to procure such items. The Beishan Heavy Industry Base has everything that I wish to fortify the top layer. I am not confident in the steel frame structure. It must be secured with steel wire. Once fixed, this space will become a sealed environment. Xiao Gung has already debugged the external unit, and everything is functioning well. Fuel and steel wire are now of utmost importance. With seasoned veterans, they learn swiftly. You must locate these items. Before Mu Xiaodong could finish, a doctor arrived with a woman in tow, addressing Mu Xiaodong. Officer Mu, we require vaccines, various inoculations, as well as baby supplies. The doctor was beautiful, but the woman was even more so, especially having recently given birth, rivaling Qin Yi and Chun Jingyi in attractiveness. Dr. Chiao, I will send in Xiang to find them tomorrow. But you must provide an address. He is quite directionally challenged. Qin Yi welcomed them to sit and serve them food, while the woman remarked, I know the location, the National Medical Storage. Their inventory is strictly regulated. All housed in the basement, within designated storage areas. I am a mother, freshly bestowed with motherhood, and I do not wish to lose my child. She has already lost her father, if I cannot safeguard her. I would rather depart from this world. I genuinely hope you can assist the children. They are the future of this world and the most worthy of protection. Qinyi regarded the woman curiously. Are you Ran Rongyan? The woman looked at Qinyi and whispered, Do you know me? I am not entirely certain. I merely caught a glimpse of you at a banquet once. Thank you for remembering me. I am Ran Rongyan, former president of Rongyan Pharmaceutical Company. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Yao Yao were engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the world outside, a large figure and a small one, diligently tackling the fish in their bowls. Xiaoyang picked out fish bones while Qin Yao Yao feasted, occasionally raising her cup and downing its contents, prompting Chen Jingyi to refill it. Mu Xiaodong nudged Xiaoyang, saying, Did you hear that? I did. Do you not see me removing bones for Yao Yao? If anything goes wrong, I shall hold you accountable. Then give me a definitive answer. Do you not see everyone waiting for you? Tomorrow we will go. Is that not sufficient? Eating a meal in peace seems an impossible feat. You rascal! Mu Xiaodong then turned to Ran Rongyan, stating, Tomorrow morning, go find Xiaoyang. He can lead you to those supplies. Only he can ensure you survive both the journey out and back. Thank you, Officer Mu, Mu Xiaodong replied. Since you are here, let us all dine together. It is the same for everyone. Thank you, Mu Xiaodong continued. Tomorrow morning, after we finish dividing classes, we will focus on external fortifications and bulletproof glass installation. Duan Minghui, Zhang Xiaobing, and Wang Gang must oversee the operation. This is the arrangement for the time being. President Qin must ensure adequate food during the construction period. Duan Minghui remarked, Mugu, let us hold a meeting with the veterans shortly to ensure they are ready to commence work immediately tomorrow. Good. Let us toast to welcome you all and cleanse the palate. I assure you, the dining experience here exceeds that of your previous location. Cheers, Daddy. Tonight I wish to sleep with you. All right. Chen Jingyi quietly sighed with relief. Any further disturbances would have been detrimental. Each had their own matters at hand. Xiaoyang embraced Qin Yao Yao and returned to the room. Daddy, I want you and Mommy to hold me while I sleep. This plea tugged at Xiaoyang's heartstrings, bringing a smile to Chen Jingyi's face as she playfully pushed him out of the room. Just let me have one day of rest. Xiaoyang had developed a habit of falling asleep at the drop of a hat. But it was only since being with Jingyi that he had discovered the joys of fatherhood. Yet, seeing Yao Yao's hopeful gaze, he opened Qin Yi's door once more, engaging in storytelling and play-acting to lull the little one into slumber. Sister Qin, should I return to my own room? Qin Yi softly replied. You may do as you wished. Xiaoyang found himself caught in indecision, muttering, Damn it, am I to fear how you feel? Off with your clothes. Sleep now. Unbeknownst to her, Yao Yao had been placed on the inner side, while Qin Yi dashed into Xiaoyang's embrace, instinctively grasping something in her hand, a habit she had recently formed. A sleepless night ensued. Xiaoyang looked at Qin Yi, who was blushing and visibly shy, with a broad smile on his face. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, recalling Xiaoyang's earlier actions of dousing her with water, her embarrassment transforming into indignation. You beast! Qin Jia, next time I'll be gentler. Even a donkey isn't as fierce as you? Early in the morning, Xiaoyang rose with the sun, seated in the living room, sipping tea, primarily because Chen Jingyi had locked the door, rendering him unable to return. With nothing to occupy his time, Xiaoyang ventured upstairs for a stroll, contemplating that the place could accommodate around 17,000 people, leaving scant few remaining. Was he truly destined to construct a factory in the industrial park? While it was spacious, the materials required would be considerable, one step at a time, he thought. After breakfast, observing Dr. Qiao and Ran Rongyan, he inquired of Mu Xiaodong, Are there any cold-weather suits left? None. They've all been distributed. Then how will those two venture out? Chen Jingyi pulled Xiaoyang to the side, whispering, Aren't you still in possession of extreme cold-weather gear? I only have a little left. It will surely be needed when we're outside. Just 2 suits? We will eventually have children. Fine. I'll retrieve them. All right. She beamed and kissed Xiaoyang. Upon his return to the dining table, he remarked to Mu Xiaodong, Brother Mu, he went to fetch them. He still has stock. No, I mean my kind. Teacher Chen, this is extreme cold weather gear. How much has that rascal stashed away? Not much, just a few dozen emergency suits. He is reluctant to wear them. That lad should be compelled to share them for public use. Xiaoyang retrieved 2 sets of extreme cold weather gear, setting them aside, finishing his meal, and approached Chen Jingyi, saying, I've brought out 50 suits. You and Qin Jie can divide them. We can't let Brother Mu use them. Understood. Hey, what are you and Teacher Chen whispering about? And Gu, it's nothing. Do you need me to handle anything? Hand over the extreme cold weather suits. They're freezing when climbing the scaffolding. None left. They've all been distributed. Besides, how do you expect a man to wear women-esque clothing? Are you particularly fond of women-esque garments? You old man, if you start lecturing me about vice, I'll fetch you one. I fear you might get stuck inside. Can't I just listen to a story? And look at Xiaogung and say, Xiaogung, let me borrow your police badge. And Gu, that's not useful anymore. Can't I use it to show off? Just don't damage it. I want to keep it as a souvenir. It won't be damaged. I merely wish to indulge a little. And Xiaoyang led the two women aboard the hovercraft, steering while examining Xiaogung's police badge, thinking it would serve as his prop. He glanced back at Ran Rongyan and said, Point me the way. I'm not sure how to navigate. Go straight from here. Then south on the ring road, Dr. Qiao cautiously inquired, observing in Xiaoyang's attire, Are you the one who defeated those monsters in the hospital? Oh, how did you recognize me? Your armor and helmet, though now clean. It was I who stopped you. Thank you for identifying me, but I dislike trouble, especially self-imposed trouble. He turned to Dr. Qiao and asked, Do you know any experts in biology? I do. The affiliated hospital of the medical university is over there. They have all kinds of specialists. Where is the medical university? In the new urban area. When you have time, guide me there. I currently face a pressing concern. What do you need them for? I need to understand the cause of the changes brought on by that meteorite. Why have some people mutated, while others changed after being bitten? There must be a connection. We need to find the cause to effectively halt this. The three fell silent as Xiaoyang steered the boat seriously, while the two women remained quiet. Up ahead is the Blue Workshop. That's where the underground storage is located. Please wait here while I assess the situation. And Xiaoyang donned his gear and sprinted toward the workshop, disappearing under the astonished gazes of the two women. How could he leap so high and run so swiftly? Dozens of mutants were swiftly dispatched by Xiaoyang, leaving behind only two pitiful crystal nuclei, resulting in a loss this time, having wasted an entire outfit. Upon returning to the hovercraft, he beckoned the two women down, warning them not to let his filth taint them. This was the blood of mutants. Follow me, and Xiaoyang commanded, forging a path as the two women trailed behind, entering the workshop, leading to a password-protected door, which Ran Rongyan easily unlocked. Under the blue lighting, the underground appeared eerily quiet. Each freezer displayed its temperature. Astonishingly, there was still electricity. This is powered by battery packs. It can last 3 months. Thank goodness it's still operational. These are all vaccines and medications. Ran Rongyan turned to Xiaoyang and asked, Are you certain you can transport these back to the hovercraft? Take as much as we need. Why must we move everything back? I see there's likely a generator here. I'll find a larger fuel tank. And that should suffice. This is a sterile room. Do you think that's feasible? Ran Rongyan said, pouting. How many days can this place sustain? Ran Rongyan led Xiaoyang to the end, unlocking a door revealing the battery pack. Observing it still had half its charge, she remarked, It can last about 20 more days. Tell me the password. I'll send someone to retrieve it later. After collecting the necessary medications and vaccines, they returned to the hovercraft. How do we reach the North Mountain Heavy Industrial Base? Just follow the ring road north. You'll see it.an. Xiaoyang inquired of Ran Rongyan. Can you operate this hovercraft? A little. Then you two can pilot the hovercraft back. I can manage on my own. Don't you need us to guide you? Haven't I memorized the route? I'll just retrace my steps. Ran Rongyan informed Xiaoyang. There's a large shopping center ahead. They have baby supplies. We can help you gather more. Don't bother helping. I have my own space. What use are you two following me? Yet, he found it hard to refute her. Fine. Let us take them along. He thought to himself, a capable woman. Isn't it said that having children makes one dull? Has she finally woken up? He navigated the boat along the ring road. Just ahead is the large shopping center. There will surely be plenty of supplies. Ran Rongyan urged, and Xiaoyang regarded this astute woman, thinking she had momentarily lost her wits. Her previously sharp eyes now seemed to dream. With a helpless glance at her, he remarked, This is a hovercraft. How much do you think we can carry back? You seem so clever, yet here you are, devoid of common sense. And Xiaoyang's words left Ran Rongyin momentarily speechless as she observed her surroundings. Ignoring the two women, he piloted the hovercraft, gazing at the towering smokestacks in the distance, finally grasping the essence of heavy industry. Refineries, steel mills, ironworks, and wire-drawing factories. This was nothing short of an industrial city. Bustling with vehicles and materials. Stay here. I'll investigate the situation, and Xiaoyang instructed. For the first time, he beheld the immense cranes, the snow piled high even on the tracks. Was this truly a colossal transport vehicle? He glanced at the fuel tank, leapt into the driver's seat, realizing he had no idea how to operate it. After swapping the battery, he thought, how hard could it be? Forward and backward should be manageable. A thunderous roar erupted as a cloud of smoke billowed forth. This was what he was meant to command. Slowly, the crane's arm descended, and within Xiaoyang's dismantling, hundreds of tons of counterweights were discarded, allowing him to connect several truck beds together. This time, I shall not venture out again. And Xiaoyang systematically cleared the factories of mutants from dawn till dusk, finally returning to the hovercraft to enjoy a self-heating meal. The strong scent of blood made both Ran Rongyin and the other woman nauseous. I told you to return, yet you insisted on following. Let us just spend the night here. After dining, he continued his cleanup efforts until midnight. Finally clearing the area, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of over 1,000 crystal nuclei stored in his space. He collected all the supplies, stowing away the equipment, and securing all vehicles that were operable. He began classifying and loading them, filling the small storage tanks from the refinery, loading steel bars, pipes, and wire ropes, even taking a few truckloads of iron ingots. As dawn broke, and Xiaoyang gazed at the falling snowflakes, pondering how much smaller they seemed. Guiding the behemoth, like a train, he proceeded slowly. Curse this length. It's too cumbersome. He called the two women awake. Observing the long tail behind them, they were left speechless. Dr. Xiao pointed at Xiaoyang in astonishment. How will you get back? The ring road will collapse under this. Don't worry, I'll follow the ring road. This vehicle is a fine machine, powerful enough to pull this load with ease. Is it just a bit slow? Ran Rongyin remarked to Xiaoyang. You packed everything produced here. You all lead the way. I, the master, shall return and not emerge again. Let's go check out a supermarket. If not, you may return first. Ran Rongyin merely shot a glance at Xiaoyang as she maneuvered the hovercraft slowly forward. Xiaoyang returned to the behemoth, pulling along a lengthy convoy and advancing at a leisurely pace. After rummaging through the supermarket, they filled the remaining cargo with goods, finally comprehending why women frequented this place. Baby supplies, ladies' products, and clothing were indeed women's favorites. Once the two women departed, Xiaoyang returned to the supermarket to gather the items. From day to night, they finally made their way back to the base, astonishing everyone. Listening to Ran Rongyin's account left them somewhat surprised, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different kind of shock. Xiaoyang turned to Mu Xiaodong and said, Brother Mu, I need 3 days of rest. What do you think? With a grand wave of his hand, Mu Xiaodong consented. Tonight, let us drink a bit. He then addressed Wang Gang. Everyone rest tonight. We'll unload the vehicles tomorrow morning. All right, however, Xiaoyang interjected, there are still supplies in the back, along with baby and ladies' products from the supermarket. They're not heavy. Let's bring them back together. 2 trips each will suffice. Chapter 32. The snow stops a new author. Please give a good review. I wish everyone here well. May your worries vanish and good fortune come your way. Thank you for your support. The restaurant was quite beautiful today. Yu Ziyuan and Wang Caixia finally donned their new attire, each adorned with jewelry, fluttering like butterflies. Little Gung remarked, dressed as fairies at night. Who are you trying to impress? It was indeed a lovely day. Xiaoyang had never experienced such a restful sleep, lost in slumber so deep that he could not be roused. Qian Jingyi cradled Qin Yaoyao, who had been checked numerous times yet remained unresponsive. In the 3 days, the entire building had been renovated. The external units had finally been activated. The first floor transformed into a military space, the second floor became couples' quarters, and the third floor housed students. With the upper levels remaining vacant, a doctor visited the slumbering Xiaoyang. Chen Jingyi and Qin Yi took turns caring for him. Mu Xiaodong gazed at the peacefully sleeping Xiaoyang and said to Chen Jingyi, It seems he is truly exhausted. You all take good care of him. I've got things covered outside, Brother Mu. If you have matters to attend to, Please go ahead, Dr. Chow mentioned he is merely fatigued. Nothing serious. After Mu Xiaodong departed, Chao Jinyu entered. Teacher Chen, may I stay here for a while? Please, sit. Keep an eye on things while I fetch something from the back. In his dreams, and Shouyang battled celestial beings. A colossal giant wielded a 3-meter-long wolf fang club, engaging him in fierce combat. From piloting mechas to flying aircraft, and even space battleships, the giant, like a deity, sent and Shouyang scurrying. Even when navigating a star mothership in flight, he would be caught and soundly beaten. How is this fair? You can catch me in the vastness of space while I approach light speed and leap through dimensions. How is that possible? Time and again, he began anew, from mecha to star mothership, only to face the same outcome. It was akin to playing a video game, where saving progress was not an option. Repeated drills led to repeated failures. Ultimately, he was ejected from the dream, a roar startling Chao Jinyu, who sat nearby. Next time, I will definitely pummel you into oblivion. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the astonished Chao Jinyu. Jinyu, what are you doing here? Autumn Yang, Teacher Chun went to retrieve something. I'm watching over you. Watching over me for what? I'm merely a bit hungry. Could you fetch me something to eat? You've slept for 3 days. I'll get you something right away. As he watched Chao Jinyu dash out, and Shouyang was momentarily dazed. I slept for 3 days. What on earth happened? It was just a game in my dreams, right? Before long, Chun Jingyi and Qini entered with 4 doctors for a round of examinations. Once assured there were no issues, Dr. Chow pointed at Shouyang, stating, he can only eat thin porridge and must not overindulge. I could devour an entire cow right now, and you're telling me to sip on broth? Are you even a doctor? Chun Jingyi hurriedly ushered the doctors out. Just wait a moment. I'll prepare some soup for you. Jingyi, I'm fine. Yao Yao climbed beside Shouyang, sweetly saying, Daddy, you must listen to the doctor. Otherwise, you'll get an injection, and it will hurt. And Shouyang embraced Qin Yao Yao, asking, did they give you an injection? Daddy, while you were asleep, Mommy held my arm and gave me one. It hurt so much. Did the other children also receive it? Yes. Receiving the news, Mu Xiaodong remarked to Shouyang, you've awakened, precisely 3 days to the hour. You've perfected the art of faking illness. Old Mu, do you have no sense of duty? I've done nothing for 3 days. Surely there is something for me to do now. Well, temporarily there are no tasks at hand, but I must inform you that the snow outside has ceased, and there hasn't been any news from the base. Satellite signals are completely cut off. Shouyang inquired of Mu Xiaodong. Have you seen any signs of the mutants? None. Wang Gang added, it's October now. The heavy snow has persisted for an entire month. What lies ahead? And Shouyang turned to Qin, quickly fetch some food. I need to assess the situation outside. It was nighttime, and the cloud cover remained unchanged. Reports from the industrial area indicated all was well. No, something is bound to happen. Since the earthquake, it has rained for 3 days. The snow has fallen for a month, and winter is approaching. The clouds haven shifted, indicating something is controlling all this. It cannot be mere coincidence, and Shouyang mused aloud. At that moment, Chun Jingyi brought in food and placed it on the small table. Shouyang rose, disregarding everything, and began to devour the meal. Once finished, he donned his gear and remarked to Chun Jingyi, I'm fine, just going to check the situation. I feel uneasy. I'll be nearby. I'll return shortly. Without heeding the others, Shouyang strode outside. Gazing at the darkened sky and inhaling the fresh air, he sensed a hint of moisture, grabbing a handful of snow that surprisingly compacted into a ball. The snow was melting. Upon reaching a nearby residential area, he spotted flickering lights. There were survivors. After searching around, he found no mutants, which was rather perplexing. Upon returning to the shelter, he inspected the premises. It was indeed a shell of a place. Biologists, can you provide me with some answers? Descending to the 3rd underground level, he entered the dining area to find everyone present. Is there anyone here qualified to conduct tests? I wish to establish a research lab. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, he comprehended the answer. I'm heading to the industrial area to set up a research lab. How could I possibly sleep for 3 days? Tomorrow, there will be fog, perhaps even to the point where one cannot see their hand before their face. No one is to venture outside. Only upon my return may you open the door. What the outcome will be, I cannot say. That I must depart now, lest I lose my way again. Having finished speaking, And Xiaoyang turned to Mu Xiaodong, Brother Mu, you must look after this place. I'll be back shortly. They need my assistance. Qinjingyi implored, couldn't you wait until tomorrow morning? I fear I won't be able to make it by then. Ive always had a poor sense of direction. Turning to Duan Minghui, he instructed, prepare for battle. If necessary, shoot anything that approaches here without hesitation. Do not worry about injuring me. You cannot harm me. Understood, brother, and send a message to the base. No one is to open the door except me. With that, and Xiaoyang set forth into the night, piloting the hovercraft towards the industrial area. The fog was beginning to form, and the temperature was rising. What is the heavens planning for us? He retrieved weapons from storage. 500 guns, 200 rocket launchers, and 500 rockets. Please, let there be no mishaps. Finally, he spotted a glimmer of light. Though it was indeed near the garment factory, he directed the hovercraft to the textile factory's entrance, observing the brightly lit hall where many women were chatting. Upon entering the living room, he spied the two familiar sisters on duty and asked, Is President Shi here? Not here. How about young Wanru? Neither. Well, who are they upset with? Quite the temper, I see. I'm willing. One of the women replied, Brethren, everyone has gone to the food processing factory. Boss Hong summoned them. Thank you. Returning to the hovercraft, he stowed away some remaining bulletproof glass and the extreme cold weather gear, then headed towards the food factory, where the fog was thickening, obscuring everything in the distance. Upon finding Lao Hong, he greeted Jingji and the others. Did you miss me? Surprised to see me? Brethren, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have prepared some food. Nonsense. I'm not here for food. The mist outside is beginning to form, and there are signs of melting snow. The ship is equipped with bulletproof glass and heavy weaponry. First, let's move down. It is Ango. I will now seek assistance. Watching Jingji and the others depart, I addressed Lao Hong. Lao Hong, is there a specific reason you called them together? After you left, Jingjing quietly messaged me, indicating that your location is the safest. Yet here, vulnerabilities abound, and defense has become a significant issue. Furthermore, regarding what you mentioned earlier, we truly find ourselves at a loss as to how to proceed. Chapter 33. The mist rises. I extend my gratitude for everyone's support. Your kindness brings blessings, peace, and prosperity. I have indeed arrived. Tonight, we shall organize overtime. All windows and doors of the office building must be secured with bulletproof glass. The female workers from the garment factory are to relocate to the textile office building. It is no longer viable here. Everyone should proceed to the steel pipe factory, where materials are abundant and equipment is complete. Reinforce the interior, and if necessary, use iron plates to directly shield the walls. We are temporarily abandoning this location. You speak so lightly of it. Yet all I have here is food. In Chuyang looked at Hongkuin and remarked, This is merely a temporary abandonment. Food cannot be discarded. They can retrieve it when needed. Wouldn't that be more prudent? This place becomes a temporary large refrigerator. Dozens of men arrived, lifting crates. Ango, these are all substantial items. Move them to your location, and then I have a few matters to discuss. Watching Jingji and the others return, I instructed, the extreme cold-proof suits have been distributed. Everyone is working overtime tonight. Ensure that the bulletproof glass is installed on the doors and windows of the textile office building. And fortify your workshop with iron plates. I fear that something may occur. Understood. I will arrange that immediately. And Xiaoyang addressed Dongli Yasi and Tongqing, saying, You must return now and organize personnel to evacuate to the textile office building. Bring as many as you can. Halt operations as soon as the mist thickens. Xiaoyang, won't that waste a lot of resources? Yang Wanru inquired. It is merely temporary. The primary concern is ensuring personnel safety. Oh, Lao Hong, I have conveyed everything. You and Lao Zhao should discuss how to proceed. Taking Yang Wanru's hand, I returned directly to the textile office building, observing Jingji and the others busily replacing the window glass. I joined in their efforts. The mist finally thickened, transforming visibility from 5 meters to a complete void. The crowd that had completed their tasks turned to Xiaoyang, who stated, Upon your return, please exert yourselves to reinforce your areas. Rest only once the fortifications are complete. I then retrieved a backpack and handed Jingji 100 crystal cores, arranging for those unabsorbed to be utilized, thus securing our safety. Yes, Ango. As we walked hand in hand, I cautioned, Be careful not to make mistakes. Bring over a radio, and if anything arises, call me directly. No wandering about. Understood. Ango. A sleepless night ensued, amidst the busyness, watching the mist rise and the closed doors and windows. And Xiaoyang returned to his room and collapsed into sleep, having not even eaten, feeling utterly fatigued. Yet within Xiaoyang's dreams, a spectacular battle commenced once more. This time, instead of giants, he faced an array of monstrous creatures, countless in number and unnameable. Winged beasts resembling both scorpions and mosquitoes surged toward Xiaoyang, their sharp stingers the size of basketballs. Armed with a long sword, he relentlessly swung, and through the mist, he beheld a creature resembling a wolf with the head of a lion, its body the size of a bull, roaring as it charged at him, with a shattered body and a broken sword. And Xiaoyang declared, "In my dreams, I am the master." A colossal centipede, encased in black armor and measuring over 10 meters in length, was decapitated by Xiaoyang, who found himself drenched in grayish-brown slime. "You think you can intimidate me?" A towering foot, over 10 meters in height and 50 centimeters thick, pierced through him, and gazing helplessly at the massive beast, he could only choose to start anew. After countless battles with various monsters, Xiaoyang began to assign them resonant names: Scorpion Beast, Lion-Headed Monster, Spider King, Centipede Essence, Multi-Legged Dog, and Dinosaur Sister. The extraordinary creatures continued to emerge, ultimately being categorized as extraterrestrial beasts. Once more, he was swallowed whole by a gargantuan snake spanning dozens of meters, and Xiaoyang's consciousness returned to his own body. He opened his eyes to see Yang Wanru beside him and asked, "How long have I slept?" "All morning. I went to prepare some food for you." "Ah." And Xiaoyang stood by the window, gazing at the mist outside, pondering whether there was something hidden within it. He noticed Yang Wanru and Tongqing bringing food to the table but said nothing. They ate heartily, and Tongqing remarked, "Messages from the shelter indicate all is well. The base is similarly secure. Jingji and the others have completed the installations and are resting. Lao Hong has also relocated, suggesting we tie several factories together with ropes to prevent getting lost, but currently, no one is venturing outside. We'll weave strips of cloth to make them as long as possible. I also wish to observe the situation in the thick fog. I shall begin weaving now. I will speak with Sister Shi." After finishing his meal, and Xiaoyang observed Yang Wanru tidying up and commented, "This place is superior to the shelter. The people here understand the value of life and the struggles of existence. They are all survivors, having fought to live at the very bottom, far superior to those merely demanding assistance. Those survivors are unaware that the outside world has devolved into one of cannibalism. I cannot save many, and I am uncertain if I can protect you or know what to do. Xiaoyang, you have done enough. Lao Hong has said that only you can lead us to survive. Only you do not concern yourself with trivial matters. You often speak in your sleep, and I don't grasp your words. I only wish for your safety." Having tidied up, Yang Wanru cast a glance at Xiaoyang before taking the bowls and chopsticks outside. Xiaoyang donned his gear, observing the hall where everyone was weaving ropes. Even Shi Yuni and Dongli Yasi were engaged in the task, having already fashioned a considerable length. "President Shi, please continue weaving. I require a very long length. I need to circle the entire area and visit various factories. This is essential to prevent me from getting lost. Rest assured, there is plenty here. It merely requires some effort." Shouldering the woven ropes, I declared, upon my departure, "Ensure the door is securely closed. Once the installations are complete, I shall return swiftly." In the pitch-black surroundings, visibility was indeed non-existent. Following the snow path cleared by the bulldozer, I pinched a handful of snow. The moisture had intensified. Although the changes in the snow were imperceptible, and Xiaoyang could distinctly feel the earth's warmth rising, I sought out fixed points, fastening, not securely, linking 3 workshops together. Observing Jingji and the others still resting, only Lao Hong and Lao Zhao were diligently working. "Brethren, have you secured the linking ropes? Lao Hong, you crafty old foxes, truly possess all sorts of tricks. How did you come up with this? Do you understand what it means to be a seasoned veteran? Let me tell you, young man, the older one grows, the more experiences one gathers. Back in our day, we caught shrimp by jumping into rivers and roasted rats. You still have much to learn. Old rascals, you both." Lao Zhao remarked, "Brethren, one should not speak in such a manner. Although Lao Hong has his quirks, I am a genuinely respectable elder. I shan't indulge in your banter any longer." I must return to my task of securing the ropes. Chapter 34. The sword breaks and Shoyang followed the installed ropes back to the textile office building, where he began the installation anew, this time with much more ease. Carrying hundreds of steel pipes, he moved from one point to another, binding the ropes gradually. Yuliang Distillery. Is this not a brewery? Why was I not informed that there was grain here? Most importantly, there is alcohol. Upon opening the door, he was met with a swarm of mutants. Why are there so many mutants in this factory? This is illogical. In such a vast workshop, only a few dozen jars of liquor were present. No, there are no bottling facilities. Must I search the office building? And Shoyang found himself increasingly obsessed with alcohol, rummaging about while continuing to bind ropes. Lacking crystal cores, he dealt with the mutants inside the office building, resolving them directly before resuming his collection of ropes. It seemed he was not cut out to be a thief. Dozens of jars is a fair haul. It should suffice for a long while. At the Yumming electric factory, he was filled with delight. Various motors and power generation equipment were present. I was worried about tapping into our reserves. Just as I doze off, a pillow falls into my lap. However, upon seeing the mere dozen crystal cores in his possession, his mood soured once more. After expending so much effort, this was all he had acquired. In the mist, the distinction between night and day faded. Electric factories, electronic factories, meat processing plants, and household appliances. A multitude of items yielded only 200 crystal cores. Losing patience, and Shoyang noticed his supply of ropes had dwindled and decided to return home. In Shiyuni's office, 4 women awaited in Shoyang's return. Watching the clock as it ticked towards 10 o'clock at night, they finally saw in Shoyang return, bloodied, with a segment of intestine hanging from his armor. Suppressing their disgust, they watched as in Shoyang changed clothes, incinerating his cold weather gear and discarding the armor in the corner without washing it, as he intended to head out again the following morning. As in Shoyang proceeded to wash up, the 4 women busied themselves, preparing hot dishes and setting the table. A bottle of wine was placed on the table by Shiyuni, who filled the glasses. Once in Shoyang sat down, they urged him to eat while it was still warm, saying, "You come back so late. We waited to eat together. Why wait for me? If you are hungry, eat without concern for me. What if I do not return sometimes? Aren't you afraid of going without food?" Having indulged in a sumptuous feast and drink, one returns to the sanctuary of their chamber and collapses onto the bed, where slumber soon beckons. Yang Wanru gazes at the slumbering in Shoyang, feeling a twinge of exasperation. "Here I am, fully prepared, yet you lie there like a log. This time, I shall abandon my modesty." She proceeds to remove in Shoyang's garments, leaving only his undergarments, while she dons her own night clothes and nestles beside him. The soft sound of his snoring seems to possess an enchanting quality, akin to a lullaby, lulling Yang Wanru into a dreamlike state. In Shoyang's dreams, scenes of valiant battles and clashing swords unfold, and astonishingly, he finds himself piloting a mech, engaged in combat with monstrous foes. Sometimes, powerful habits can lead to troublesome situations. These are merely the consequences of routine, particularly those cultivated by the esteemed Shoyang. Upon awakening to a picturesque vista, he experiences a moment of dizziness and yearns to rise quietly, but fate intervenes as his companion stirs awake. Hastily withdrawing his hands, he cannot resist inhaling the lingering fragrance, igniting a fervor within, culminating in a passionate encounter that concludes in soft murmurs. "You are not human. How can I not be human? If I am not human, then what are you?" Another round of intoxicating scenes unfolds, breathtakingly beautiful yet unfit for verbal expression. "I need to rest." "You should leave," observing the woman who resolutely leaps from the balcony to follow him. He notes her small backpack, some clothing, personal items, and a ring quietly resting by the bedside. "Do not inform anyone. I shall keep it safe." "I shall not tell a soul." "Very well, rest well. I must seek out some supplies." A pillow strikes in Shoyang, who, with a grin, ultimately departs, tethered by a rope as he steps into the misty unknown. The jubilant Lord N, binding the rope, chuckles merrily in this ethereal realm, despite having his own distractions. He must strive to locate a small target today. The former machinery manufacturing plant, teeming with mutants, harbors creatures towering 3 meters high, their speed rivaling that of Shoyang. Engaging in combat becomes his optimal strategy. As silver flashes and the clanging of metal resonate, accompanied by showers of sparks, is this truly a mutant? By all that is sacred, is this a mechanical aberration? With a gaping maw, dripping with an unidentifiable liquid, and eyes the size of fists, it bellows, unleashing a barrage of destruction upon its surroundings. I refuse to believe I cannot vanquish you. He swings his sword toward the mutant's neck, only to hear a metallic clang as the blade shatters, sending Xiaoyang flying several meters away, his armor torn asunder. Am I to be bested by such trash? Wielding the broken sword, he seizes the moment as the mutant roars, thrusting the remaining blade into its open maw. The mutant's defiant gaze meets its demise as its body crashes heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Extracting a crystal core, he discovers it to be the size of a goose egg. Not bad. I now possess the strength of a martial artist. Surely, you must have undergone 4 mutations. With a collection of 400 crystal cores, his bounty is substantial. However, within a slaughterhouse, and Xiaoyang is astounded. The pigs are no longer mere pigs. Resembling primitive, pre-evolutionary beasts, more ferocious than wild boars, consuming the flesh of Mu, the factory is nothing more than a slaughterhouse, soon to serve little purpose. Feng Chao retrieved a rocket launcher, for rockets, and 10 grenades. And Xiaoyang looked at Feng Chao and remarked, "There is no need for so many." To which Feng Chao replied, "Brethren, if you use them all, you can kill fewer. Fine, but be wary of avalanches." Understood. And Xiaoyang then made his way back to the slaughterhouse, standing atop the roof and gazing down at the mutated pigs. "Let us see how you fare against this rocket." A single shot. And Xiaoyang underestimated the rocket's power, a wave of heat knocking him off his feet. Damn, he had forgotten about the shockwave. The entire workshop erupted in an explosion, glass shards and crumbling walls scattering everywhere. Cursing under his breath, he hurled all the remaining grenades from a distance, followed by the last of the rockets. Amidst the billowing smoke, he observed the mutated pigs, some already reduced to a bloody pulp, while 3 others scurried about. His battle knife proved effective, effortlessly slicing through them without a speck of blood staining him, yielding 30 crystal cores, a significant haul. Heavy weaponry truly excels. Continuing onward, he tugged on the rope and cautiously advanced to another workshop, which was considerably larger than the textile factory. Following the wall, he located the workshop door and peered inside to find around 100 mutated individuals, predominantly women. Oddly, only a handful of male mutants towered nearly 3 meters tall. This was a paper mill, with scant finished products. He should have brought more grenades. Since he hadn't, the large knife would suffice. Like a flash of lightning, he dashed inside, the blade glinting as streams of blood erupted. He cherished his attire, moving swiftly and striking decisively. 30 crystal cores were meticulously collected and cleaned in the snow. He pressed on, reaching the rear workshop, where a tightly shut iron door emitted faint flickers of firelight, indicating the presence of survivors. The air was rife with anguished screams, cursing. "Baldies, you are all beasts. How can you eat people when we still have food? You have become demons. Tian Xiaoxiao, we have cleaned your beautiful girlfriend. Or would you like to enjoy her again? There may not be another chance. Release Wanwen, and you can feast upon me. You're not worth eating. That Pingrong is quite delectable, and we were quite satisfied after enjoying her. Don T think they are protecting you. Without food, you will become their meal." And Xiaoyang understood their sinister intentions all too well. Damn it. Another group of beasts. With a kick, the massive iron door flew inward, triggering panicked cries. Those monsters were coming. And Xiaoyang shouted, "Police! Everyone down!" One hand wielded the rocket launcher, while the other gripped his battle knife. A bald man glared at Xiaoyang, yelling, "You trash! You broke the door. How are we supposed to survive? Are you calling me bald?" In an instant, he appeared beside the bald man, the knife poised at his throat. He noticed 8 others nearby, brandishing wooden clubs, while a woman lay unconscious on the ground, her body bare. The young man, similarly armed with a club, was flanked by 3 men and a dozen women, all wielding makeshift weapons. And Xiaoyang addressed the young man, "Quickly cover her up. Aren't you afraid she'll freeze?" The young man hurriedly wrapped the woman in a quilt and carried her, as the other women hastily donned clothing and dragged her to the fire, and Shoyang glared at the bald man. "You beast, you've resorted to cannibalism. What do you intend to do? I want to see you be devoured by your own kind. Is that too much to ask?" Terrified, the bald man immediately fell to his knees. Pleading for mercy, "I can't be bothered to converse with beasts. I won't even entertain your pathetic theatrics." 9 heads rolled. 9 jets of blood gushed forth, their bodies convulsing as they collapsed. "I've slaughtered pigs without getting a drop of blood on me, yet here I am sullied by you lot." He turned to the young man. "Take them with me. This big brother. We can't see anything outside. And we can't move about either. We'll freeze to death. Put on everything warm you can and follow me. The door is broken, and we'll freeze solid if we stay here." A dozen people were tied together with ropes, and Shoyang led them toward the steel factory, noticing the young man struggling under the weight of the woman he carried. He simply lifted her onto his own back. Upon returning to the steel pipe factory, he instructed Lao Hong, "These are the survivors from the paper mill. I'm leaving. Why are you running off? We have matters to discuss. Handle your discussions. I'm going back to eat. And I see the snow is melting." "I know. It's melting from underground. I'm aware. What else do you want to discuss?" This indicates that the ground temperature is rising, leading to potential flooding. With such thick snow, it's better if it melts gradually. But I've witnessed it melting 10 centimeters in just one day. That is good. People can come out, but the mutants will be out hunting for food everywhere. Is this truly the end of days? Can't you articulate your thoughts? The rising ground temperature may lead to earthquakes. Do you want to witness the extinction of humanity? Lao Hong, stop with your lamentations. The fog is so thick, and I'm hopelessly directionally challenged. What do you expect me to do? This place isn't even cleaned up yet. Lao Hong, resigned, replied, "There are 52 factories here. I see you're tying ropes and searching, but you'll always be slow on your own. Take Jingji and the others with you. Their weapons are sharpened, and their ammunition is plentiful. Why do you insist on doing everything alone? It's foolish. All right, I'll take them tomorrow morning. Truly teachable. Teach my foot. Also, you need to find some medicine. We have people falling ill. What illness? Colds and fevers. Minor ailments. I've isolated them." Understood. Upon returning to the textile building, he observed the women still weaving ropes. "Why do I always find myself among women?" Back in his room, he noticed young Wanru still resting, so he removed his armor and clothing to wash up. This little wife looks so lovely even in sleep. Tonight will be fortunate. Hearing the clanking of armor, young Wanru woke, her nose crinkling at the strong smell of blood. She quickly rose, dragging her armor towards the exit. "Wife, you'll need that tomorrow. That's fresh human blood. It has a special allure for mutants. I'll need it tomorrow. If the smell is too much for you, just leave it outside." Chapter 36. The Sins of Humanity. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the update. After a meal, and Shoyang sought some amusement amidst the dreary night, but young Wanru had stood him up and fled from the room. "You're a cow. Go find someone else." What a callous fellow. And Shoyang lay idly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. If you don't give it, you don't give it, right? Is touching also a crime? Time for sleep. There are games to be had in dreams. Within the slumbering realm, monstrous companions accompanied him, while the crystal cores in the starry space began to dwindle. Over 1,000 cores had vanished overnight, initiating the dream battle. His weapon transformed into a battle knife, and as titanic beasts charged, clad in armor and fearlessly brandishing glistening blades, blood gushed forth as monsters fell. A pitch-black leopard beast roared, "You're a mosquito!" Charging toward the beast, and Shoyang exclaimed, "How is your tail so long?" The clash resumed. His body as hard as steel, yet his blade could not pierce the beast's tough hide. "Damn it! Why can't I activate the mech? I'll blast you to smithereens," believing the beast impervious. He prepared for hand-to-hand combat, but was shocked as electricity coursed through him. "You slippery banana peel, you're electric." The beast's jaws were torn apart, and Shoyang, now a warrior of measure, thought, if there were an evaluation, I'd be a master level. How dare such a wild beast challenge me? Victorious, and Shoyang was expelled from the dream, abruptly awakened. "Shoyang, rise for dinner." Seeing young Wanru before him, he embraced her. "You actually stood me up. You Reno human, You bully me, and it pains me. That doesn't mean I should sleep alone. I'll give you more later. First, let us eat. I want some fun too. Young Wanru adjusted her clothing, giving him a teasing look. You rogue. Men are bad. Women love them for it. After dining and donning his gear, armed with his battle knife, he turned to young Wanru. Give me a smile, little girl. Today, I shall cleanse this territory. Be careful and don't hesitate to use firearms. Young Wanru genuinely smiled. Stay safe. Understood. Shi Yun chimed in. The ropes are all packed in your bag. All right. Upon arriving at the steel pipe factory, he observed 30 armed individuals clad in bulletproof vests over extreme cold weather gear. Thoroughly bundled up, helmets on, rocket launchers slung over their shoulders, grenades in abundance, all tethered to the rope he held. Do not loosen the rope or run off. If you get lost, don't blame me. Brethren, we'll each have a rope tied to you. That way, we won't stray. This plan is excellent. All tied together means I'll know if there's danger. Taking out ropes, he tied them according to distance, securing each one before addressing Lao Hong. Why do I feel like I'm herding sheep? Get moving. I shall prepare the meals for you, traversing through this fog while tethered by a rope. Engo, it appears we have stumbled upon an electronic device factory, specializing in the production of cooling equipment. Dio, they have air conditioning? Indeed, they possess refrigerators and all manner of appliances. This place is brimming with talent. Unlike our dismal plight, they have dormitories and canteens. The proprietress here is renowned for her beauty, alongside Shizong, Dongli, and Yashur, the dreams of every man in the industrial park, often referred to as the park's golden flowers. Do you harbor any thoughts, you rascal? Engo, I am certainly not equipped to handle such women. Let us venture inside and see how many still live. Prepare everything for me. The workshop is visible. Any abomination must be shot on sight. Very well. Guided by Jingji, we unexpectedly found ourselves inside the office building, which has now become the realm of the mutated beings, wandering aimlessly. An Xiaoyang commanded, aim at them all. Dealing with these sluggish mutations is a breeze. Jingji and the others dispatched over 100 of them, meticulously inspecting each room. Upon the return of the team, they observed An Xiaoyang rummaging through his mind, prompting Feng Chao to inquire. Engo, what are you searching for? Crystal cores. Haven't you all used them? He only found 11, tossing them into his backpack. Let us move on to the next location. They commenced their exploration, this time entering the workshop. The doors wide open, indicating the absence of any living souls. Once inside, he declared, no hesitation permitted. Gunfire erupted intensely, and Xiaoyang fired his weapon, realizing that he must always carry a gun. His aim was somewhat lacking. Observing Jingji and others effortlessly dispatching 2 with each shot, he wondered, do I lack shooting talent? Am I not the chosen one? Shouldn't I excel at everything? I managed quite well with those quantum weapons in my dreams. Why can't I shoot accurately? It seems I am better suited for a sniper rifle. Untying the rope, he searched for crystal cores, swiftly completing the task, gathering dozens. Yet, this paltry amount would scarcely cover the cost of bullets. Engo, your marksmanship is atrocious. You must practice. Who dares say my shooting is poor? I excel with a sniper rifle. Indeed, indeed. Engo, proceed east, and you shall find the living quarters. Behind that lies the warehouse and further back. The canteen, Jingji remarked. How do you know this so well? Once, I came here to weld a frame for them. I even enjoyed a splendid meal. This place is teeming with beauties. Just look at those mutated creatures. Are they not all former women? Your eyes are keen. The dormitory building indeed harbored survivors, but the doors were barricaded tightly, impervious to any force. What shall Engo do? They must have heard the gunfire. Yet no one has emerged to investigate. It is likely they are under control. Watch me. Grasping the door, he forcibly tore it down. There, that suffices. He cast aside the obstructing furniture, peering into the eerily silent 5-story dormitory. The stairwell was similarly blocked, leading to another flurry of activity. Feng Chao led the team to inspect the first floor, finding no issues, and after clearing it, the second floor was equally quiet, devoid of any flammable materials. The third floor's stairwell was also obstructed, and he cursed, "This is excessively troublesome." Faint flickers of fire emerged from the stairwell. After clearing the area, the situation became apparent. Dozens of braziers adorned the corridor. Yet the walls were stained with blood. What could have caused this? Jingji directed. Form teams of 3 and check every room. Any resistant individuals are to be executed. Understood. Jingji opened the first room, revealing extinguished braziers and blood-soaked bedding. As each door swung open, not a single living soul was found. The fourth floor appeared somewhat cleaner. However, upon opening each door, Jing Ji and his companions found themselves retching. And Xiao Yang peered inside to see 6 individuals clad in raincoats, dismembering corpses, as if the intruders were of no concern to them. 3 female bodies, their abdomens sliced open, with remains strewn in various containers. Eliminate them. And Xiao Yang stated matter-of-factly. A few gunshots silenced the indifferent individuals, and Xiao Yang tossed a brazier into the room, igniting a fierce blaze. Turning to Jing Ji and the others, he remarked, "Is this the extent of your mental fortitude? Go find any survivors and eliminate them all." "Yes," Jing Ji responded. 79 individuals stood numbly in the corridor, both men and women, a source of evil. And Xiao Yang pondered their thoughts. Did they intend to take turns as sustenance? No one begged for mercy, only expressions of relief. Gunfire erupted, and Xiao Yang commanded Jing Ji and the others, "Burn this place to the ground." Time is of the essence. The warehouse doors were tightly shut, half buried in snow. With a forceful push, and Xiao Yang swiftly opened them, revealing the grim interior, including a dismembered female corpse. 30 men and women were bound. A dozen burly individuals regarded Xiao Yang and his companions with evident agitation. Jing Ji and the others untied the ropes, asserting control, and Xiao Yang stepped forward, scrutinizing the burly men, pointing at the hanging corpse. Who is responsible for this? Instantly, they all pointed towards a towering figure at the forefront, and Xiao Yang addressed the man. "Was it the scent of her flesh that enticed you?" We all partook. "What do you intend to do about it?" The man defiantly stared down the dark muzzle of the gun. "So you possess some backbone. Let us see whose resolve is stronger, your words or my fist." A powerful punch sent the towering man flying several meters, landing motionless on the ground. And Xiao Yang approached and fired a shot into his head, questioning the bound individuals. "How did you survive?" "The canteen has food. They exchanged us for provisions. That woman was the former storekeeper. They killed her for meat. The man you just killed had a voracious appetite and immense strength. There is a formidable woman at the canteen. But since the fog descended, no food has been delivered." "Why were you bound?" "They tied us up while they rested. Jingji, take them out and execute them." "Understood." Ango, Jingji and the others, enhanced by crystal cores, fired in rapid succession. After a flurry of gunfire, Feng Chao released the survivors. "Ango, what shall we do with them?" "We will address that later. Let us inspect the canteen very well." After briefing the survivors, Feng Chao reattached the rope to Xiao Yang as they proceeded toward the back. Navigating through the fog-shrouded windows that obscured their vision but could not conceal the flames. Inspecting the nearby door, he pulled and pushed, discovering a wooden stick obstructing it. Using a knife, he pried it open, revealing yet another glass door. What the hell? Is this a game for the mutated beings, or are they simply obstructing me? A swift kick shattered the door. Inside, the personnel gazed at Xiao Yang and his companions with terror. Dozens of men and women surrounded by raging braziers. 3 women were suspended, their bodies bound. Though not as artistically restrained as in certain islands, it still bore a certain allure. Their thick clothing was somewhat bothersome. Their mouths stuffed with cloth and bound to prevent escape. And Xiao Yang bellowed, "Police inspection! Everyone down!" The weapons of Jing Ji and the others were not to be trifled with. And Xiao Yang fired a shot into the ceiling. "Are you all deaf?" At that moment, the crowd realized this was no mere act. They quickly crouched down. Pointing to a trembling figure in the distance, he commanded, "Come here and tell me what is happening." "Brother, I didn't lay a hand on anyone. I didn't participate in anything." And Xiao Yang aimed his gun at the man. "If you don't come over, I assure you, you won't be able to leave." Trembling, the man finally approached Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang gestured towards the 3 suspended women. "Explain the situation." "Those are our proprietress, the manager, and the bodyguard. They were to deliver food to the people in the warehouse. But the food here lasts only 2 days. Thus, while they slept, they were bound. The others, driven by lust, sought to violate them. What nonsense is this? There and them, Ango, I understand now. Surrounding those 3 women are their captors, while the suspended women are theirs, and those are the individuals from the warehouse. Remove the rags from the mouths of the 3 women. Understood, Ango. Jingji removed the cloth from the mouths of the 3 women, who began to move their lips. One beautiful woman looked at Jingji and asked, "Will you not let us down?" Jingji glanced at Xiaoyang, who waved his hand, prompting him to draw his knife and cut the ropes binding them. The refined woman approached the dozen men and kicked them, causing them to cry out in pain. "This is what you get for your lecherous thoughts. Did you think you could lay hands on me? If it weren't for Wei Zong, you wouldn't have made it this far." And Xiaoyang pointed at the woman who struck the men. "You fiery one. They haven't even touched you. A few strikes should suffice. What does that matter? This is attempted rape. Good heavens. I dictate what happens here. If you strike another person, I won't hesitate to shoot." Finally, the refined woman ceased her assault. Looking at Xiaoyang, "Who are you?" Jingji removed his helmet, revealing his tightly wrapped face. Looking at the curvaceous woman, "Wei Zong, do you still remember me? You're Xiao Jing from the steel pipe factory?" "Yes, it's us. How did you all get here?" the woman asked Jingji, astonished. "Mr. Wei, Ango brought us here to eliminate the mutants throughout the entire park. We just managed to clear this area. Do you still have food? We have allied with Boss Hong from the food factory, and they have plenty of reserves. We have run out of food here." And Xiaoyang said to Jingji, "You should send the survivors back. I have rope in my bag. Take a few more people with you, and those who refuse to comply, kill them." "Understood, Ango. Once we return, don't come back. I will continue with Feng Chao and the others. You must keep a close watch on those dozen or so individuals, as they are rebellious. If they misbehave, eliminate them on the spot." "Okay." And Xiaoyang disregarded everyone else and said to Feng Chao, "Let us move together." They retraced their steps through the fog back to the entrance, found the rope, and proceeded toward their next target. "Ango, the factory ahead is the farthest one. It's an assembly plant where they have computers, televisions, and everything, but we can't access it now." Chapter 37. The power plant. Feng Chao, do you have acquaintances here? Ango, I passed through here on my way to work. I haven't been helping around like Jinga. Ah, we need to speed up. We must return by noon to fetch more rope. We need to encircle the entire park so we won't get lost in the future. Ango, this area is at least 1,500 acres. We will need a lot of rope to encircle it. I'm afraid of losing myself. Oh, the workshop was quickly cleared, leaving no survivors, only wandering mutants. After obtaining 30 crystal cores, we headed toward the power plant. The crowd fell silent, and Feng Chao and the others ceased their playful banter, becoming somber. Upon entering the power plant, the rope finally ran out. They felt their way along the walls, searching little by little. In the pulverized coal workshop, a few scattered mutants lingered, while the main turbine generator room was a crucial area where survivors might be present. They couldn't enter recklessly, looking at the tightly shut doors and windows, as well as the traces of snow at the entrance. They opened the door and stepped inside, finally spotting people. Feng Chao and the others emerged from the frost, their eyebrows laden with white frost. Opening the small door inside, they finally understood how these people had survived. All leather goods were being boiled in pots, and the electrician's tools were made of genuine leather, which was edible. The precedents set by the older generation had already informed them. A dozen men looked at the armed and masked figures excitedly and asked, "Are you the National Rescue Team?" Seeing the burning oil and wood in the fire pit, they inquired, "Is this all the people you have?" There were many in the boiler room. I saw many people running toward it when things went awry. Feng Chao glanced at Xiaoyang and spoke again. "You will follow us shortly? Wait here for a moment while we clear the mutants." "Okay, Ango. We'll go check other areas." They began to explore again, crouching by the doors and windows to read the blurred letters on the sign. "Central Control Room." Damn, it's really troublesome not to see. They opened the door and entered, only to witness a scene more horrific than before. A dozen women hung lifelessly, their bodies grotesquely disfigured, some still alive. While only one woman was bound in the corner, a living being, subjected to the whims of 7 men, watching as her own body was consumed. "Kill them." And Xiaoyang's voice erupted in a roar. The guns of Feng Chao and others fired, and Xiaoyang looked at the 3 women still alive and hanging, gently saying, I cannot save you, but I can help you die peacefully. Thank you. It seems the world no longer recognizes humanity. The 3 gunshots signified the extinguishing of life. The bound woman in the corner laughed foolishly, as if she had completely shut down her consciousness. They found her warm clothing to wear, intending to take her back for companionship. Understood, Ango. The distribution room for the factory's electrical equipment was the power distribution room, overseeing the output of electrical power. This workshop housed some of the finest insulating tools and had the most personnel. Upon entering, they were met with a different scene. The interior was filled with acrid smoke, stinging their eyes, and in a pot were boiling leather goods. A dozen men and women lay on the ground, appearing as if they were dead, with only faint breaths indicating they were alive. Feng Chao said to Xiaoyang, Ango, what should we do with these? Find something to carry them back. The boiler room, once the warmest place, had now become the most repulsive, filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the darkest hues. A deep red-black, staining the floor. The pale bones revealed what had transpired here. And Xiaoyang's anguished screams startled the crowd. Kill them all? No, you can't kill us. We all volunteered. And Xiaoyang could hardly believe his eyes. There were women, there were men, but if they volunteered, how could they treat their own bodies as food? You know better than dogs, talking about volunteering? A woman stepped forward, holding a leg bone, saying, This is my husband's bone. Without food, how do you expect us to survive? It should have been mine, but he claimed his body could endure longer. And everyone hoped for rescue. But why did you come so late? There were 135 of us, now only 124 remain. Over a month has passed, and you still haven't arrived. Tell us how we are supposed to live, how to fulfill the wishes left behind by the deceased. How can we live quietly? There are children at home. I must hold on until I can return to see how the elderly and children are faring. Your words determine the final dignity of the survivors here. Do you think your decision is just? This was indeed a moral quandary, and Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. He watched as the woman pulled out a dozen sheets of paper from a bag. Looking at the different scripts, the word volunteer felt heavy. The clear handprints, with right hands placed before Xiaoyang, bore no signs of struggle, hoping the judge would spare them. I am committing suicide. He truly didn't know what to do this time, and Xiaoyang gazed at these emaciated individuals and found it difficult to make a decision. Ango, I will start delivering food to them from today onwards, without fail. If any more outrageous incidents occur, I will personally send them away. Feng Chao said to these people, There will always be a price to pay. Whatever has been done must be accounted for. They must never leave the power plant's doors. If one escapes, everyone pays with their lives. Understood, Ango. The return journey felt heavy, with 30-odd people dragging tools, the boards laden with survivors. Even Xiaoyang, who had collected 200 crystal cores, felt dazed. Living was truly difficult. If he had explored more places, perhaps it wouldn't be this way. Had he made a mistake? With remaining strength, he sought to help others, offering even a little without reluctance, fulfilling a duty. Was this truly the act of a sage? He was no sage. He was merely a being wishing to prolong his existence, seeking personal joy. Was he selfish? Always holding himself to his own standards? Back in the steel pipe factory workshop, he looked at Hong Kuan and said, Brother Hong, have I made some mistakes? No, you haven't, my younger brother. You are just one person. You cannot do everything. However, you must understand each individual. Human nature is inscrutable and complex. Hong Kuan observed in Xiaoyang's contemplative expression and continued. You know that no factories store food like our food factory. What would you do without food? Mr. Wei's factory has regulations. Easily stored food such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, dry flour, etc. must be stored for at least 2 months. But each factory has different regulations. Some have no canteens. Others bring their own meals. If those people are killed, so be it. Don't feel pressured. And Xiaoyang pointed at Feng Chao and said, You tell Brother Hong what we witnessed. Hong Kuan was taken aback, unsure how to respond to such a tragic and helpless choice. Let us eat first. We'll discuss this later. Old Hong could only say this. No one had answers, and no one would choose. The simple meal was difficult for many who had followed them to consume. Old Hong said, Even if you can't eat, you must. Didn't the officials defending the city during the Tang dynasty turn their wives and children into rations for the soldiers? To have the strength to act, One must first fill their belly. Feng Chao dragged the tool, laden with food and meat, into the fog, insisting on fulfilling his promises. What those people said also needed to be done. Cannibalism was already a tragedy of humanity, but how could it be accomplished? Living was truly arduous, just like Chen Jingye's parents, who chose the most direct method. After finishing the food in his bowl, he said to old Hong, "I'm heading back. I feel a bit lost. If I come out, I'll go. If I don't, then I'll rest. Youngin, if you rest and something similar happens elsewhere because you were late, what will you do? I'll decide once I've figured it out. I am human, not livestock. I truly don't know how to choose." Hong Kurin watched in Shouyang vanish into the fog, then turned back to Jingji and the others, asking, "What will you do?" "Hong, you're an old soldier. I haven't lived through those ancient times, where they sacrificed flesh to fill their stomachs, as the predecessors did. This story is about sacrificing oneself to save more people. Engo just hasn't comprehended it yet." Hongkuin glanced at Jingji with a mix of surprise and relief. General Wei approached Hongkuin as in Shouyang left and remarked, "Is this how you pressure him into action?" Hongkuin responded, "You are new here and unaware of the circumstances. You do not know him well. He is somewhat young. Although he is prudent in his work, he still possesses a touch of childishness. Everyone has their own thoughts. He simply cannot make decisions. You should assist him in making choices. Wei Shulan, you have just arrived. Do not flaunt your ideals of management here. While I may not perform as adeptly as you, I understand the nuances of communication and know how to articulate my thoughts. Unlike your husband, who has entangled himself with numerous women, fully aware yet weaving his own dreams like a tortoise. I am a woman. What do you expect me to do? I may be somewhat assertive, but he prefers a delicate demeanor. How can I win him back? I shall not waste my time engaging with you. Continue your dreams. We have plenty of tasks at hand." Wei Shulan, feeling dejected, could only return to her seat in silence. "General Wei, do not engage with them. They are already consumed by rage. That man named and is no saint either." Wei Shulan looked at her loyal bodyguard, Ping Ping. "Some people are oblivious to right and wrong. They covet their own positions, and neither you nor I can discern the truth. That man is the soul of this place. Without formidable power, how could he lead so many? In chaotic times, strength is paramount. Without the deterrence of force, how can one speak of order?" And Shouyang returned to the textile office building, tossing his backpack into a corner of the living room, and wandered back to his room. Lying on the bed, he pondered the purpose of his recent actions. Was it merely to survive longer or to chase after his whimsical dreams? Women rely on men to conquer the world, while men thrive on fervor and passion. What is my aim? Is it for multiple wives or for my own aspirations? Shi Yunyu entered the room and observed in Shouyang staring blankly at the ceiling, saying, "A woman named Chen Jingyi is calling for you." After glancing at Shi Yunyu, he replied, "I shall go now." In Shi Yunyu's office, she asked, "Shouyang, how are you?" "Quite well. You don't even reply. Yao misses you." "Is my daughter all right?" "She is fine, just clamoring for your return, claiming she had a nightmare." "Daddy." Yao had a nightmare. There was so much blood, and monsters everywhere wanted to devour me." "My dear, Daddy will return soon. I am a superhero, and no monster can withstand me. But when will you come back?" "Very soon." Yao must be obedient, Daddy. Last night I heard Mommy and Ani talking in their sleep. They want you back." "You silly little girl, stop talking nonsense. Daddy and Mommy will scold me. When Daddy returns, I will spank her." "Okay. Hurry back." "All right, I will be back shortly." As the call ended, Dongli Yasi glanced at Yang Wanru and quietly inquired, "He has a daughter now? I don't know. If you want to find him, ask him yourself. I am still in pain." Dongli Yasi looked at Yang Wanru but said nothing more. Anjiang hung up the phone and returned to his room, contemplating, "Am I not living for those I care about? Why should I shackle myself? The elders sacrificed so much, isn't it for the next generation? Whatever can be saved, let it be saved." And Shouyang glanced at his watch. He was to arrive at the steel pipe factory at 1:30 p.m. His backpack was once again filled with ropes as he led Jingji and others into the fog. Silver Orchid Biopharmaceuticals was a large pharmaceutical factory, featuring 6 workshops, a testing building, and an office building, complete with a cafeteria and dormitories. This factory surpasses the manufacturing plant. It has the most people, but I wonder how many survivors remain. Just focus on saving lives and eliminating threats. The rest is up to fate. Inside the office building, the lurking mutants had been cleared out. In the first workshop, 70 to 80 mutants were eradicated, but no living souls remained. The packaging and quality inspection areas were locked tight, showing signs of life, yet the dozens of figures suspended mid-air remained silent, having collectively chosen death as their fate. Their faces still youthful. Why would they make such a decision? As the workshop doors opened, and Xiaoyang and the others were stunned by the sight. A dozen men and 3 women, yet the workshop was filled with bound mutants, their bodies serving as sustenance for the living. The survivors had transformed into beasts, no longer deserving the title of human, existing in a liminal state between humanity and monstrosity, their eyes a fiery red, teeth clicking ominously, sharp as claws. This too is a choice. Send them off. Gunfire served as a farewell. There was no time for sentimentality. Next, they wandered towards the employee dormitory. Clear all obstacles, conduct inspections in groups of 3, and deal with any resistance on the spot. Begin the operation. With Jingji's command, they sprang into action, a total of 50 survivors, each alive but in a precarious state. Chapter 38. Experts instructed them to wait here and don warm clothing for the next target. The workshop was deserted, a fully enclosed space that could not be opened. Forced entry would cause significant damage. Another workshop, yet again sealed tight. What on earth was with all these enclosed spaces in this pharmaceutical factory? In yet another workshop, the door was ajar, revealing chaos within. Shelves were askew, and dozens of mutants roamed freely. After easily dispatching them, they resumed their search. The testing building, observing the locked doors and obstructions, they heard shouting from within. And Xiaoyang led Jingji and the others into the building, where a roar echoed. Everyone be alert. There are mutants. The building was only 3 stories tall. Upon opening the doors, each room contained researchers in white coats, working diligently and seemingly oblivious to the newcomers. Finally, a middle-aged woman noticed in Xiaoyang and the group, asking, "How did you get in here?" "Auntie, what are you researching?" The middle-aged woman, seeing them armed, inquired with suspicion. "Are you part of the National Rescue Team?" And Xiaoyang glanced at Jingji. "Bring everyone alive from here." "Understood." And Gu, turning back to the middle-aged woman, he stated, "I am not part of the National Rescue Team. We are a self-organized rescue group. I am curious how you have survived until now." Seeing Xiaoyang remove his helmet, she was astonished by his youthfulness. "Young man, our building has its own cafeteria, but our supplies are nearly depleted. The research results are flawed. Those who have turned into monsters change constantly. They can go without food or water but will still wither away. Auntie, please come with us. We will research it slowly. We will surely discover something. It is no longer safe here. All the data is in the records. Without electricity, many devices are unusable. If we are to produce data, it will be extremely difficult here." And Xiaoyang observed the 30 men and women brought by Jingji, young and old alike. A bound mutant, despite its howling, possessed crazed gray eyes filled with bloodlust. "Handle that one. We can capture it when necessary." "Oh," but an elderly scholar interjected, "we have an entire team here, and all our research equipment is present. All our efforts have been invested here. You say abandon it, and we should just abandon it? Since that storm, it has been over a month. Our instruments are unusable, and we can only calculate slowly, searching for reasons. We lack nothing here except power. We cannot give up, old sir, with only this many people. We cannot guarantee safety here." "What do you expect us to do?" the middle-aged woman replied. "Old Chui, we are only temporarily leaving. There are fire pits everywhere, and impurities have already entered here. We will return later." And Xiaoyang, looking at the researchers, truly did not wish for them to come to harm. He turned to the middle-aged woman and asked, "Do you have a generator here?" "Yes, but it is out of fuel." And Xiaoyang turned to Jingji, "Take people back to gather supplies. I will search for oil. 3 people will come here daily to stand guard, equipped with a radio, reporting every hour. From now on, arrange for the remaining survivors to return. And Gu, our fuel is diesel. Gasoline is only available in the vehicles, but they are buried under the snow. You need not worry. I can manage it. As long as we restore power, we can maintain sterile operations here. We must find the cause." "Understood." And Gu, Changjun, "Start the guard duty now. I will return with supplies." "Understood, Jing Gu." And Shouyang addressed the middle-aged woman. My name isn't Shouyang. Where is your generator located? In a small storage room behind the building. Wearing helmets, they navigated the corners towards the rear of the building, arriving at the generator's location. Upon opening the door, it became clear that it was not out of fuel. Rather, someone had shut it off and drained the oil. Damn it! It seems there are still others around. And Shouyang continued to navigate through the space, finally realizing where the oil had been siphoned from. The cafeteria was located at the very back. Gazing at the faint glow of the fire, obscured by the closed windows and doors, I found myself unable to locate the researchers. Meanwhile, you have conveniently drained the oil. Approaching the window, I overheard the conversations of those within. I care not for your sustenance or your drink. I long for meat. Can you not contribute a morsel? There are medicines here that do not lead to death, Yi Shao. You have already squandered your woman. Must you also exploit us? Though the factory may belong to your family, we have also toiled here. Now that problems have arisen, you find amusement in our plight, casually disposing of us and dishonoring women. What more do you desire? Do you wish to witness your own consumption by us? You wield your firearms with impunity, behaving like beasts. How many of the women here have you violated? You shall meet a grim fate. Lao Zhang, you are my father's trusted aide, and thus I afford you a modicum of respect. I have not laid a finger on your daughter, have I? As for those 3 women, they consented willingly. Once they were pleased, they acquiesced, did they not? You beast, it was you who drugged them. Whether there were drugs involved is of little consequence. They consented, and the aroma was indeed delightful, a scent I fondly remember. And Shouyang kicked the window open, observing the 2 factions within the dining hall as he spoke while walking. Sometimes I consider myself a paragon of righteousness, yet I have come to understand a fundamental truth. My strength demands your obedience. My words are edicts. I have listened from outside and gleaned much. In the dining hall, over 100 individuals gazed at the figure clad in bizarre attire, a gun slung over their shoulder, wielding a long blade, and donning a helmet that rendered them an absurd sight. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Yi Yiming? With a flicker of silver, the man known as Yi Shao was pierced through the brow. I am but a mere commoner. Have I not yet finished my discourse? What are you gesturing for? One ought to allow others to complete their thoughts. In this world, true reality encompasses both good and evil. When the distinction between the 2 fades, some must inevitably pay a price, akin to life itself. A young bodyguard hastily interjected. We are the bodyguards of the Yi family, having slain the young master. Do not expect to leave here alive. In an instant, gunfire erupted. A shadow darted past, and the gunfire ceased. A fountain of blood erupted forth. I increasingly dread complications. When reason is disbelieved, let us all perish together. And Shouyang addressed the remaining survivors. I have no time for idle chatter. Don your garments and prepare to depart. If you wish to leave, follow me. If not, perish here. With that, he departed, arriving at the generator warehouse. Fueling it, and a roar erupted. What a waste of my resources. Returning to the research building, he glanced at Chang Jun and stated, the generator is operational. Go inspect and ascertain what equipment is malfunctioning. Yes, and go. The temperature is rising, the lights have illuminated, and all devices are coming online. And go. The external machines require cleaning. Dissolve them with alcohol. Inform Jing Ji and the others to return and escort the survivors from the cafeteria. Understood. Seated at the stairwell, he gazed at the fog enveloping the windows and doors, feeling as though he existed within a dream. I in this wretched world. What am I truly meant to accomplish? A sense of helplessness gnawed at me. I am still directionally challenged, utterly lost. Am I truly the chosen one? Is diligence rewarded by the heavens, or is it merely a cycle of retribution? Or is it that the universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder? We are but insignificant figures, striving merely to survive, yet our struggles seem insurmountable. What wrongs have the common folk committed? They toil to provide for their families, seeking harmony. Yet now, the winds do not favor the fortunate, and boats are lost in the fog. There are always unresolved grievances, yet what can I do? Truth and deception intertwine, and I too am but a drifting reed. A fleeting fantasy is permissible, yet what has befallen this world? Is it all the mischief wrought by the cosmic rings? I, the chosen one, possessing the coveted space that all yearn for, shall I contend with you? Who has saved more, I or your detestable world that claims lives? Today, I failed to complete my mission. I had intended to traverse it all. Yet, there are too many survivors here, and time on the road is extending. Amidst the fog, only a rope provided direction, at least allowing me to hear voices. And Shouyang sat at the stairwell, observing the supplies each individual carried. Jingji, transport them to the kitchen. Upon Jingji's return, he inquired of Shouyang. And Gu, the winds are strong, the snow is melting rapidly, and the path is muddy and slippery. Let us return for now. Leading the individuals from the cafeteria, they linked together with ropes and slowly made their way towards the steel pipe factory. Every person has their needs. When conditions improve, they tend to alter their disheveled appearance, especially with more women around, increasing demands. The scarcity of living supplies has left Lao Hong and Lao Zhao in dire straits. Damn it! Rescuing people has only brought more trouble. What say you and brother? I gazed towards the sea and told them to wash up and sleep. This place is already paradise. And Xiaozi calmly remarked, your place is the true paradise. Even the infants are well cared for. You old fox, should your daughter continue to relay information to you, do you believe I would return and bring her and your wife along? You need not threaten me. I am now punching the South Mountain nursing home and kicking the North Sea kindergarten. A single blow could fell a tiger. You ought to devise a plan. Oh, you old fox, still jesting with me. Let me tell you, I, the master, subduing dragons in the East Sea, wearing shorts on the West Coast, how impressive am I? Regardless, you must also find a way. No? Not at all in this fog. I can hardly distinguish east from west. How am I to act? The textile and garment factories have materials. Shall we produce some? You old fox, speak for yourself. And brother, you see, Lao Zhao and I are aging. Do you think it appropriate? Old men have thick skins. I am still a pure and handsome youth. Pure my foot. If you succeed, I shall introduce you to a mistress or two, so you may be a groom every day. I am neither a breeding pig nor a cow. Let things unfold as they will. Lao Hong gazed skyward. I am getting old. I can no longer manage these affairs. I should wash up and sleep enough. You old fox, I shall go speak. The child is teachable. Teach what? After conversing with Lao Hong, my spirits lifted significantly. I picked up my backpack, grasped my battle blade, and declared, I am returning. Inform Jingji to continue tomorrow. Do not forget the important matters. Is that a matter? That is a privilege, as if you never sought one from me. Returning to the textile building, I observed everyone still diligently weaving ropes. I placed my battle blade and backpack in a corner, removed my armor, and returned to my room to wash up. Wandering around, I found no one. The office was also deserted. Are they once again occupied with tasks? Gazing at the smog-filled office, tomorrow we shall install the generator. It suffocates me. Those researchers enjoy favorable treatment. Once the air conditioning is on and the alcohol stove ignited, it is quite comfortable. Just as I reached the lobby, Feng Chao approached, and Gu Laohong, the squad leader, calls for you. Why must I go back now? I do not know. It seems those with colds and fevers have encountered a situation. They have suddenly recovered. Their strength has also increased. Oh, is this evolution? Without even changing clothes, clad in black thermal gear and simple cloth shoes, I arrived at the steel pipe factory, observing the crowd gathered. Pushed aside by Feng Chao, and Shouyang swaggered in. He saw Jing Ji and others conducting tests on several individuals. With only 300 pounds of strength, 4 women, 3 men. Not bad. The guards have indeed grown stronger. Yet, he discreetly instructed Feng Chao, observe for a time, do not stray from them, understood, and Gu Lao Hong called from afar, and brother, let us drink a bit tonight. Lao Hong, you are double-faced. You call me in brother when it suits you, and then refer to me as a lad when it does not. You truly are an old fox. You are no different. One moment you call me Hong Lao Gu, the next you call me old fox. If we are to drink, let us do so. I am not afraid of you. I know your drinking capacity is great, and I am not lacking either. At a large table, 2 bowls were set before Shouyang, Lao Hong, Lao Zhao, and Jingji, along with a woman named Wei Shulan. The dishes were the same, only the wine differed. All served for warmth. Lao Hong proclaimed, today, We are fortunate to have Wei Zong here. Let us raise a toast to celebrate today's success. Jing Ji and the others cheered. They were also delighted to follow in Xiaoyang. And go, cheers, good. And Xiaoyang raised his cup, looking at Lao Hong. Hong Lao Go, do you still have that wine from last time? There is one bottle left. Why do you ask? Bring it out for us to drink. Do you intend to save it for the little chicks? And Xiaozi, that is my prized possession. Once consumed, it is gone. Lao Hong, if you bring it out, tomorrow I will ensure the electricity flows here. Do you believe that? And Xiaozi, do not deceive me. The power plant is under your control, yet with few people and heavy snow obstructing the path, many devices require electricity to operate. You cannot manage it. I can find a generator. The warehouse at the air conditioning factory is fully stocked. Once installed, this place will no longer be shrouded in smoke. That cannot be. There is only that little bit. It must be preserved. If I install electricity in the textile building, do not accuse me of favoritism. Wei Shulan suddenly interjected. I have a few bottles of wine in my office. I don't have much interest in it. You are welcome to help yourselves. They are in the bookshelf. Lao Hong looked at Wei Shulan and asked, do you know what constitutes good wine? He is merely a wine barrel. The older the wine, the more fragrant it becomes. Dayan Xiaoyang, if you manage to clean this place up, I'll take it out and have a drink. And Xiaoyang turned to Jing Ji and inquired, how many factories are left that we haven't cleared yet? Brethren, we've only managed to clear about half, and that doesn't even include those factories you've worked on yourself. So many. We need to accelerate the pace tomorrow morning. First clear the area and then rescue people. We'll let him drink in the evening. Understood, brethren? Those research experts are not the so-called brick experts. You must make proper arrangements to avoid any mistakes. Rest assured, brethren. The momentary joy had little impact. By the time Xiaoyang returned to the textile building, everyone had already begun to rest. He washed up and went to bed. While Yang Wanru seemed to have vanished somewhere, it was only in the midst of his dreams that he realized Yang Wanru had returned. Yet those monsters perpetually invaded in Xiaoyang's dreams, leaving him unable to divert his attention, forced to confront them only in his slumber. Chapter 39. Innocence, could I kindly ask everyone to lend a hand and leave a positive review? Thank you for your support, and may you reign supreme. There were times when he truly wished to remain intoxicated, dreaming of guests from a drunken state. However, that delicate figure always seemed to appear beside him. Do not question the mandarin ducks playing in the water. Only then will you understand the sound of the wild geese passing by. Xiaoyang, will we still be able to survive? Wanru, you are the teacher. Why are you asking me? But you know far more than I do. Then tell me where you went last night. It's merely women's affairs. You cannot inquire. Am I not still your man? Indeed. A man should not meddle in a woman's personal matters. Fine. I shall refrain from asking, but there is one issue you must resolve for me. What is it? With so many women, a great number of survivors have come from the steel pipe factory. Yet there are no feminine products available. Could you think of a solution? Darling, why do you involve yourself in everything? Just resolve it for me. We are discussing it today. It's quite difficult to produce. As our level of sterilization is insufficient, isn't there still plenty of alcohol? You rogue. I shall ignore you. How am I a rogue? I am merely considering the safety of the women. I will provide whatever is needed. You are a rogue. Show me your hands. First, tell me how you plan to manage this. Without disinfectant, those with the requisite skills can manage, but high-temperature sterilization is problematic. We lack cotton. Yang Wanru looked earnestly at Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, we are lacking in many essentials. There is no electricity, no sterilization facilities. Everything is handcrafted and exceedingly challenging. Wife? What do you lack? We are short of everything. Clothing, undergarments, you name it. The garment factory offers only finished materials. Yet as Yang Wanru beheld the items transforming in Xiaoyang's hands, she initially thought she was mistaken. However, when she took one packet from his grasp, she realized it was indeed real. Darling, how did you manage this? What do you desire most at this moment? Women's intimate items, sanitary pads. Then, Xiaoyang produced a packet, and as Yang Wanru held it before her eyes, she rubbed them to ensure she was not dreaming. Darling, where did you hide this? Your husband is indeed quite capable. What else do you wish for? Stars. You silly woman. Can stars be plucked at will? Did you not say you are quite capable? Be more specific. Go home. I see you are feeling mischievous, darling. I was wrong. I desire a ring. Subsequently, Xiao Yang produced a ring box, revealing a gemstone ring that quietly materialized before young Wanru. Darling, are you a deity? Be quiet, you foolish girl. This matter is ours to keep secret. No one else must know. Do you understand? Understood. Whatever you lack, ask of me, but do not disclose it to others. Young Wanru joyfully acquired many items, mostly feminine products, and, having received everything from top to bottom, she happily spent some time with Enlayoi before darting away. After dining, they commenced clearing once more, and this time, no repulsive incidents transpired. Some areas had been tidied up by Xiao Yang, while others had indeed become mutated beings due to the lack of personnel. Each day, the workforce in the entire park numbered in the tens of thousands, yet the final outcome left Hong Kuin and the others astounded. Only 9,000 survived. Devoid of joy, ammunition reserves had already diminished by half, and the mist still lingered. Hong Kuin gazed at Xiao Yang and said, "You have encircled them completely, Lao Hong. I personally secured the ropes. Not a single section was left unattended. Have you been to that light industrial chemical processing factory at the foot of Shaoliang Mountain? Captain Hong, how can we possibly go there? It's too far. But the Chemical Pinnacle Factory is home to prodigies in mathematics and chemistry, a state-supported project. Surely you must see it. They all have confidentiality agreements. I've only heard rumors. It's very mysterious, but sadly, I've never been inside." And Xiao Yang regarded Lao Hong and remarked, "No matter how mysterious it is, it cannot surpass the enigma of the Qinling mountain range base. It is not a military stronghold. At most, it is merely something urgently needed by the nation." "Nonsense. I have heard from old comrades that it is merely publicly stated as a state-supported project, yet they conduct research on aerospace technology and drones. Everything is produced there. Lao Hong, this is no trivial matter. Without satellite signals, drones are our eyes now. Are you sure there will be no mistakes?" "There will be no mistakes. It was merely mentioned in passing, and thereafter, no further inquiries were made. We must investigate the situation." "How far is it from here?" 27 kilometers. "Lao Hong, are you joking? No matter how strong I am, how long must the rope be? I have no idea how to get there. Brethren, you must investigate that location. Once the fog dissipates, the base will lose its satellite signals, and the radar array will struggle to distinguish ground targets. Without our eyes, what do you think the outcome will be? The melting speed of the snow is accelerating. It is estimated that within 20 days, the snow will vanish. There is not a single location that can endure for 2 months with any survivors." Xiao Yang looked at Hong Kuin and said, "This world has irrevocably changed. I cannot speak for other places, but here, everything has been thoroughly cleansed. You may have heard from Jingji and others about how humanity has warped, with the weak being ruthlessly bullied. For some women, living is no longer a beautiful term. Perhaps death is a release. You want me to see the current situation there. I do not deny my reluctance to go. There are weapons and equipment at the base, drones and the like, but right now, I cannot change anything. I am directionally challenged. How do you expect me to get there? The general direction is unmistakable. Take the radio and compass. I can guide you there. As long as you can drag the rope, I will continue to provide it." Hong Kuin looked at Xiao Yang and said, "Go tomorrow morning. Since you insist on my going, I shall see the situation for myself." Nighttime entertainment was scarce. Drinking, chatting, and sleeping had become habitual, and Xiao Yang always found amusement. A night of conversation left him feeling invigorated while Yang Wanru peacefully slumbered, in the hall of the textile building. Hong Kuin and others observed Xiao Yang, whose backpack was filled with ropes, compasses, thermal imaging devices, firearms, and ammunition, all meticulously prepared. "From here, proceed directly west. Here is the compass. Do not err if you start off wrong. You will stray fard." Xiao Yang looked at Hong Kuin and said, "Ensure the rope does not tangle. Do not delay my journey, and do not let it break. If it does, I will have to wait until the fog clears before I can return." "You can count on me." And Xiao Yang tied the rope around his waist, slung his backpack and radio over his shoulders, and stepped into the mist. Hong Kuin and the others watched as the rope remained taut, while Jingji ensured its integrity. "Everyone, speed up the weaving. We must ensure the rope is long enough." And Xiao Yang held the compass, hastening in the same direction, with the rope growing heavier behind him, as if dragging a truck laden with cargo. His pace slowed incrementally. Shaoliang Mountain. How far have I come? He inquired through the radio. Jingji, how far have I traveled approximately? Brethren, about 20 kilometers. The rope is too heavy. I need to rest for a bit. I will proceed in about 10 minutes. Understood. Uncertain of his position, he found himself in an expanse of white, shrouded in fog where visibility was non-existent. Finally, the radio crackled to life with Jingji's voice. Brethren, you are almost there. Proceed with caution. Understood. At last, he comprehended why this place was labeled a state-supported project. A 10-meter tall wall, high-voltage electric fences. And there was even electricity here. Jingji, I have located the wall. The rope is secured. Goodness, there is electricity here. I will terminate this communication for now and assess the situation. Brethren, received. It was indeed challenging to locate. And Xiaoyang arrived at the rear wall, feeling along the corner before moving towards the entrance. He observed the occasional sparks flying from the high-voltage electric fence and, with a running start, leaped right in. The security room was already deserted. One can only search slowly, and surprisingly, the first place I stumbled upon was the cafeteria. Through the window, I glimpsed flickering flames. There were survivors. Upon opening the cafeteria door and stepping into the inner chamber, the situation became starkly clear. Over 200 individuals were barely clinging to life, while security personnel controlled the entire area, astonishingly armed with firearms, faced with the dark muzzles of a dozen shotguns, albeit the most rudimentary form of weaponry. I wondered why. Despite their starvation, no one dared to resist. I had come here merely to assess the situation and offer assistance. Raise your hands. And Xiaoyang continued, since you seem unscathed, I shall take my leave. Let us not spoil the peace. How did you arrive here? I wandered in by accident. I shall depart at once, brother. I see you are armed and possess a radio. Surely you hail from somewhere. Oh, I'm from the factory in the park. It seems I've taken a wrong turn. Remove your helmet. And Xiaoyang slowly took off his helmet and set it aside, then gradually stood up. I truly arrived here by mere chance. This elder brother can let me go. Leave your backpack. Leave the firearms and you may depart. A feeble man interjected, brother. You must leave quickly. They have turned into beasts. Numbering over 20, hurry. Oh, since they are all beasts, shall we not abandon our lives? Is it truly difficult to make such a decision? Kid, hand over your possessions obediently, and I will let you go. I merely find it curious how there is electricity here. It would be best if you refrained from prying into matters here. Obey and drop your belongings. Should you dare to move again, I will shoot. I am quite reasonable. As long as you do not provoke me, I will engage with you courteously. However, there are always some beasts who refuse to listen. Let them perish together. Before Xiaoyang could finish, his figure transformed into a blur. Silver flashes erupted, and a dozen heads soared into the air. Fountains of blood erupting amidst a cacophony of screams. From within, several figures rushed out, armed, yet they were met with a flurry of cold light. Casting a glance at the feeble crowd sprawled on the ground, he sighed silently. Their courage to resist had long been extinguished. The individuals inside finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A few men, trousers hastily pulled up, brandished knives and prepared to charge out. And Xiaoyang, however, granted them no opportunity. His blade gleamed with silver and blood, restoring tranquility once more. The inner chamber was merely a converted storage room, where a dozen disheveled women gazed at Xiaoyang in confusion. Put on some clothes and come out, he commanded as he returned to the main hall. Observing the disoriented individuals, he ventured into the kitchen, noting the ample food supplies. Why were they all starving yet refusing to resist? You may move about. If you wish to prepare food, do so yourselves. 3 women and 2 men gradually rose from the throng. Let us get to work. And Xiaoyang settled into a chair. Looking at the men before him, why do you not resist? With a dozen shotguns, do you lack even a modicum of courage? A gaunt middle-aged man replied, Brother, you do not understand. They are all from the security company, each robust and armed. We are merely technicians. How can we stand against them? Can you truly bear to watch your colleagues being abused, witnessing their lawlessness? The middle-aged man merely sighed, offering no further words. What is the nature of your work here? And Xiaoyang inquired. We conduct research on infrared thermal imaging, drone radar detection equipment, night vision devices, thermal imagers, and infrared thermal imaging apparatus, military equipment. Oh, so you are talents of the nation. How could you fall under the control of security? It is utterly incomprehensible. Are there any mutants here? Several individuals looked at Xiao Yang in bewilderment, unsure of his meaning. You know, zombies? Yes, those monsters are devouring people in several workshops. The living are mostly here, and there might be survivors in the office building, though we are uncertain of their condition. And Xiao Yang scanned the room, observing the half-dead state of the individuals. Clearly, he would need to explore on his own. You all eat first. I will seek out the situation myself. He picked up his helmet, donned it, and began to search. Indeed, the workshop had become the domain of the mutated beings. As Xiao Yang cleared the area, he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings until he finally located the office building. However, it too had transformed into a paradise for the mutants, littered with skeletal remains and bloodstains everywhere. While clearing the area, he ascended the stairs, only to find the fifth-floor entrance blocked. After clearing it, he gazed at the fire pit within, the tightly shut office doors, some damaged. As he opened door after door, he finally arrived at the plaque marking the CEO's office. Could they all be inside? Forcing the door open, he was met with a scene that thrilled him. Police inspection. Everyone squat down. A dozen men and women, clad in a kaleidoscope of colors, occupied the room. The temperature inside was at least in the teens, with some bound to chairs, others sprawled across desks. This tableau delighted Xiao Yang. Did you not hear? Everyone squat down. He drew his gun from behind, chambering around. The 13 individuals, 7 women and 5 men, gradually complied. Who is the leader here? The 7 women turned to the individual squatting beside the desk. I am. Ah, you old fellow, what a fortunate man you are. How have you managed to endure here for so long? And Xiao Yang playfully inquired of the portly middle-aged man. I have everything here, with ample supplies. May I ask how young brother arrived? I took a stroll, yet I could not find the generator. It's in the northwest corner underground. It can last for another half-month. I also could not find the warehouse. Where is it? It's in the northwest corner. You're unfamiliar with the area, but it's not far. The warehouse is east of the dormitory area and residential zone. You have residential buildings here as well? Yes, there are many workers, with 4 shifts, and some families reside here. Oh. What is the total area of your premises? 2 courtyards. This is the factory area, with a building complex to the east. I have a blueprint, totaling 700 acres. Everyone, get dressed? Yes, yes, there is a saying. Those who are pitiable must have their own faults. There are no innocents here. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Truly, a leader who is indifferent to life or death, indulging in the service of beautiful women while remaining oblivious to everything outside. Perhaps this will be the new norm. Chapter 40. Migration Bosses? Please leave a good review. Thank you. Humanity has become a self-serving species. As long as one's own needs are met, they care not for the frost upon another's roof. What am I, after all? Is it merely for a touch of companionship and my unrealistic dreams? Observing the group of individuals dressing, he pointed at the portly man and said, Take me to see the situation. You should be able to guide me with your eyes closed. Right, brother, if you go outside, you will freeze to death. Look, there is still some food here. Why not stay here? I can provide you with my secretary. Enough with the nonsense. It won't kill you. Otherwise, I shall drag you along. The dark muzzle of the gun was pressed directly against the man's head. All right, I will put on a few more layers. And Xiao Yang glanced at the women and the men. They were not at fault. Merely seeking to survive, or to live a little more comfortably for a bit longer. Who could blame them? The now clothed portly man addressed the 4 men. Everyone, go get dressed. We shall go together. Yes, boss. The 5 corpulent individuals were bound with ropes, the other end tied around their waists. From now on, you will guide me. Yes, brother. Walk forward 5 meters, take a left, then straight for about 400 meters, take a right, then a left, and you will soon arrive in 500 meters. By my grandmother's leg, this is quite real. I could walk with my eyes closed. In the warehouse, a dozen mutants met their demise at Xiao Yang's hands, causing the 5 men to tremble in fear. Turning on the lights, he beheld an array of neatly packaged equipment. He casually opened one box, inspecting its contents, prompting the portly man to quickly exclaim, Brother, this is a thermal imaging infrared radar imager. Once mounted on a drone, it can traverse anywhere. Are there more such devices? Then hurry and find me a drone. Yes, yes. As several men lifted boxes, a drone measuring a meter on each side emerged before him. How long can this fly? With a full charge, it lasts 3 hours, featuring automatic follow mode. As long as you have this display, you can operate it however you wish, with real-time visibility extending up to 5 kilometers. Come, teach me how to operate it. And Xiaoyang finally understood what a foolproof operation method entailed. The difference between automatic follow and manual control lay only in altitude. After ascending several meters, the entire factory area was laid bare before him. Admittedly, it was somewhat dim, yet it provided in Xiaoyang with the finest three-dimensional view and situational awareness within a 5-kilometer radius. A splendid design indeed. Serving as an excellent mode of transport, an optimal tool for traversing through the fog. Fetch me reserve batteries. Bring plenty. Yes, yes. 10 batteries and charging equipment. He instructed the 5 men. You have not committed evil. Yet do not presume I would hesitate to eliminate you. In your cafeteria, there are several hundred survivors, and food is running low. Can't you devise a plan to save them? You truly are a selfish individual. My dear brother, this isn't simply a matter of wanting to save them. It's about how we can escape. The cold is unbearable, and they would perish in no time. What can I do? Just go back. I can manage on my own. I will assess the actual situation here and see if I can bring you all back. My brother, do you have any food? I have everything, plenty of beautiful women too. You must have some ideas. No, as long as I survive, I have no thoughts of such things. I'll take a look around. You all wait back. Yes, brother, can we take this item with us? Certainly. This belongs to your factory. Use it as you see fit. Ah, thank you. The 5 of them found the equipment, set it up, and another drone took to the skies. That brother. We will head back first. And Xiaoyang watched the 5 depart, thinking how useful this device would be, and soon it would all belong to him. The warehouse was emptied, and within the star ring space, thousands of drones were added. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a swarm of black flying creatures racing towards the 5 men. Trouble was brewing. He watched the screen as the creatures sped toward them but was ultimately a step too late. In front of the office building, hundreds of unknown flying beasts had occupied the entire structure, with 5 gruesome white bones lying in front of the building and in the lobby, bloodied, and Xiaoyang observed the fluttering beasts, which looked like neither bats nor rats, yet their mouths resembled those of rats, with bat-like wings, the size of human heads, darting chaotically within the building. There was no time to lower the screen. Wielding a long knife, he swung it fiercely, and with each glimmer of silver, a bat-rat beast would fall, with sharp beaks, claws, and serrated teeth. They battered against the office windows, shattering the tempered glass. It was over. This place was doomed. Hearing the screams of women from upstairs, and Xiaoyang tightened his grip on the long knife, climbing toward the upper floor. 347 mutated bat-rat beasts fell beneath his blade, leaving behind 347 crystal cores, albeit somewhat small. Of the 7 women, only 3 survived. What made these creatures so swift? What had attracted them? Could it be the drones? The 3 terrified women gazed at the blood-soaked corpses in the lobby and the bodies of the flying bat-rat beasts. All shedding tears. Get dressed. I will take you to the cafeteria. After saying this, he picked up the bloodied screen and set it to follow him. Follow me, and be quick. If any more of these creatures appear, you will meet your end too. He guided the 3 into the cafeteria, where many were resting, their bowls spotless. Leading the 3 women inside, he asked, "Who is in charge here?" A relatively young man replied, "I am the workshop supervisor. My position is the highest." And Xiaoyang approached the man and inquired, "What is your name?" "Gong Hamping." "Supervisor Gong, is it? This drone belongs to your boss. It is now yours. For specifics, consult those 3 women and make sure everyone prepares warm clothing. We may need to evacuate at any moment. I will check the living area. Benefactor, could you first check the dormitory? Is there anyone still alive there?" Understood. Watching Xiaoyang depart, the young man hurried to the 3 women and asked, "Secretary Yang, what happened?" President Feng and the others were devoured by the monsters. They were flying beasts, though I don't know their names. Even Sister Yin and the others were eaten. Who was it that killed the flying beasts and brought us here? Understood. And Xiao Yang arrived at the dormitory and felt an ominous sensation upon seeing the ajar door. Glancing at the drone screen revealed signs of life. After cleaning up to the 5th floor, he finally understood why there were indications of life. There were over a dozen survivors, but they were utterly exhausted. And Xiao Yang could do nothing to save them. The fire pit had long since extinguished, and the people were stripped bare, a final struggle before succumbing to death. Ignoring the scene, he proceeded to the residential area. In the 5 three-story buildings, the drone screen indicated no signs of life. It had been completely wiped out, and Xiao Yang, still uneasy, inspected a building and confirmed that everyone had perished. The distant sound of the drone's propellers jolted him awake. Reluctantly returning to the cafeteria, he found a clean table and sat down. Only you folks remain. Everyone else has died. No one wept. They all sat in silence, perhaps having already guessed the outcome, or perhaps having abandoned their compassion. And Xiao Yang rummaged through his backpack for self-heating food and called to the people nearby. Is there any water? A woman in work attire, wearing large black-rimmed glasses, placed a thermos on Xiao's table. We have no warm clothing. We can't possibly leave this place. And Xiao Yang glanced at the woman, whose glasses obscured half her face. There is some in the living area. I will look for it in the morning. He handed the drone screen to the woman and instructed her to retrieve it. Nightfall was approaching. After that, he pulled out a bottle of liquor and began to drink on his own. After finishing, he took the radio and called, Jingji, are you there? Ngu is here. A type of flying beast, which I named Bat-Rat Beast, attacked here. There are over 200 survivors, both men and women. We can return tomorrow evening. We must abandon this place. I wonder if any of those Bat-Rat Beasts remain. Ngu, why not take the hovercraft to fetch you? We could surely reach there by following the rope. That works, but we must be cautious. Ensure we avoid those flying Bat-Rat Beasts. They are hard to hit with guns, all wielding knives. There is a generator here. Let us dismantle it for our use. All right, Ngu, just wait for us. The supervisor Gong approached Xiao Yang and said, this is a state-supported project. If we leave, all investments will be lost. Everyone is dead. What investments remain? If you survive, consider it divine intervention. The man sighed and said nothing more, and Xiao Yang responded, from now on, everyone must conserve their strength. All food must be prepared by midnight, and everyone should eat well by morning. After we leave, I will temporarily seal this place. Understood. 2 tables were pushed together. He retrieved bedding from his bag, laid it out, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. This time, his dreams shifted to a duel, where Tu and Xiao Yangs faced off, one controlled by him, the other representing his self-awareness. From bare fists to clad in technological armor, and eventually to operating a mech and piloting a fighter jet. Upon awakening, the bespectacled woman had just placed the thermos near Xiao Yang. Observing everyone eating, he packed up his bedding and organized his backpack. He went to the kitchen and found no oil for the potato noodles. Returning to his table, he thought to himself that his own food was undoubtedly better. He waved to the woman in glasses and produced a few boxes from behind his back, inviting her to join him for a meal. He glanced at the potato noodles in her bowl and then at her famished face. Eating this would suffice for now, as better meals awaited them upon their return. The woman did not hesitate. Tearing open the packaging and taking the thermos, it was evident she knew how to fend for herself. After the meal, they donned their gear, deployed the drones, and ventured into the fog toward the living area. All was lost, and nothing at home could be salvaged. They gathered everything they could. After much toil, dragging door panels laden with assorted clothing and bedding, he flung them into the dining hall. All right, gather around for clothing. The bedding must be well prepared for warmth. There's oil paper inside. It's best to wrap yourselves up. After speaking, he returned to the warehouse and retrieved 20 drone units. It would be wise to leave them here. They can't come in. He then placed them at the entrance, hoping no one would come to steal them. Back in the cafeteria, he told Gong Honping, I need to cut the power. Otherwise, my people can't enter. Ignoring any objections, he proceeded underground to shut down the generator, which still had a little fuel left. Dismantling everything and transporting it to the entrance, he secured the windows and doors of each workshop and returned to the cafeteria to await further developments. Ngu, Wee arrived. Did you bring enough rope? Ngu replied he had brought enough. Wee opened the door, and all the equipment is loaded onto the boat. You all should hurry here. And Xiaoyang waved his hand. The hovercraft can't carry many people. Those door panels can serve as seats. There's rope outside. Now, everyone hold hands. Gong Honping, release the drones to ensure no one gets lost. Understood. Let us move out. The long migration began, with ropes linking each person, each secured with at least 2 ropes, advancing into the fog under the hovercraft as pole. Chapter 41. Lao Hong, you deceived me. Newcomers, please leave a review. Finally back, it's still warm in the workshop, and dinner is ready. Upon seeing Lao Hong chatting with Supervisor Gong, he approached and said, Lao Hong, do you two know each other? Not at all. I just wanted to learn more about their situation. What situation? In the midst of a fog, there exists a creature of flight, its mouth resembling that of a rodent, with sharp claws and wings akin to those of a bat. Its teeth razor sharp. Within a minute, 5 men were reduced to mere skeletons, their speed of flight astonishing. Brethren, I have spotted the generator set, where Jingji and others are assembling it. Shortly, we shall have electricity here. Tomorrow morning, I shall instruct Jingji and his team to extend the power supply to the textile building. What do you think of this plan? Brother Hong, please oversee the arrangements. This evening, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. 3 large bowls of chicken, duck, and fish, and I shall promptly fetch some wine for us to enjoy. This is splendid. My trip was not in vain. Observing Jingji and the others, I approached him and advised, ensure to acquire more air conditioners tomorrow, and install several in the textile building as well. Those oil barrels must be discarded. They're suffocating us daily. Understood, brethren. At a large table, and Xiaoyang remarked, today, I brought back over 200 people. The absence of issues along the way indicates that although the ropes may seem cumbersome, they are indeed practical. With the drones now at our disposal, this is a remarkable asset. I no longer fear losing my way. It is effortless to identify any living soul with this device. It proves to be exceedingly useful. He then turned to Director Gong and said, you all have nothing to do here. Teach Jingji and the others how to operate this, as it will be indispensable for future rescues. Brethren, I did not deceive you, did I? Surely, this is a valuable addition. This time, it has been commendable, worthy of praise. You rascal, taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. Wei Shulan interjected, Gong Honping, as an old friend of Brother Hong, do you not share your endeavors with him? Hong Kuren fixed his gaze sharply upon Wei Shulan. Irritated. Why must you intrude upon my affairs? That way, I do not know him at all. Please refrain from misrepresenting my acquaintances. Wei Shulan, perceiving the ferocity in Hong Kuen's glare, finally realized her words may have crossed a line. And Xiaoyang, downing his drink, remarked, you old fox, you have deceived me, brethren. How could I possibly deceive you? I genuinely do not know where Brother Gong is. Old fox, if you do not drink tonight, you shall consume as much as I do, or I shall return home tomorrow. Wei Shulan's blunder had caused significant trouble for Hong Kuen, who, feeling disgruntled, fell silent, focusing on the rice in his bowl. Brethren, in light of Brother Gong's survival and your efforts, I shall brave the night with you. Let us drink. After several cups, Old Hong collapsed beneath the table. Old fox, I warned you to speak truthfully. Your drinking prowess shall be your downfall after the meal. I looked at Jingji and said, tomorrow, let us attend to those matters. I am retiring for the night. Brethren, take care, as in Xiaoyang departed. The inebriated Old Hong rose, exclaiming, you are still inexperienced. Jingji and the others were utterly perplexed. Was this all a performance? Hong Kuen pointed at Jingji, declaring, do not divulge anything. Should you inform him? We shall forfeit our wine privileges, Captain Hong. We will not disclose anything to brethren. Hong Kuen turned to Wei Shulan, stating, have I offended you in any way? Please refrain from speaking carelessly. Shouldn't become agitated and leave. We shall all face dire consequences. Boss Hong, take heed next time. Also, Jingji, why have you not retrieved the wine from my office? Wei, we shall collect it tomorrow. Anqiang returned to the textile building, which had fallen silent. He instructed the 2 women on duty. If anything unusual occurs, do not open the door. Awaken me first before doing so. Inform Jingji and the others that from now on, should there be any movement, contact via the radio first. Do not venture out recklessly. Understood. Back in his room, he gazed at the slumbering young Wanru, quietly shedding his armor and garments to lie down. Feeling a noticeable tremor within his body, After all these years as a couple, you still feign sleep. The dim glow of firelight illuminated the scene, as alcohol served as the medium, gradually merging their beings into one. A night of passion ensued, and In Xiaoyang found himself in a dreamscape where battles commenced. KO? Finally, he soared among the stars, where fighter jets roared and energy weapons unleashed shockwaves, quantum beams, and more, leaving him in a whirlwind of sensations. Having cultivated good habits, the buns in his hands morphed in shape, but upon noticing the presence beside him, he felt a surge of unease. DNGLY, why have you come to my bed? I wish to keep you here. There are better ways to achieve that. Only in this manner will you hold my image in your heart, and you shall remember me. Foolish girl, my Wanru is still here. Do you think I could possibly flee? She has arrived. I merely came quietly. You silly girl, is this a mere rotation? I do not know how you will treat me, but I must confess I am somewhat fond of you. Unrestrained and committed, once I become your man, I shall never be wronged. How shall I explain this upon returning? You need not take responsibility. Just grant me a child. You foolish woman, I am at a loss. Has your mind been muddled? Gazing at the person in his arms and then out into the fog, he pondered. Are not women also female creatures? Sentimental beings tend to contemplate the future. Rest easy. Soon the entire building shall know, and if I do not take responsibility, I would be deemed a scoundrel. I have yet to live enough. With the label of a scoundrel, how shall I navigate life? A heartless man, a notorious libertine, a flower thief with a facade of virtue, despicable and base, capricious, shameless, a promiscuous scoundrel. You have presented me with quite the dilemma, foolish girl. I do not object. Your affairs are your own as long as you carry me in your heart. You have overthought this. In less than 10 seconds, you have assigned yourself so many titles, and I have not uttered a word. Wrapping himself in a blanket and donning his attire, he noticed the vibrant plum blossoms before his eyes. Was this the rhythm of takeoff? Just as the third party arrives, the fourth has already approached, and I have not yet savored enough of my rightful partner. DNGLYSH gazed at In Xiaoyang, her eyes gleaming with mischief. You, a mere boy, cannot escape my grasp. Having traversed the business world for years, I have encountered all sorts of individuals. As long as one sheds their shame, I dare to seize anyone I desire. Observing In Xiaoyang's helpless expression, DNGLYSH felt a surge of delight. Who would not wish to possess such a man? You rest now. Jingji and the others have matters to attend to. Should you require anything urgently, inform me upon my return, and I shall certainly see to it. Without donning her armor, she slipped on her shoes and stepped out. As DNGLYSH departed, she was about to rise and dress when the door swung open, revealing young Wanru, who glanced around curiously. You need not mock me here. I have thick skin. You stole my position back then, and now you steal my man. Can I not even observe this? Let us see if you dare to rise. DNGLYS covered her head with the blanket. Speak as you wish. I shall see if you require assistance in the future. Even if I need assistance, it shall not come from you. If you have the courage, rise and strike me. I shall not retaliate. DNGLYSH was utterly defeated. Unable to rise, In Xiaoyang was delighted. When challenges arise, I shall confront them. I am but a man. Why should I fear you? At the steel pipe factory, Jingji and the others were already bustling about, finalizing the generator setup, connecting extensive cables, and meticulously installing the air conditioning units. Upon seeing old Hong approach, I exclaimed, Brother Hong, what do you think of this arrangement? Excellent. This shall serve as our base henceforth. Well done, old Hong. Why do I sense something amiss with you? Oh, it's nothing. I merely drank too much last night. I perceive it is not merely intoxication. You are yearning for your wife, are you not? Would you like me to fetch her for you? No need. Once this site is complete, I shall personally go. Jingji approached In Xiaoyang, saying, Brethren, we are ready to power it on. Let us proceed and observe the results. Very well. A deafening roar erupted as the indicators on the distribution board flickered to life. The air conditioning units activated one by one, and In Xiaoyang, feigning knowledge, surveyed the surroundings. You young lad, what do you know? Why are you meddling here? Go drink some tea. I do not understand. I cannot learn. I have no desire for tea. He continued to watch as Jingji and the team sealed the equipment, leaving openings for intake and exhaust. One by one, the oil barrels were extinguished, and with 40 air conditioning units now operational, the temperature in the vast workshop began to rise, 19 degrees. It was warm enough to wear shorts. Electric cables were routed to the textile building. Air conditioning units were installed, and circuits were checked until the day quietly slipped away, revealing the necessity for skilled hands in every endeavor. Was my sole profession to slay the mutated beings? Observing the vanishing cores in the space around him, his strength grew ever more formidable. Did this mean both Wanru and Yasi would be involved in such thrilling escapades? And Xiaoyang observed the busy individuals. Witnessing the flickering flames extinguish, noticing the thermometer rise to 21 degrees, Yang Wanru rushed to Xiaoyang, saying urgently, "News from the military base indicates that the radar has detected unidentified flying objects." Entering the radio room, Zhang Shuang's voice rang out, "Have they arrived? They please do not open the door. Those creatures are mutated beasts, the size of basketballs, and a single person can devour them entirely in just a minute. It is quite challenging to deal with them in the thick fog. Perhaps you could activate the anti-aircraft weapons and see if you can eliminate a few. All right, let us give it a try. If anything comes up, we shall reach out to you." Very well then. Chapter 42. Passive defense. From the textile building to the steel pipe factory, the presence of light signifies that within this range, one can traverse freely back and forth in the fog, as long as one remains within 2 meters of the guiding lights. Lao Hong invited Xiaoyang, Shi Yunyu, and others to gather at the steel pipe factory for a feast. Celebrating the arrival of the electric age, Dong Li Yasi has finally risen, her flushed cheeks indicating she has likely been the subject of some teasing. After arming the 4 women, under Xiaoyang's leadership, they proceeded to the steel pipe workshop. Familiar faces mingled with strangers. Wei Shulan was engaged in conversation with several women, while Jing Ji and his companions had just returned, their backpacks brimming to the brim. "Jing Ji, have you gone to fetch some alcohol?" "And Gu, we got it from Wei Zong. It was something we would never have dared to dream of before, but now Wei Zong says we can drink." And Xiaoyang glanced at Hong Kuan and remarked, "The wicked capitalist, it is people like Lao Hong that are to blame. Brethren, have I offended you? Not at all. I merely find capitalists to be utterly despicable. Is it not all just wine? A single bottle can deplete a person's entire life savings. Is that truly wine? Then you need not drink. I am simply venting my frustrations. Wine is indeed a fine thing. I rather enjoy it. You rebellious youth, if you insist on being obstinate, and yet refrain from drinking in the future, I would hold you in the utmost esteem. I am merely speaking my mind. Do not take these details to heart, Lao Hong. Am I not allowed to voice a few grievances? You are quite perceptive. This is indeed Wei Zong's. We ought to leave some dignity for him." "All right then. Is it not enough that I have admitted my fault? Knowing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a great virtue. The young can indeed be taught." As a dozen individuals took their seats, they beheld a large basin of food, significantly larger than usual. "Lao Hong, you have hidden the good food. Today we discussed frugality and thrift. This is a hodgepodge. Where are the vegetables? Is this your idea of hospitality? My backpack contains better fare than this." He turned to Jing Ji and commanded, "Go fetch all the food and drink from my pack. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. And Gu, you ought to save it. If you go out again, you will not need it. Just go and fetch it. Good wine deserves good delicacies. Without some snacks, how can we drink? Then I shall go." Everyone knew Xiaoyang's backpack seemingly lacked nothing. The enormous pack was a mystery to Yang Wanru, who only knew of the few items atop, while the treasures beneath remained unknown. It had been packed by Chun Jingyi, and Xiaoyang had no idea what lay within. He only knew there was wine, and he had never bothered to check the labels. Jingji returned with the pack and placed it on the table. "Angu, your backpack is too full. I only took what I liked. Quickly, open it." Inside were indeed fine delicacies: beef, lamb, donkey meat, peanuts, and various sweets favored by women, along with a self-heating hot pot. The array of food was enough to make one's mouth water. "Lao Hong, this is my entire fortune. Do you know what I love most?" "What is it?" "As the saying goes, free things are the best. What I enjoy most is $0 shopping." "You rascal, that is not $0 shopping. That is robbery. I said it is $0 shopping. If not, call the police and have me arrested." "You scoundrel, let us toast." "Cheers, you said it." After downing a cup of wine, they began to feast. Gong Homping pointed at the beef in his hand and asked, "Did you cook and package this yourself?" "Yes," Jingyi said, "her cooking is delicious, so I had it packed." "Why did you not say so earlier?" "Jingji, go fetch a knife. Tearing it apart is wasteful." Jingji directly handed a combat knife to Lao Hong. "Jingji, this is for killing the mutants. Are you not worried about infection?" "Captain Hong, if I were to fetch a knife, it might just disappear. Tearing it apart is fine. There are ladies present. You little rascal, hurry up with that." He dropped the meat in his hand and dashed to the kitchen. He returned with a large stack of utensils and condiments. While Yang Wanru took a cutting board and began slicing, the several women mixed the ingredients. Once prepared, Hong Kuren remarked, "Now this looks presentable. Must you always fuss? Isn't eating just bringing it to the mouth?" "And young man, this is not merely about eating. It is about finding joy amidst hardship. Would you have us mimic those mutants and simply gnaw at it?" "I cannot argue with you. Let us eat." Just as they were enjoying their meal, a loud thump resonated from the outer wall. An Shouyang commanded, "Do not move. Jingji, send a message to the textile building and secure the doors." "Understood." He turned to Hong Kuin and said, "The flying beasts are here. They are difficult to kill. It is night again. They should disperse. Feng Chao, bring over the radio." "Yes." And Shouyang took the microphone and called out, "Captain Jiang, are you there?" "Here." "How many of those flying mutated beasts have you killed?" "Not many. They all flew away. I have some here as well. It seems these creatures only appear at dusk and night. Can the radar determine where they have flown off to? If it is the park's factory, then it is precisely to the southeast. Can the radar still detect them?" "Yes. They are currently attacking a workshop and a building, probably your location. Track those creatures and see where they have returned. I will eliminate them." "Understood." After ending the call, he turned to Hong Kuin and the others, saying, "I have given these creatures a name. Bat-rat beasts. For now, let us ignore them and continue drinking. Cheers." Hong Kuin set down his glass and inquired, "How many did you kill last time?" "Over 200. What of it?" "The way you spoke, I heard it too. These creatures seem to have mutated from bats. Their flying organs are wing membranes formed between their forelimbs and hind limbs, enabling them to soar through the air. The ability to fly is crucial for their survival, aiding in food foraging, evading predators, and reproduction. Bats possess unique flying skills, allowing them to maneuver swiftly in the air and suddenly halt while hanging upside down. These skills grant bats a considerable advantage in nature. If that is the case, they are indeed hard to kill." "Lao Hong, I have observed their wings. They are quite thin. With a flamethrower, one can incinerate them effortlessly. As long as we locate their nests, I shall personally exterminate them." Hong Kuin regarded in Shouyang and said, "Brethren, there are countless of these creatures. One location could host tens of thousands. Who knows how many caves lie within the Qinling Mountains? Can you handle that many? Are they not afraid of freezing to death? This is merely a small fraction. Otherwise, I could venture out and capture one to send to the laboratory. It would be best to identify their weaknesses. Only then can we devise an effective plan." And Shouyang turned to Jingji and instructed, "Prepare a cage and gloves. I shall capture 2 and send them to the laboratory tomorrow. Go. Are you confident? Let me show you what true strength looks like." As he approached the door, he instructed Jingji and the others, "I will count to 3. Upon closing, you count to 10 before opening." "Understood?" "Understood. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. In a flash, he vanished, and after 10 seconds, the door opened again, revealing him standing there. With a thud, the door slammed shut. An Shouyang held 2 bat-rat beasts by their necks, which screeched in chaos. He placed them in the cage, washed his hands, and addressed the onlookers, "This is the creature. I believe I have aptly named it. You are impressive. How did you manage to be so swift?" "Lao Hong, I am the chosen one, endowed with great abilities." "All right, let us drink quickly and see when they depart. Cheers." As they feasted and drank, the sounds of impact faded away. Shouyang looked at the slightly inebriated Lao Hong and the others, saying, "Your drinking capacity is lacking. You ought to practice more. I have yet to drink enough. You are a barrel of wine. Do you wish for us all to become mere bags of alcohol and rice?" Lao Hong said. "Slightly tipsy, I shall no longer converse with you. I will step outside and assess the situation." There were no corpses of the bat-rat beasts. It seemed they had all flown away, and the time was now 10 at night. Upon returning to the workshop, he approached the four women and said, "We can return. The outside is safe." Yang Wanru looked at In Shouyang and asked, "Can we invite Wei Zong to stay with us?" "I am not in charge. You may decide among yourselves." At that moment, a woman wearing large glasses approached In Shouyang and asked, "May I accompany you?" In Shouyang led the women back to the textile building. And upon returning to their rooms, they began to drift into a deep slumber. Dong Li Yasi glanced at the sleeping figures, finding them rather childlike, and gently lay down beside them, quietly entering her own dreamland. And Shouyang had grown accustomed to the battles in his dreams, each skirmish a fierce clash, often witnessing his own defeat. The fleet engaged in fierce warfare, ultimately emerging victorious amidst the starry skies, having triumphed over himself at last. The tactics of the ancestors proved to be astute. Opening his eyes to gaze upon the sleeping women, he mused, "You have come of your own accord." An alluring scene unfolds, accompanied by melodious songs. "Oh, lecherous wolf, spare me. I cannot. You have come of your own volition. You are not human. If you move, I will shout. Have you decided what you want? I will take a nap first and discuss it upon waking." And Shouyang, in high spirits, strolled about, and the sight of beautiful women was quite pleasing to the eyes. The hall was devoid of the crowd weaving ropes, all resting, standing at the door, gazing into the mist. Upon entering the radio room, a woman was tidying up. "An Guer, you have matters to attend to. I will contact the base to inquire about the situation." "Oh? Is Zhang the squad leader present?" "Yes. Have you located them?" "Only a general idea of their whereabouts. They vanished in Wind Spirit Valley, where the terrain is complex, lacking specific coordinates." "All right, I understand. Please prepare a map for me. I may need to head over soon. In this fog, you might lose your way. I have acquired new equipment, a thermal imaging infrared radar imager. It is quite remarkable, with a clear view within a 5-kilometer range. And Shouyang, we have it here. When I introduced it to you, your ears were stuffed with donkey hair. I don't recall you mentioning it. And Shouyang, let us discuss it when we meet again. I'm off to have a meal." Hey, what is your attitude?" Chapter 43. The journey. Dong Li Yasi glanced at Yang Wanru by the bedside, thinking to herself, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. I have thick skin." I did not laugh. I was merely observing the fate of that little thief from last night, and to my surprise, it remains unchanged. I claimed it. What can you do about it? Your relatives arriving means it belongs to me. You need not be anxious. I still have several days. I merely wish to know who is so valiant as to not fear the consequences. I am willing. You may view it however you like." Yang Wanru approached In Shouyang's backpack, retrieving a box containing pastries and some snacks, sitting at the table with a cheerful expression, gazing at Dong Li Yasi. "Would you like to try some? I heard it was made by his wife. Do you wish to taste it?" Observing Dong Li Yasi, who was covered by the blanket, she continued, "I know who his wife is, Chun Jingyi. We are both teachers. Shouyang was quite the celebrity in school. Do you know what he was called?" "What was it?" Dong Li Yasi suddenly pulled back the blanket. "Oh, were you not ignoring me? The sun has not yet risen. Speak if you wish. Let me tell you. Shouyang was given a nickname at school, the good-for-nothing." "What good-for-nothing? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" "To deceive you would be a trifling matter. Even a dog would surpass you. He also has a little girlfriend named Chaojinyu, who is as beautiful as a celestial being, though still quite young and possessing a childlike innocence." Continuing on, Shouyang also exhibits a degree of childlike behavior. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "Nothing much, merely wishing to vex you." "Yang Wanru, get out of here." "Hey, I was the first to occupy that blanket. It belongs to me. It is mine now. You, get out. I was thinking of offering you some food, but since you are driving me away, I shall leave." Saying this as I took out a box of milk and placed it beside Dong Li Yasi's bed. "Rest well, lone warrior." Yang Wanru turned with a huff, closing the door. If he is a good-for-nothing, then the world is filled with refuse. After having breakfast, and Shouyang observed the beaming Yang Wanru and inquired, "Wanru, why are you so cheerful?" "Shouyang, I wish to return with you. I am heading to the base. Will you accompany me into the mountains? Then I shall not go. If you are returning to the refuge, take me back with you." "All right, but you must not deceive me." "Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit to it." Looking at Yang Wanru, he stated, "I am going to the base. I may leave shortly." Here, when night falls, Ensure all doors and windows are securely closed, and until I send word back, you must stay put. Understood. Upon exiting, he encountered Wei Shulan. Good morning, Wei. You too. What is the situation here? Shouldn't you be stating that all is well? Bored, and Xiaoyang headed towards the steel pipe factory. Do say I am a capitalist. Does one think I am so easily bullied? Without a dose of eye medicine, one wouldn't even know how to evaluate me. And Xiaoyang addressed Jing Ji and the others. I am going to the base. Those bat-rat beasts must be dealt with. Inform me of any research findings. And Gu, are you not taking a day off? I must eradicate those creatures. Being able to fly and not fear the cold is beyond my comprehension. They cannot be left to wreak havoc. I also wish to observe how they transform into monsters. And Gu, do not venture out tonight. Await my message. Not even a word to squad leader Hong. That old fox would relish the thought of me going to destroy those creatures right now. Manage things here and wait for my information? Yes, and Gu. Returning to the room, he looked at Dongli Yasi, who lay on the bed. Have you not yet decided what you want? No, are you about to leave? I will not leave. I must resolve the matter of those bat-rat beasts. If care is not taken, casualties will occur, so I will head to the base first. And Xiaoyang sat beside the bed, caressing Dongli Yasi's face, thinking to himself that she would soon be his woman. Should she have any urgent needs or desires, she could seek him out for anything. I brought few clothes, particularly undergarments. You have torn 2 pairs, and I have none left. What else do you require? Spare clothes. It is warm here now, and I am running low. Anything else? Women's supplies. A backpack suddenly appeared in Xiaoyang's hand, causing Dongli Yasi to stare in astonishment at the women's bag in his possession. Then came clothes, everything from the inside out, all placed beside the bed. She should organize them herself, and no one must be told. She must keep it all tidy. Husband, are you a deity? I, your lord, am the chosen one, possessing whatever is desired. Just cannot speak of it. My lord, could you procure me a bear? A very large one. As soon as Dongli Yasi finished speaking, a 1.5-meter bear appeared at the bedside, astonishing her to no end. Husband, do you have a ring? A ring box was placed atop the clothes, and Dongli Yasi finally understood why young Wanru had that beautiful backpack, forbidding anyone from seeing it. Surely, these past few days have been her checking whether she had received such items. I have it now. I will see how you mock me, remember. No one must know. If Yang Wanru comes to trouble me again, I will bring it out for her to see. And Xiaoyang looked at Dongli Yasi. This can only be whispered between the two of us. It must not be known. My husband is a deity. He must not be taken away. Nonsense about deities. If there were a deity, why wouldn't they come to save us? All right, rest well. I must leave. You must return safely. Rest assured, you shall not become a widow. As soon as Xiaoyang departed, drones had already taken to the skies, and the steel pipe factory drones were also circling above. Squad leader Hong, and Gu has left. It's all right. He will return shortly. Young Wanru once again entered the room, observing Dongli Yasi, who was organizing her belongings on the bed. The items were similar, just with an added large beard, at her age, still fond of toys, not pleased. I have something too, I do not care for bears. I prefer hippos. Next time, I shall have one. Young Wanru, if you continue to be foolish, your husband will be snatched away by more and more people. If you cannot keep watch, I shall keep an eye myself. Were it not for my inconvenient circumstances, do you think you could have your way? Taking advantage, I shall speak no more. I need to rest. Sleep or not, she departed, and Xiaoyang quickened his pace this time. Though not in an air-cushioned boat, he moved swiftly, sometimes appearing to glide through the air, akin to an eagle soaring. That I, your lord, shall soon become the strongest in the world. Those Kalemi, take heed. Stealing is my forte. The greatest irony for the joyful in Xiaoyang was his tendency to get lost. Thus he found himself lost once more. Is squad leader Zhang present? Yes, I am lost. Can you see my location? Running back and forth, the radar is searching. Oh, take out the compass. Stand still and move northwest. Understood. Before nightfall, I reached the polar region, retracting the drone, looking at the duty personnel at the command post, glancing at Jiang Shuang and Gao Yangcheng, and awkwardly said, apologies for arriving late. Let's go. I'll take you for a meal. Thank you. Sitting at the dining table, cheerfully he remarked. I am somewhat directionally challenged. I've learned a bit too much recently. Please forgive me, I brought good wine. Let us enjoy a drink together. What wine? Gao Liangqing asked excitedly. I'm not sure. There are no labels. They were all given to me. The three of them, inhaling the rich aroma of the wine, Gao Liangqing joyfully exclaimed, Ngu, this is indeed fine wine. Do you have more? Yes, I will send you 2 bottles shortly. Then Ngu is borrowing flowers to present a Buddha. Thank you. Gao Liangqing raised his wine glass. You are too polite. Cheers. This was the first time Gao Liangqing witnessed how Shouyang drank. Filling his glass to the brim, he downed it in one go, gritting his teeth, imitating him, while Jiang Shuang was much more graceful, sipping delicately. Gao Liangqing became intoxicated, while Jiang Shuang's flushed cheeks appeared exceedingly beautiful. Just as Shouyang was about to drink again, a report interrupted him. Squad leader, those creatures are back. Monitor their return route, report their precise location, and draw a map. Understood. Shouyang cast a glance at Jiang Shuang, raised his glass and declared, Grant me a place to rest, and come morning, I shall depart. Leading Shouyang into a small hillside, he found a fully furnished bed and said, You may rest here. I will awaken you at dawn. Thank you, Shouyang replied, but why does this feel like a lady's boudoir? Soon, the sounds of snoring filled the air. The same scenario, the same method, yet this time it ended in failure. Goodness, have you actually learned something? Awakened from a dream filled with fierce battles, Shouyang glanced at Jiang Shuang and asked, What time is it? 8 o'clock. She replied, I'm getting up now. Breakfast is at the command station. Freshen up and join me there. Understood. With a renewed spirit, Shouyang made his way to the command station, where breakfast consisted of military rations, sufficient to satiate hunger. Gao Liangqing approached Shouyang, handing him a piece of paper. This is the research data from the laboratory in the park regarding the bat-rat beasts. They are vulnerable to fire, but we can only render them unable to fly. Using white phosphorus bombs would inflict the most damage, and incendiary bombs could also be effective. They tend to emerge around dusk and return to their nests around 10 at night. Within their skulls lies a crystalline core, referred to by researchers as an energy crystal, which serves as their primary energy reservoir. Can missiles penetrate? Yes, however, the launch platform within the hillside is inoperable and requires laser guidance. These preparations are rather troublesome. Do we have white phosphorus bombs? Indeed. They are deployed from aircraft, so you cannot use them. You can only utilize high-explosive grenades, flamethrowers, and rocket launchers. Empty my backpack. Load it with grenades and rocket launchers. Prepare 3 flamethrowers for me. I shall set out immediately. You cannot carry such a large load. Even if you could, how would you manage it alone? There are drones available for bombing assistance. You may take 2 with you. Your drone can guide you. The bat-rat beasts ventured out last night but found nothing, flitting about like headless flies. Prepare ample ammunition. I am leaving now. Understood. After a brief farewell, he shouldered his backpack, radio, rocket launcher, and held a flamethrower in each hand, vanishing into the mist. Gao Liangqing turned to Jiang Shuang and inquired, Do you have feelings for him? Jiang Shuang glanced at Gao Liangqing, saying, I understand your thoughts, but I have indeed developed feelings for someone noted. And Shouyang examined the map, utilizing a hand-drawn chart to store his weapons and equipment within the star ring space, simplifying his journey. This hand-drawn map was quite clear. A mere comparison with the drone's view indicated the path to follow. As he traversed the mountains, he gradually discerned a pattern, avoiding the valleys and opting for the peaks. After several instances of being buried in snow, he gleaned this vital experience, in the midst of wind, snow, and fog. It felt as though he was the only being alive in the universe. The silent world around him exuded an eerie tranquility, as if the cosmos had just emerged from chaos. The distance of 500 kilometers felt rather extensive. Eventually, he reached his destination, a 3-meter-long branch that Shouyang used to probe the surroundings. With uncertainty about the cave's location, he resorted to a blind man's method of exploration. A crack in the mountainside appeared, seemingly poised to split the 2 mountain ranges apart as dusk approached. The radar at the base revealed no targets, indicating Shouyang's disappearance. Everyone awaited news, yet the chirping sounds from the ravine startled Shouyang, causing him to hide beneath the snow. Goodness, they're out again. It seems I must wait until tomorrow. He knocked and cleared snow from a large boulder. set up a small tent, and concealed it with snow, declaring, "I shall camp here." Equipped with a flashlight, a self-heating hot pot, and a bottle of wine, he dined before drifting into slumber. Yet, even in dreams, he found himself in combat, with ineffective maneuvers. Thus, he resorted to the old man's strategy of independent warfare, striking out in isolation to achieve victory. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a duel would last an eternity. Just as he was awakening from the battle, he secured his climbing rope, gradually descending into the abyss. How had this place been formed? Why was there no record of it? In an age of information explosion, discerning truth from falsehood became increasingly challenging. Here, not a trace of memory remained. The 100-meter rope seemed never-ending. "I refuse to believe you are so deep." After sliding down for several meters, a colossal cave came into view. These creatures are exceptionally adept at hiding. Upon illuminating the cave walls with his flashlight, the bat-rat beasts stirred in agitation. How am I to eliminate them? Am I to join them in death? That is unacceptable. The women and children still require my salvation. I have yet to savor the joys of life, and my dreams of companionship remain unfulfilled. It is a daunting task to accomplish alone, unless I conceal the cave entrance and eliminate them gradually. I shall block the entrance, which spans 40 meters wide and 20 meters high, with containers, filling any gaps with vehicles. This way, even if they attempt to flee, they can only escape a short distance. As long as they do not gather in groups, they shall be my targets. Point 2 flamethrowers ignited, and in Xiaoyang, wielding the flamethrowers, transformed the cave into a blazing inferno. The cacophony of their cries echoed throughout. "I am a star dancer, a master of the highest caliber," he proclaimed, pressing onward. Yet the oxygen within the expansive cave soon dwindled. The flames began to diminish, but at least over 10,000 bat-rat beasts perished. Holding his breath, Xiaoyang discarded the flamethrower, transforming into a blur as he surged deeper into the cave, his combat knife flashing with lethal precision. Grenades detonated around him, the heat wave threatening to sweep him away. As he retreated, the immense shockwave propelled him faster. The obstacles at the cave entrance were cleared. With a leap, he grasped the rope, hurling yet another dozen grenades inside. The force of the explosions caused him to sway on the rope. Goodness, were it not for my robust physique, I would have been reduced to dust by these weapons. My armor is utterly destroyed. It has served me well for so long, but now it lies in tatters. The hem vanished and my clothing riddled with holes, resembling a veteran returning from a defeated battlefield. No longer preoccupied with his armor, he brandished his combat knife and commenced another slaughter. "I command you to take flight. Fly, soar, collect the crystalline cores. I shall emerge from this endeavor prosperous." Chapter 44. The glowing stones in Xiaoyang was utterly fatigued, seated upon the ground as he counted the crystalline cores, 17,930. "Goodness, upon my return, I shall rest. As long as there are no issues, I shall remain indoors, absorbing cores daily." How did these bat-rat beasts mutate? This damp environment was indeed a haven for them. As he ventured deeper, he observed glowing lights on the cave walls. The further he progressed, the more he sensed a subtle transformation within himself. Am I to undergo mutation as well? Gazing into the shallow pool at the cave's deepest point, he slumped to the ground, despairing. Alas, my grand ambitions are to be thwarted. Sitting cross-legged, he placed the crystalline cores on his lower abdomen, leaning against the cave wall as he slipped into a dream. This time, there was no confrontation, only an introduction to equipment. A nanocarbon alloy battlesuit, capable of changing shape, a 2-cubic space, a flame-edge battle knife forged from cosmic flame steel, and a quantum energy gun. The energy source was a crystal of luminous stone. 10 grams could power a combat unit for an hour, with 500 activations per second at a linear range of 1,300 meters. And a holographic sight capable of detecting any object within a kilometer, penetrating 30 centimeters of obstacles, excluding shields. As the gene chain activated, he inserted his index finger into the slot to initiate it. The simulated environment activated, commencing training. And Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, inserting his finger into the slot, feeling a slight sting as the battle armor enveloped him. The helmet brimmed with technological prowess, the holographic combat visor activating with the assistance of the intelligent AI. Vela. This is a simulated environment. Intelligent Vela will not issue warnings. Trial participants must explore independently. Consciousness can connect to the battle suit space, and the combat knife and quantum energy gun can be summoned to hand. The nanocarbon alloy battle suit is an eternal-grade equipment capable of withstanding 1,000 attacks from quantum guns before being destroyed. Energy is supplied by the luminous stone, emerging from the chest, and can transform into any accessory. Prepare now. Goodness, how is this different from what I learned in the dream? This seems rather subpar. The monsters began their assault, numbering 5,000, and Shoyang finally comprehended that this realm was devoid of reason. His dreams were not under his command. What was provided must be utilized. Bargaining was entirely futile. Goodness, I shall fight with all my might. In an instant, energy beams rained down in rapid succession as he fought relentlessly until the battle armor was rendered inoperable. The energy gun depleted and the battle knife shattered. Trial participant has cleared the challenge. You are now an eternal-grade warrior, officially enabling information transmission. The star ring activated and transmission commenced. Endless agony, relentless imagery, brutal slaughter. Enslaved beings clad in tattered garments toiled in mines, suffering for the lofty civilization that demanded their very existence. This was simply unreal. How could such lives be reduced to banditry in the boundless cosmos? 3 days passed. The base had not witnessed the emergence of any bat-rat beasts. Nor had there been any word from Shoyang. With reddened eyes, Jiang Shuang argued with Gao Liangcheng. I will go myself. Stand aside. Absolutely not. You cannot withstand such frigid temperatures, even with extreme cold weather gear. How long would it take you to reach there? We shall wait a week. If there is still no news, I will accompany you. You must trust him. If even you do not believe in him, what will become of us? How will the hearts of those here remain united? What choices will the entire base make? Jiang Shuang cast a glance at Gao Liangcheng and said, I will return to rest for a while. Thank you. One will always encounter someone they admire, while also cherishing the dreams they have woven for themselves. And Shoyang, you truly impress me. Despite our few meetings, you have captured my heart completely. If you ever treat Jiang Shuang poorly, I shall compete with you. And Shoyang had awakened, yet was engaged in mining in this cavern. The shimmering stones were none other than Luyao crystals, a source of wealth for Shoyang. The armor and battle blade were stowed away, and in hand he held a tool, surrounded by broken ones. Observing the ever-increasing Luyao crystals, he grinned broadly, proclaiming, My lord, I am about to embark on an interstellar journey. To hell with this wretched world. The star ring space was brimming with Luyao crystals, and new changes were afoot. Neatly arranged were at least 5,000 square boxes. Extracting one, he inserted his index finger, and black metal enveloped Shoyang. Master, Intelligent Domi is at your service. Nanshin Alloy Battlesuit, Space 2, Battle Blade I, Quantum Energy Gun I, Detection range of 3 kilometers, Micro-proton detection activated. No information detected. This area is mountainous, and the master is within a cave. At the cave entrance, energy fluctuations descend 400 meters into the abyss and ascend 100 meters to the surface. A three-dimensional image had formed, and the holographic helmet was ready for viewing. My lord, I have upgraded my weaponry. Upon exiting, and Shoyang wondered where he could venture next. To the ocean horse? Yamadi? Oni-chan? I am coming. Stowing everything away, he rushed towards the base. Domi, are you certain you won't err? Master, the map you provided is hand-drawn. According to data calculations, the error rate is 10%. What if it truly goes wrong? Return the same route and recalculate. Oh, let us hope it doesn't, Master. You are somewhat bothersome. At this speed, how long until we arrive? We shall reach in half an hour. Domi, can I fly now? Yes, Master. Shall I fly out for a look? Master, you need not consult me. You may act as you wish. I thought you might feel lonely, Master. You are rather conceited. What do you mean? It means annoying. Aren't you a program? Can you also find me bothersome? Domi, do you possess memory? Where do you come from? Domi resigned, and Shoyang fell silent. This fellow had truly malfunctioned. Domi, can the radar detect me? Master, the radar employs primitive microwave technology. I utilize microproton technology, analyzing data through electric particles in the air, and, wait, I do not comprehend. Please refrain from elaborating. Master, You have 1 minute until arrival. Non-living entities detected. Within this structure, there are 980 non-living entities, thermally stable species, no danger. And Shoyang stood not far from the entrance, listening to Domi's words. Domi, what does no danger mean? Master, you are an eternal tier warrior. Those are weaklings and pose no threat to you. Oh? The stowed armor transformed into a small backpack, placed within his own. He produced a radio and called. Captain Jiang, are you there? Yes, yes. Where are you now? I am at the entrance. Did you not see me on the monitor? The door slowly opened, and Shoyang entered dressed in tattered beggar's attire. Zhang Shuang and Gao Yangcheng, who rushed over, gazed at Shoyang's appearance, questioning if he had entered a den of wolves. His torn clothing and absence of armor were striking. The helmet was missing, yet the backpack remained. Zhang Shuang grasped Shoyang's arm, surveying the individuals before her. What happened to you? And Shoyang replied, Shall I wash up first and change clothes? This does not seem presentable. Zhang Shuang, pulling Shoyang towards the room, was met with Gao Yangcheng's head shake. I will follow. Having vanished for 5 days, Zhang Shuang's eyes reddened slightly upon seeing Shoyang's disheveled state. Shoyang turned to her, saying, I have been away for a few days, 5 days. Inform them that it is temporarily safe. But you must keep an eye on the radar to prevent such incidents from occurring again, understood? Zhang Shuang discreetly inquired, Why did the radar fail to detect anything this time? And Shoyang responded, I shall tell you after I finish washing. He secured the door and commenced his cleansing ritual. After bathing, he retrieved 1,000 crystal cores, wrapped them in cloth, and exited the room, the command center. A table was laden with food, alongside a bottle of wine brought by Shoyang. Gao Yangcheng and Zhang Shuang were already seated, eagerly awaiting him. Shoyang placed the small bundle on the table, stating, This is 1,000 crystal cores. You too can decide how to utilize them. They are safe for absorption, all energy. I will bring more when they are depleted. Brethren, you can roam the world freely now. Could you perhaps procure some different food? We are tired of the same fare every day, certainly. I shall bring some when I return. I assure you it will satisfy. After sharing a few drinks with Gao Yangcheng, and Shoyang advised, you must absorb as much as possible. Absorption varies in levels. New humans are those of us who remain untransformed into monsters. Evolvers are those who have absorbed crystal cores. Combatants are those who have absorbed a certain quantity of cores, becoming masters of their own strength. Eternal tier refers to those who possess extraordinary abilities, though I am unsure what those abilities entail. Transcendents possess the universal primal force, starry guardians, mechanical power, and so forth. Do not inquire further. I, too, do not fully comprehend, but there is much. He then produced the battle armor from his backpack, donning a full black suit, and retrieved the energy gun from storage. This is the battle armor, and this is the energy gun. Once you reach my level, I shall gift each of you a set. Cool, right? It even has its own space. Gao Yangcheng excitedly inquired, Brethren, what level are you at now? Eternal tier. Then what level am I? Evolver. Are you jesting with me? Did you not leave me crystal cores? I shall personally sponsor another 100 cores. You and Captain Jiang shall share. Brethren, your outings last 10 days to half a month. Please distribute a bit more. Do you think this is a cabbage? Moreover, cabbages are scarce now. I shall grant each of you 20 cores, but there are many others. Thank you, brethren. Let us toast to you. Having feasted and drunk to satisfaction, Shoyang looked at Gao Yangcheng and Zhang Shuang, saying, This place is secure. I must return. The factory in the park is currently unstable, lacking a defense system. Upon my return, I noticed the snow had accumulated to about 2 meters. You must prepare those ground-to-ground missiles. Once the snow melts, I want the equipment here ready to deploy at any moment. Do not clear the mutated beings in the barracks. I shall handle it personally. Understood, brethren. He shouldered his backpack, glancing at the two I am leaving. You must ensure your safety. Can you stay for another night? No. I am no longer afraid of getting lost. This armor has intelligent Domi, making it far more entertaining. I shall take my leave now. Where is your helmet? Zhang Shuang suddenly inquired. Here. Leave it. I wish to take a look. It is already damaged. There is nothing worth seeing. I merely wish to keep it as a memento. Present it. I insist. Her tone was firm. All right. I shall give it to you, but no tears. A tattered piece of armor lay before them, its scales long since vanished. You may go. Observing in Shouyang disappearing into the mist, Gao Liangqing remarked, next time. You may accompany him to see the world. I can guard this place. Thank you. Playing with the Luyao crystals, and Shouyang marveled at their energy. Humans can feel lonely, yet he had once again left Domi speechless. Domi, care for a chat? It is rather dull otherwise. Master, intelligent Domi is now in sleep mode, having activated the backup system. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Domi, what is the backup system? Unable to answer. You must at least enlighten me. Unable to answer. The backup system is essentially a fool's system, knowing nothing, after walking for quite some time. And Shouyang noticed the impending nightfall and finally asked, Domi, have I strayed again? Master, you have deviated 35 degrees to the right. You need to shift 70 degrees to the left to reach your destination. Why did you not alert me? I just took over the backup system. Master, turn left and continue forward. This time. And Shouyang finally complied, quietly continuing on his path, adjusting his backpack and securing the radio. He casually packed some food from his flattened backpack. Releasing a drone, he finally spotted his haven. Returning directly to the textile building while clad in armor, revealing his face to the two women on duty. Open the door. I have returned. The young woman on duty, whom Shouyang recognized as the one he had previously argued with, gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Big brotherin, where did you find this armor? I shall not tell you. With a casual air, she remarked, whether you choose to speak or not is of little consequence to me. After setting down her belongings and taking a brief turn, Yang Wanru noticed that neither Dong Liyasi nor the others were present. Returning to the hall, she inquired of the young girl, Where has manager she gone? I don't know, the girl replied, her wide eyes staring at Shouyang, her lips jutting out in a pout. Whether you say it or not is irrelevant. I have no interest in hearing it. I shall seek them out myself. Humph. The girl watched as Shouyang, clad in armor, headed towards the steelworks, before hastily rushing to the radio room. I need to find Jingji. You Lingdang, are you always so troublesome? Ngu has returned. Just wait, I'll go call him. Lingdang, you are looking for me? Jingji. Ngu is wearing an incredibly handsome suit of armor. You should ask him where he found it. What armor, you know? The kind that looks like when a person wears it, they become a robot, just like in those TV shows. Ah, I see. I'll let you know if I hear anything. All right, goodbye. Jingji, utterly bewildered, stepped out just in time to see Shouyang in his striking black armor and hurried over to ask, Ngu, you're back. Yes. Where have Yang Wanru and the others gone? Ngu, they all went to the garment factory. We have power there now and they're adjusting the equipment. What about Lao Hong? He went too. We're renovating the workshop, splitting it into 2 levels, which means more living space. Just as Shouyang was about to leave, he asked, Ngu, where did you get that armor? As soon as you prove yourself strong like me, I'll gift you a set. Really? Have I ever deceived you? No. Then make way. I'm off to show off. Chapter 45. Shadows in the Mist. I am grateful for everyone's support, amidst your busy lives. Could you spare a moment for a review, regardless of whether it is good or bad? I, your humble servant, offer my thanks in advance. Clad in battle armor, Shouyang strode forth, followed closely by Jingji, into the brightly lit office building of the garment factory. The workshop buzzed with activity. With power restored, production was swift, and there were no demands for tailored or flamboyant designs. Only comfort and warmth were sought. In his suit of armor, Shouyang gazed skyward, his loyal follower Jingji at his side. Observing Lao Hong and Lao Zhao, who stood proudly, he declared, from now on, do not prepare too many outfits for me. I am now a steel warrior. Are you not worried you'll freeze to death out there? Lao Hong retorted, Bro, if you don't understand, just ask. No one thinks you're foolish. This is smart armor. Dealing with those mutants is as easy as slicing watermelons. As for my terrible sense of direction, I shall never fear getting lost again. And kid, are you pretending to be something you're not? It's smart, you say? Show me this so-called intelligence. Lao Hong, I won't argue with you. When I have a moment, I'll show you what true high-tech is. And kid, why has it taken you so long this time? Lao Hong, they were all on the cave walls. I single-handedly fought through them, turning the skies dark and the world blind, as if I were crawling through hell, never pausing for breath, feeling as though I had become a lost soul wandering in torment. Finally, I discovered a treasure. this very suit of armor. I felt as if divine assistance had come, like a tiger with wings, and I burst through the entire cave. Hence, I returned. Why not return and write a memoir to be celebrated by future generations? Oh, such matters are best left for posterity to judge. Yang Wanru interjected, wrapping her arms around Shoyang's. Hold off on glorifying your exploits for now. Lao Hong has transformed the boardroom into a grand dining hall. Completely renovated, and it looks beautiful. How about we host a welcome feast for you there tonight? Is it truly clean? Absolutely. I cleaned it myself. Very well. Since it's clean, let us celebrate, Lao Kuren remarked to Shoyang. And kid, you aren't scared, are you? Scared? Nonsense. I am a man who dines and revels amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fear has no place in my heart. Perhaps it is you who are afraid and unwilling to come. Tonight, I shall prepare a feast for you all. Really? Would I jest about such things? All right, let us return and await your fine food and drink. Just as they were about to leave the office, a voice from Domi resonated. Master, there are non-living entities in the mist, 18 of them, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters in length. This has not been recorded before. A three-dimensional image was transmitted to the holographic helmet. A loud command rang out. All personnel, retreat. In an instant, a silver battle blade materialized in Shoyang's hand. NO1 is allowed to move until I return. With that, he vanished from the hall. Master, they are on high alert. I see them. They won't survive 3 minutes. Clad in his armor, Shoyang was an unstoppable force. A flurry of blades and shadows stirred the mist, leaving no ripple in its wake. Blood gushed forth, saturating the armor red, as he dragged a massive corpse into the hall. Pointing at the body, he proclaimed, "What does this resemble?" No one dared to gaze at the corpse. All eyes were transfixed on the figure of Shoyang. Concealed beneath the armor, "What are you staring at? Look at it, Shoyang. Perhaps you should wash up first. There is water available." Very well. Yang Wanru and Dongli Yasi led Shoyang to the washroom, assisting him in cleaning the armor, using a clean cloth to wipe it down. A voice, ethereal and delicate, chimed in, "Thank you, madam." Startled, Yang Wanru quickly asked, "Who are you, madam?" "I am the intelligent system of the Neen alloy battlesuit. Thank you for your assistance. My name is Domi." Domi, why do I feel as if you have ulterior motives? Master, were it not for the assistance of the ladies, would you have stored me away directly? You are intelligent. Do you also have a penchant for cleanliness? Master, equipment is a warrior's companion. Very well, from now on, I shall keep you spotless. Leading Yang Wanru and Dongli Yasi back to the hall, Shoyang addressed Lao Kuan and the others, "Have you discerned any clues?" Lao Kuan glanced at Shoyang and remarked, "It bears some resemblance to a deer, yet its head resembles that of a jackal. Then it shall be named the deer-jackal hybrid, a mere name, intended for clarity in the future. Kid. Its teeth are clearly those of a carnivore. It's just a name. Let us return. Turn off the lights here. For the time being, we should refrain from returning. If any issues arise, it will be difficult to manage. All right. We shall heed Kid's words. If any problems arise, they will be significant. Understood. We shall return." Turning to Jingji, he added, "Dispose of it far away. Do not attract other mutated beasts. Understood?" Shoyang led Yang Wanru back to his room, with Dongli Yasi quietly following behind. They sat beside him, Domi having resumed its small backpack form. "Where is Domi?" Shoyang placed the backpack on the table. "This is Domi. It can change shape, but you cannot utilize it just yet." Each received 100 crystal cores, which they were instructed to keep and absorb. "When you become stronger, I shall provide you with battle armor that possesses its own space to carry your belongings." "Really? Why would I deceive you?" Afterward, he began to lay out items on the desk. Slices of lamb, slices of beef, vegetables, a portable stove, a hot pot basin, and hot pot ingredients. "Hurry up and take these. If anyone asks, I will explain that I acquired them at no cost. Understood?" He then produced 5 bottles of white liquor, 5 cases of beer, and 5 bottles of red wine. "Quickly, go." "Understood." Each took a bite and dashed outside. "This is the life I desire." Wei Shulan observed the mysteriously bustling Yang Wanru and Dongli Yasi, pondering wherein Shoyang had procured such items. The vegetables appeared as if freshly harvested, with Lao Hong, Lao Zhao, Director Gong, Jingji, and 5 others, plus 6 women, alongside in Lao Yi and Lao Hong. It seemed quite sufficient. Indeed, if we had a feast like this every day, my lost belly would soon return to its former glory. How delightful! But first, Lao Hong, let us discuss serious matters. Upon returning to the room, the 2 small packages were placed on the table. These are crystal cores. The larger package contains 500, while the smaller has 200. The larger ones should be taken back by Jingji and the others to continue training personnel. They must absorb as much as they can. The smaller package is for Manager Shi and Wanru. The drone is not to touch down from tomorrow morning. It must monitor our surroundings closely. This mist is rather peculiar. Yes, and Gu, Jingji replied. I must also make a trip to the refuge to arrange things before returning. And kid, it's all good there. Jingjing has been keeping me updated daily. It is because your daughter is a traitor that I have lost the opportunity to show off. This time, I will bring you and Lao Zhao back. Let us see who dares to chatter. And kid, I haven't wronged you, have I? We 3 are here to serve you, yet you can't stand to see my wife and child enjoy a little better? If you dare bring them here, once the mist clears, where will we run to? And Shouyang looked at Lao Kuan. Come, the water is boiling. Let us eat. Lao Hong, you must eat more meat. We are young and need vitamins to support our growth. And kid, I currently have no time to bicker with you. You lot, leave some for the ladies. You have no sense of cherishing beauty. I wonder when you will find wives, as the head of the group. Hong mused, if we all find wives, will you take care of all the arrangements? If you truly find someone, I will personally see to it. Hong, my dear brother, why not take care of me too? You, my friend, are not capable. I foresee that your fate is entangled with romantic encounters, and I cannot assist with that. Hong, do tell me when I might realize my dream of becoming a security guard. Hong Kuan turned to Xiaoyang and remarked, aren't you already fulfilling that role? You are indeed the head of security. Is this what you call security? I am merely a rabbit, constantly on the move. Don't security guards sit in offices sipping tea? Do not dwell on trivialities. Are you still drinking? Of course. How could I not partake? Let us toast. And Shouyang set down his glass, and Yang Wanru and Tong Qing hurried to pour more wine. The women, having spent much time together, had developed the habit of downing their drinks in one go. Hong Kuan observed in Shouyang and said, look at you. You are the head of security, and Jing Ji and the others are merely squad leaders. Tomorrow morning, you shall sit in the hall while teacher Yang brews you tea, directing Jing Ji and his team. What do you call that? But I receive no salary. I have yet to earn my first pot of gold. And now I find myself in this predicament. I understand your grievances. You run about endlessly. But without you, do you think anyone would still be alive here? If you truly desire a salary, I have over 100,000 cash in my office. Take it and spend it as you wish. Old Hong, are you jesting? I adore zero-cost shopping, and you expect me to spend money when I have none to spare. And, my lad, let us raise our glasses together. May we live a little longer. And Shouyang set down his glass, declaring, with me around, what is there to fear about death? I am destined by heaven. How could I possibly perish? What has become of that armor of yours? It is intelligent battle armor, impervious to the outside world, monitoring everything within a 3-kilometer radius, but you must wear it for it to function. I meant the one you used to wear. It has been destroyed. I discarded it. You reckless spender. That was an antique. It has been scattered. I cannot find it, so why keep it? What of the battle knife? It broke. I disposed of it. What kind of monster can shatter high-carbon steel? Old Hong, why inquire about trivial matters when you are avoiding the drinking? Old Hong looked at Xiaoyang and said, you have suffered outside. Suffered indeed. I will tell you later. Come, let us drink. If only everyone were as optimistic as you. Old Hong, why do I sense a hint of sentimentality in your tone? As you said, it is merely sentimentality. Let us drink. And Shouyang turned to Hong Kuan and said, let me share a theory with you. The other night, I witnessed a star fall. All nations unleashed their missiles, shattering that star into fragments that blanketed the globe. That fallen star bore a virus, and the rain altered our world. I've been pondering whether something orchestrates all this. I seek the reason. Old Hong, we are the saviors of this world. Tomorrow, I must return to the refuge. Once I have made the necessary arrangements, I will return with a detailed plan. We must redesign this place. And, my lad, You take charge. There are nearly 10,000 people here. Once construction begins, we shall proceed. Very well, old Hong, let us toast. But you must ensure that Jingji and the others do not cease the absorption of the crystal cores. If they run out, come to me. I have no time to inspect those residential areas or schools. I fear what I might witness and dread unleashing my primal instincts to annihilate everyone. Thus, we must maintain a positive mindset. I am but a taciturn individual, maintaining a commendable attitude. One person eats well, and the family does not starve. In my teenage years, I watched my parents perish in an accident. Surviving solely on compensation funds, my 3 years in school amounted to fewer than 50 words spoken. My existence is a stroke of luck. After the earthquake, I emerged from school, merely wishing to become a security guard and earn my keep. The sudden upheaval left me bewildered. I hid in a supermarket corner for over 10 days. Would you say I am fortunate? I have met you all, as well as Officer Mu Xiaodong from the refuge. And the people at the base, I consider myself fortunate, desperately escaping those sources of evil. Imagine if I had lingered in a residential AR. Please put away the thermal imaging device. Muttering to himself, he said, Is there no one here? It seems I can only move on to the next place. The door creaked open, revealing a boy of around 17 or 18, wrapped in a quilt, who scrutinized in Xiaoyang. I am in Xiaoyang that I stumbled upon this place and was hoping to ask for a cup of water. Come in quickly. And Xiaoyang stepped into the room, observing the dying flames in the brazier and the smoke that lingered stubbornly within. He opened his backpack, retrieved some self-heating meals, and lit the alcohol stove. Do you have any water? Yes, wait a moment, I'll fetch some. The boy returned with a steel basin, half filled with steaming water. Here, use it sparingly. There are some beasts upstairs who won't let us live. I still have some food. Would you like to share? Brother, could you spare some food? We haven't eaten in 2 days, then let's eat together. I have more in my bag. He prepared 2 more boxes for the boy and asked, What is your name? Xiexian. How have you survived? My home had plenty of instant noodles. My sister bought a lot. But those upstairs, Li Kuan's gang, took most of them. Brother, I saw you have a gun. How about I take you to take them out and we can become the bosses? Why do you want to be the boss? My sister is ill and has no medicine. She has been sleeping for over a day and cannot be awakened. What ailment does she have? A fever, a severe one. The day they tried to bully her. I fought back. They left, but they took the instant noodles. After she returned, she started to burn with fever. Brother, do you have any medicine? Yes, wait a moment while I find some. Xiexian watched as Xiaoyang held the antipyretic and other medications, then dashed back into the room. Moments later, he emerged, eyeing the gun beside Xiaoyang. Brotherin, can you teach me how to shoot? Why do you want to learn to shoot? Come, let us eat and talk. Eagerly, Xiexian devoured the noodles, chattering away, there's no rush. Let's discuss it after you finish eating, He polished off one box, then picked up another, leaving no broth behind. Are you still hungry? You haven't eaten for a long time. You can't overindulge, I know. My sister taught me. Schwanzi. Where have you been? Brotherin, my sister has woken up. Please wait a moment. Xiaoyang listened to the murmurs from within the room and the scolding of a woman. Sister, the medicine was given by Brotherin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to wake you. Help me up. I want to see outside. Oh, but you can't hit me in front of outsiders. I have no strength. How can I hit you? A haggard woman, or perhaps a girl, appeared. Brotherin, could you prepare some food for my sister? And Xiaoyang took out 2 boxes from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table. You do it yourself. Xiexian helped his sister sit on the sofa across from him, heating the food as he spoke. Brotherin, this is my sister, Xiejiayue. She was tall and slender, possessing a pure and radiant beauty, albeit slightly malnourished. I am Xiaoyang. Thank you for taking in my brother. You're welcome. He can be a bit mischievous, but he knows right from wrong. Sister, brother, and has a gun. Let's go up and take out Li Kuan's gang. Then no one will bully us. What do you know? You little brat, you understand nothing. From now on, you are not allowed to speak. Humph. I should let you go hungry for a few more days. Then you won't dare to scold me. What did Mom and Dad say before they left? Don't cause trouble. But what about you? It's unacceptable for them to bully Xiao Mei. Tonight, they are auctioning people in the garage. I'm going to cause a ruckus. If it weren't for your bravado, would they have come back to steal our instant noodles? If it weren't for your bravado, They wouldn't even know I was home. Sister, stop crying. I was wrong. Okay? Sister is fine. Hurry and eat. And Xiaoyang watched the siblings bicker, feeling a warmth and a hint of suspicion. It seemed those people's ultimate aim was Xie Jiayue, until Xie Yulan finished her noodles. And Xiaoyang did not utter a single word. Finally, after Xie Jiayue set down her box, Xie Xian looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Brother-in, you are a good person. Why don't you marry my sister? Stay with us, and we can take out Li Kuan's gang and become the bosses ourselves." And Xiaoyang looked at Xie Xian. "Do you really enjoy the thought of being the boss so much?" "Of course. Once we are the bosses, no one can bully my sister or Xiao Mei." "Are there many bosses here?" "Yes, one for each building. Tonight, in the underground garage, there is an auction. I'm going to cause trouble. They are selling people, and that is illegal, Xie Xian. If you dare to go out tonight, you can forget about calling me sister." She threw the box she held at Xie Xian. "Humph." And Xiaoyang asked Xie Xian, "Do the people here have guns?" "Yes, the bosses of Building 13 have guns. I heard they killed a police officer." "You seem to know quite a bit." "Last night, while my sister was asleep, I went to the underground garage to take a look. They had those women gagged, auctioning them off like on television, claiming there would be a celebrity and some CEO tonight. I was afraid my sister would wake up, so I ran back." "What about those empty rooms downstairs? Do you know what happened?" "I don't know at that time. My sister wouldn't let me open the door, but I heard it mentioned that they moved to another building, though I don't know the reason." Xie Jiayue turned to Xiaoyang and asked, "What do you do?" "I do nothing. I merely came here to observe the situation. Perhaps I will leave soon. Perhaps I will stay a bit longer. I must witness the tragedies of humanity. Tonight, I will accompany you to see it." "Xie Xian is not allowed to go." "Sister, why can't I go? I am already 18. Even if you are 20, you must still call me sister." And Xiaoyang regarded the two siblings. "Your protection sometimes brings greater danger. You must let him know what is evil and what is good. Excessive protection can yield the opposite result. He must learn what he ought to know." Xie Jiayue replied, "I am a lawyer. Our parents passed away early. I was just starting university at that time. He is now in high school. Our parents thought this environment was good, so we settled here. I have been caring for him since my university days, not wanting him to come into contact with the filthy things too soon. I thought that once he entered college this year, I would finally have some freedom, but now this has happened. He is too altruistic and insists on acting according to his own principles. I fear he will go astray. If you don't let him know about these matters, do you think he will obediently refrain from seeking the truth? Hearing and seeing yield different outcomes." And Xiaoyang looked at Xie Jiayue and then at Xie Xian. "Can you use a gun?" "I cannot, but my sister can." And Xiaoyang retrieved a handgun from his backpack, presenting it to Xie Jiayue. "Here, for your self-defense. I will rest for a while. Call me when it gets dark. I want to see for myself." "All right, brother-in, I will call you." And Xiaoyang reclined leisurely on the sofa, watching the siblings return to their room. It seemed that there were indeed more good people than bad. Finally, he could take a midday nap. But he was soon shaken awake. Glancing out the window, he realized the time was drawing near. He looked at Xie Xian and said, "I am awake. No need to shake me, brother-in. It's almost time. We must hurry. Let's eat first. What is the rush? We can eat when we return. Otherwise, we won't see the opening. Little brat, eat first. Call your sister to join us." "Oh?" After their meal, the siblings donned bulky clothing and led in Xiaoyang downstairs. He pulled Xie Xian aside, saying, "Not a word once we are there, understand?" "Yes, brother-in. We'll talk about the reasons upon our return." The underground garage was indeed vast, with a platform set up in the center. In the dim light, Xiaoyang clutched the gun beneath his coat, unable to clearly see the faces around him. There were braziers scattered about, filling the air with smoke. A man stepped onto the platform, announcing, "Tonight marks our exchange period. For those in the building who are disobedient, they can be exchanged. Each building is limited to 3 quotas tonight. If you dislike those from your own building, then try your luck with others." From the crowd, someone shouted, "We only know about exchanges, but where have the exchanged people gone?" "Who shouted that?" "Step forward." In an instant, he drew a handgun from his waistband, pointing it at the crowd. The audience fell silent. Building 1 exchanges with Building 18, Building 2 with Building 19, and so forth. "Bossine, we refuse to exchange with Building 23. "What the hell? They are just children. Aren't children more tender? Do you have any objections?" "None, none. Is there anyone else with objections? Since there are none, take the people back. Now, we will commence the next segment. The auction will officially begin. Please welcome our first auctioneer, the owner of Yuhong Beauty, Sun Yanan. A woman, bound and gagged, was presented. This is a flower from our midst. Her husband has run out of food. For a mere pack of instant noodles, she is yours. Though she may be older, her maintenance has kept her looking youthful. 3 packs of instant noodles, Baldy. Do you have any instant noodles left? Did you eat that woman you brought home last time? Laughter erupted in the crowd. What do you care? 4 packs of instant noodles. A voice cried out amidst the crowd. Starve, you bald-headed fool. Who shouted that? Step forward if you are the one with the flower. A man raised a cloth bag high. Old son, do you expect a miracle to happen? I wonder if you can still manage it. No more ruckus. If you continue, you'll be sent back. Is there anyone else? If not, I shall turn over the next person. Bring the woman over to Old Son and let us weigh the flour to see if it suffices. All right, no error. Old Son, you may take her back, but don't lose her. Elderine, I promise. The next in line is Dong Mingyan, the most beautiful woman in our Muzhai district, a government official. I hear she is still a virgin. Starting bid, 5 packs of instant noodles, 10 packs of instant noodles, 20 packs of instant noodles, 22 packs of instant noodles, 23 packs. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? And Shouyang gazed at the woman on stage, who indeed possessed some beauty, yet her mouth was covered, making it impossible to discern her true appearance. Suddenly, Xie shouted, 25 packs. Xie Jiaoyu quickly covered Xie mouth. Have you lost your mind? And Shouyang glanced at Xie, only to hear the clamor from the stage. Who shouted just now? Xie struggled to raise her hand, breaking free from Xie Jiaoyu's grip. She helped me, sister. She aided me. A beam of light illuminated Xie face. Ah, it's you again, little rascal. If you can't produce the goods, I'll sell your sister instead. Brethren, she helped me. Can you assist her? And Shouyang sighed in resignation as he looked at Xie. I can help you. There was a better way to resolve this, yet you chose the most foolish method to seek aid. I told you not to speak. Just wait. And Shouyang declared, is there a cart here? I'll go fetch one. There's no cart, only ropes. Carry it back yourself, if you don't return in a quarter of an hour. We'll sell her sister. After 10 minutes, and Shouyang stated, he hurriedly walked out the door. Xie Jiaoyu looked at Xie bewildered. If he doesn't return, both my brother and I will be finished. She clutched the gun tightly in her arms, stunned by Shouyang's sudden return. Shouyang carried 20 boxes of instant noodles and approached the Xie siblings, repaying every favor owed. He turned to Xie. Choose whichever one you desire. The debts are settled. All right, brethren. The woman was brought to Xie Jiaoyu, and the object covering her mouth was removed by Xie Jiaoyu. Rest for a moment. The woman nodded. The next one is remarkable. To evade the paparazzi, she secretly bought a house in our neighborhood and was just caught by us. Please welcome our Jade Maiden, the renowned actress, Uruwashi. Starting bid, 20 packs of instant noodles. 1 box. And Shouyang stared in disbelief at Xie Jiaoyu. I adore her films and songs. Is a star worth that much? 1 box contains 43 packs. I'm sorry, I didn't know the quantity. Are we hosting a wealthy patron tonight? Chapter 47. A tragedy. Give me a rating. Accept my homage. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, the deal is concluded. Bring the superstar to her destination and collect the noodles. Yes. Another woman was sent to the Xie siblings, and Xie Jiaoyu took out the object that had been covering Uruwashi's mouth. Thank you. You're welcome. I truly enjoy your movies and songs. The next one is also impressive. I didn't expect such hidden talents among us. Do you all remember the past Red Chamber? Chen Baijing, a gentlewoman indeed. Standing alongside Uruwashi is an exquisite delight. Starting bid, 20 packs of instant noodles, 40 packs of instant noodles. And Shouyang shouted, Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, this woman belongs to this gentleman. Take her away and retrieve the noodles. Yes, there were sisterly flowers, mother-daughter pairs, 2 dancers, and a policewoman, truly a diverse gathering. Finally, a female doctor was also claimed by the Xie siblings. Shouyang watched as Xie Jiaoyu led 13 women back home. And Shouyang and Xie returned home with the remaining instant noodles, realizing there was no space left to sleep. Shouyang then looked at the policewoman and asked, Are you really a police officer? The tall woman looked at In Xiaoyang and replied, "Yes. How were you captured?" They said the exchange was for sustenance. My brother and I wanted to investigate and were ambushed. Do you know the situation here well? I know where every leader of each building resides. Their crimes are clear as day, and I wish I could kill them all immediately. They act with impunity, raping, murdering, and cannibalizing. They force parents to watch their children be devoured. Bullied and slaughtered. Calm down for now. Write down the address for me. I will verify it. Then to Xie Xian, go fetch paper and a pen. All right, brethren. Watching Xie Xian bring paper and a pen to the policewoman and place a chair down, and Xiaoyang said to Xie Xian, "We really shouldn't waste those instant noodles. You must learn to be less impulsive in the future, brethren. What should we use to save them if not the noodles? What time is it now? Evening. What happens in the evening? Murder and arson. Aren't you being foolish? If not for wasting so much time, they would have been killed in the garage already. You chose the most foolish way and wasted my noodles. I am sorry, brethren. Learn from your mistakes. The best solution now is to kill, until it is all clean. Understood." After the policewoman finished writing, and Xiaoyang looked at the paper and glanced at both the policewoman and the female official. Realizing this might be the most expensive auction in history, officials can be sold too. And Xiaoyang turned to the Xie siblings. "I have food in my bag. There are some leftovers here. Eat up. I will check what those guys are doing. Prepare water for me. More than enough." "In which building is this, brethren?" "We are in building 12, Li Kuan, right?" "Yes." And Xiaoyang addressed the group. "You all can rest now. When you wake up, things will be different." Looking at his watch, it was 10 o'clock at night. He took out the radio and turned it on. "Autumn Yang, are you there? I was slightly delayed due to some matters. The shelter said you didn't return. I'll be back soon. I have a few tasks to handle. I'm shutting down." "All right." Amidst the gazes of many women, he placed the radio into his bag. Striving to avoid going out, he opened the door and walked upstairs. Women can sometimes be quite pitiful, yet at other times, they can bring greater troubles, much like that policewoman, who silently followed In Xiaoyang from behind. And Xiaoyang paid her no mind. If she wished to witness the cruelty, then let her follow. Knocking on a door, "Who is it?" "I'm the one participating in tonight's auction." Two men opened the door and looked at In Xiaoyang. "Brother, the goods are accounted for, and besides, we have no dealings with you. So why are you here?" "Oh, I heard from the Xie siblings that you stole their food, so I came to see how much is left." "Brother, are you here to stir trouble?" You could say that. 3 more men blocked the doorway, wielding knives, yet screams of agony echoed from within. "Brutes! Let us go, you shall not die well." And Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Is there a show? May I join in the enjoyment, brother? I advise you not to meddle, or you'll regret it." And Xiaoyang kicked the half-open door, crashing inside along with the men. "Boss, there's a commotion." 7 or 8 men rushed out from the room. And through the door's crack, the disarray and bloodstains were visible. "I merely came to discuss with you how you managed to live so comfortably, yet if a person is left with only their beastly nature, then there's no need to waste food." And Xiaoyang, without a knife, could only use his fists. However, the power of the eternal stage revealed that these things could be endured. Each punch landed with precision, and bodies flew out the window, plummeting downwards. The 3 men inside the room finally sensed something was amiss, as there were no screams. They were all knocked out with a single blow. "We have no grievances." "What do you want?" "Behave yourselves. My fists are rather hard." Opening the door, the 3 bedrooms were different from one another. The first appeared to belong to the boss, 2 women curled up in the corner, their eyes vacant. The second room was filled with tools. 3 or 4 women were there, some bound, others completely naked. The third had become a hellish scene. A family was fixed to wooden boards, equally naked, with a 15 or 16-year-old girl already unconscious. Observing the 3 men standing in the living room, knives in hand, pointed at In Xiaoyang, he opened the bathroom door, revealing blood-soaked floors, tangled hair, and stark white bones. Shadows darted quickly, and 3 figures, howling, fell down the stairs. The piercing sounds echoed in the empty neighborhood, and Xiaoyang forcibly opened the door opposite, where over 10 women and children were imprisoned. It was truly incomprehensible. They all wished to live, but one must possess the courage to survive. The female police officer surveyed the horrific scene within the room, summoning her colleagues to commence immediate medical assistance. Xie Xian rushed upstairs as soon as he heard the screams. The sight of such brutality left him utterly stunned, his eyes wide in shock, only to be covered by Xie Jiayue's hand as they fled the room. An Xiaoyang glanced at Xie Jiayue and remarked, "You take care of this. I must inspect each building one by one, before turning to descend the stairs." The armor encasing in Xiao Yang's entire body glinted ominously, and when Xie Xian beheld him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then turned to Xie Jiayue, asking, "Sister, should I take in a robot?" In Building 11, ascending from the underground garage directly to the 17th floor, a battle blade materialized in his hand, and the security door was sent flying. The interior was even more grotesque, bloodstains smeared across the floor, with a human head grotesquely displayed on the windowsill, its expression one of defiance. A woman lay disemboweled, blood pooling on an oil paper beneath her. Upon entering, it became evident that the two buildings had been breached, explaining the absence of inhabitants. Approaching a sealed door, and Xiao Yang kicked it open, revealing a lavish room where a dozen couples reveled, their naked forms dancing, their expressions shifting to astonishment at the sight of the fully armored and Xiao Yang. "Is Iron Man here?" they whispered, scrambling to find garments to cover themselves, their cries echoing silence. He commanded. One man attempted to draw a knife, but a flash of silver saw his arm severed in an instant. A woman was pushed into a corner, brandishing a knife as she faced in Xiao Yang. "Kill him!" shouted the armless man. A dozen men soon lay slain, and Xiao Yang placing their heads alongside the others. Rooms were flung open, revealing a veritable feast of flesh and dismembered limbs. While terrified women gaped at the armored figure before them. "Is there no one left?" the question echoed, leaving the women in shock. With flushed faces, they trembled in fear, huddled together, silent. "Have you ever tasted flesh?" he questioned, but no one replied, their bodies quaking. The blade's silver glimmer ended the lives of several women right there. The search for victims continued, words exchanged only in despair. Anything unwanted seen would lead to the annihilation of that room's evils. On the 16th floor of Building 36, the door swung open to reveal a man lounging on a sofa, sipping red wine, flanked by a provocatively dressed woman. This was the leader of the organization behind the auction. "Buddy," the man sneered, "you think wearing Iron Man's suit gives you free rein? I've wired this place with explosives. I figured out the outcome after killing the police. But you're too late. I'm taking this place down with me." And Xiao Yang's gaze shifted from the remote control in the man's hand to the composed men surrounding him and the trembling women nearby. Those who suffer often harbor contempt, to survive. You may cast aside your dignity, but to abandon basic human decency, feeding off others' flesh, drinking their blood, and glorifying a man's might. Doesn't your heart ache? In a blink, the remote vanished from the man's grasp. In horror, he watched as blood erupted from his body, collapsing onto the sofa. And Xiao Yang moved swiftly, so quickly that the man still believed he was alive. The men surrounding him stared in terror at the armored figure. "I do not consider myself a good person, but I can forgive your past transgressions. Those who deserve death should know how they will die." A group of men knelt before Xiao Yang, recounting how they had been coerced into their current plight. People can still brandish their identities to justify their sins. If you wish to explain yourselves, do so in the depths of hell. With the clamor subsiding, a gruesome silence fell over the room. How would the women decide their fates? Footsteps echoed within the building as two women entered, surveying the chaos. They had scoured every boss's residence throughout the complex, finally spotting the mech warrior, bloodied and crimson. "Please, don't harm them. They had no choice." Cannibals, too, would shirk their culpability, engaging in the most vile acts while feigning servitude to their masters. I only know of one era chronicled in our history. Didn't that emperor meet a similar fate? Humans, from dignity to degradation, will always find a rationale. One of you is a police officer, the other a former government official, having witnessed the darkness of humanity and all that transpires here. One is innocent. Yet no one wishes to perish unless their hearts are already steeped in despair. You must decide for yourselves, inform everyone in the community. Those who wish to follow me can prepare now, at dawn. I will bring some ropes, and I will lead them to safety. Upon returning to the residence of the Xie siblings, Xie Xian observed in Xiao Yang, covered in blood, yet the armor exuded an imposing aura. "Big brother in." I've filled the bathroom with water. Come in and help me clean the armor. Understood, big brother. Inside, the women watched as the two entered the bathroom. Xie Jiu scarcely believing her eyes. Did her brother really open the door for him? After the armor was cleaned, and Xiao Yang transformed it into a backpack, Xie Xian lifted the now lightweight pack, asking, Big Brotherin, what is this? Battle suit. Then why is it so light? You will understand in due time. Do you wish to come with me? Can I become as formidable as you? With effort, you will surely become just as strong. Are you a robot? You little rascal, if I were a robot, what would I eat? As dawn began to break through the mist outside, and Xiao Yang stepped out of the bathroom and asked Xie Jiayue, how much instant noodles do we have? We took plenty from Li Kuan's group upstairs. But with so many people now, we can't last 2 days. I have something to tell you. I'm leaving. If you wish to follow me, find warm clothing. Alternatively, you can inform everyone in each building to join me. I won't force anyone. Those willing may come along. I will wait in the underground garage, and I will leave on time in 3 hours. Reaching the underground garage, several individuals were already waiting. Thick clothing had been fashioned, some secured with cloth to block out the cold. The garage exit, and Xiao Yang surveyed the barricaded items, merely metal scraps, and cleared a 3-meter passage. He released a drone, readied his large backpack, stowed away the radio and smaller pack, and donned his armor, revealing only his face. The official woman was searching for Xiao Yang, and upon seeing him emerge from the entrance to the basement, she hurried over, exclaiming, there are children, infants. They cannot withstand the cold. I understand. I will call for reinforcements. And Xiao Yang turned to leave, noticing the woman had not followed. He took out the radio. Is Xiao Gung there? I'm here, and go. I'm heading back. That I have a drone to guide the convoy through the fog. Tell Lao Mu and Duan Minghui to drive the convoy to Yulan City community to fetch people. There are children without warm clothing, understood, and go. I will have someone wait for you at the entrance. All right. And Xiao Yang swiftly made his way to the shelter. Half an hour later, he saw Qin Yi and Chang Jingyi waiting inside. He handed the equipment to Qin Yi, saying, I will return shortly. Inform Lao Mu not to take a wrong turn. Where did you find this armor? We'll talk when I return. Okay, you go ahead and take care of things. And Xiao Yang returned to the Yulan City underground garage, where although many vehicles were present, they were all useless. In this age, such small cars were mere refuse. The crowd had grown, and he noticed Xie Xian searching for something. Waving to him, he asked, What are you looking for? Big Brotherin, I'm looking for you. Why do you need me? With so many people, can you accommodate them? I see you're concerned for me. Good. How about I assign you to the military? Big Brotherin, do you have an army? Sort of. Then I want to be a soldier. I could train myself. A girl dashed over to Xie Xian, calling, Xian Gu. Who is he? This is Big Brotherin. Xiaomei, quickly greeting Gu. Hello, Big Brotherin. And Xiao Yang smiled at Xie Xian, saying, Your little green plum. Big Brotherin, we are friends. No need to be shy. When we return tonight, I will treat you all to something delicious. Really? Why would I lie to you? You will see when we arrive. Okay, go tell your sister that only mothers with children and infants are allowed to ride in the vehicles. Everyone else will walk alongside. Also, bring my backpack over. It's filled with ropes to tie everyone together and prevent anyone from getting lost. Understood, Big Brotherin. Go. Carrying the pack was effortless for Xiao Yang, yet Xie Xian struggled to lift it off the ground. Big brother, why is this so heavy? That is for you to figure out. Xie Xian's little green plum opened the backpack, slinging some of the ropes over her shoulders, then assisted Xie Xian with the heavy load as they ventured inside. Chapter 48. Guardians, thank you all for your support. I appreciate you taking the time to leave a review amidst your busy schedules. Mu Xiaodong did not arrive, but Li Shumin and Duan Minghui came. Accompanied by 30 warriors to maintain order, Lai Minshun looked at Xiao Yang and inquired, Where did you acquire this armor? It is not convenient to discuss here. I will tell you when we return. Why did you change your mind and decide to do this? There is something incessantly flooding my mind, and I can no longer endure it, so I just went ahead and did it. Li Minshu shot a glance at Xiao Yang, saying, You are always so inconsistent. Where am I inconsistent? It's just that there are some things I don't know how to articulate. My mind is being overwhelmed day after day. It is quite bothersome. This drone is quite remarkable. Why didn't we think to bring it down with us when we descended? No one has foresight. We'll take it one step at a time. Xie Xian pulled his sister and little Qingmei along, with a dozen women trailing behind. Gu, how shall we proceed? Li Minshu glanced at An Shouyang and said, just follow me. And Shouyang nodded at Xie Xian. Upon seeing those combat vehicles, Li Minshu turned to Xie Jiayue and said, Sister, am I also a fortunate person? Indeed, indeed. The blessings brought to us by Xuanzi. Following Li Minshu into the armored vehicle, she eagerly inquired, Excuse me, are you all soldiers? Yes. Then why didn't you come sooner to rescue us? That's a rather difficult question to answer. Perhaps you should ask your Ngu. The voice of Instructor Li came through the vehicle's communication system, stating, Instructor Li, all women and children have boarded. All accompanying personnel are ready. The drone map is now transmitting in real time. We can depart, we can leave. What about Shouyang? Ngu said he would return on his own and instructed us to be mindful of the pedestrians to avoid falling behind. Let us set off. Yes. The female soldier driving the vehicle remarked, Instructor Li, if we had this, we could go anywhere. Do you think Captain Zhang would be angry if he knew we didn't rescue a single person? It is quite foggy now. Who could have anticipated such weather? Even with a drone, where would you send them? Instructor Li, we can't accommodate many people there. What does Ngu think? Drive your vehicle. That's his concern, and you are meddling too much. Instructor Li, I heard from Officer Geng that Ngu is building a base outside at Is that true? Who spread that rumor? Sister Xiaofeng and Sister Xiaoxiang are following Officer Geng. Right? It was Officer Geng's own speculation. I haven't received any news here. You all seem to have spread it far and wide. Instructor Li, I didn't say anything. I was merely inquiring. When we return, if anyone spreads rumors again, I will find an opportunity to send them back. Instructor Li, I will absolutely convey that. You all are simply well-fed and idle. Never speculate on what he does. Every day he runs through the snow, and who knows when this fog will lift. Instructor Li, why not let Ngu bring Captain Zhang down? What, are you concerned for Captain Zhang? Every day we only have compressed food. We could rotate, right? We can't indulge while they suffer. All right, just focus on driving your vehicle. He will have his considerations. The convoy returned. Over 5,000 people were arranged on the 4th floor. There was electricity and water, providing the best living conditions since the apocalypse. Each floor had a cafeteria. Infants and children were accommodated on the 2nd basement level, separated by partitions, with beds and tables. It was beautiful, safe, and warm. Xie Xian, Xie Jiayue, and the women acquired through auction, along with Xie Xian's little Qingmei family, descended to the 3rd underground level. An unfamiliar place invariably brings unease. Mu Xiaodong looked at the police flower in the crowd and asked, Tao Yuexiao, you are still alive, master. How did you end up here? You silly girl. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Quickly, Saixia and Qinglan are here. I'll have them take you to wash up and change clothes. Master, Jiagu has sacrificed. Life is fated. It's destined. First, take them to wash up. Several police officers chatted in the bathing area while Xie Xian was pulled into Mu Xiaodong's room to wash up. There were sounds of infants crying and the melody of Qin Yaoyao singing, Little bunny, open the door. Sister Yuexiao, how have you survived until now? Then you tell me first, how did you all manage to survive? After you dispatched, weren't we on duty at the police station? Mu Gu locked us in the basement. When Ngu came searching for weapons and saw we were nearly starving, he saved us. Later, Ngu brought us here, utilizing everything from the 1st floor to now. It took us a long time. There was one time Ngu slept for 3 days without waking. We were quite frightened. It was so cold we couldn't go outside. Later, Ngu wandered around, searching for supplies and food. Previously, we were all on this floor. It was Ngu who found bulletproof glass. After the replacement, this floor was designated solely for infants, mothers, and doctors and nurses for better management. Qinglan, you all are truly fortunate. What is so fortunate about it? I only just learned that it was Sister Qinyi who led him out to search for weapons, which led to the police station. If it had been a few hours later, we would have become ice sculptures. That is still better than my Jiagu. He sacrificed, and I was subsequently bought. I was auctioned off, but you're back now, right? This place is the safest. We'll have a grand feast tonight. Sister Yuexiao, the clothes have arrived. Come try them on to see if they fit. Tomorrow, I'll take you to collect clothes on the top floor. This is temporary, one-time use, to prevent waste. This grand banquet was filled to capacity. And Shouyang held Qin Yaoyao, with Qinyi and Chun Jingyi on either side. Mu Xiaodong was making arrangements, while Duan Minghui, Zhang Xiaobing, and Li Minchu sat beside Qin Yi. Several police officers sat beside Mu Xiaodong. Yang Geng pulled Xie Xian to sit opposite in Qiuyang. Wang Gang faced in Qiuyang directly. And the remaining women, only Xie Jiayue and Yu Ruoxi were familiar faces. The officers sat beside Xie Xian's little Qingmei, and Dr. Qiao and Ran Rongyan were conveniently next to the doctor. The others were strangers to in Qiuyang, but with Mu De's expertise present, everything would be well arranged. The table was laden with delectable dishes, making one's mouth water. In Qiuyang and the men each had a bottle of wine, humorously declaring, "No cheating allowed." Ran Rongyan cradled her child, watching as in Qiuyang and Mu Xiaodong smoked. "You too, be careful. I'm holding a child." And Qiuyang paid no mind, continuing to exhale clouds of smoke, when Qin Yaoyao, perched on in Qiuyang's lap, abruptly interrupted, "Daddy, you're not allowed to smoke." Yaoyao is almost choking, and Uncle Mu cannot smoke either. The air is polluted. The two exchanged glances and quickly extinguished their cigarettes. "Yaoyao, Daddy hasn't he enjoyed himself in quite a while? It was just a moment of merriment. I forgot how you feel. Later, Daddy will critique, and Yaoyao will be responsible for eating. Let us pinky swear. A pinky swear that lasts 100 years without changing." Mu Xiaodong looked at in Qiuyang and asked, "What happened the other day when you went to kill those bat-rat beasts?" "I have no idea if those bat-rat beasts are still around. There were less than 300, and within a minute, 5 men were left with only skeletons. Hence, I had to eliminate them entirely. If there were stragglers, they wouldn't form a scale. The guns were ineffective because they moved too quickly, so I went to their den. You were missing for 5 days. How do you explain that? Wasn't I just lucky enough to find something good and got a bit carried away? What was it? My battle armor. And kid, don't try to deceive me. While you were washing up, I researched with Yang Geng, and that's not a product of Blue Star at all. I never claimed it was from Blue Star. I stumbled upon it deep within that cave. And kid? Don T doubt a police officer's judgment. After you left, I didn't touch a drop of alcohol, and I still haven't if you don't tell me the reason. I'll just lay down tomorrow. Mugu, what are you doing? We have matters to discuss. Let me accompany you for a walk. If you dare to play tricks on me, if you don't speak, I'll just lay down and not get up. Then let us eat first. Yaoyao is hungry. Yaoyao can eat. But you must clarify your matters, and Qiuyang slapped his forehead. How did I end up saving this old thing? You can call me whatever you want. If you don't explain clearly, I'll lay down. Let me give you a hint. We now call ourselves the new humans with extended lifespans. How much longer, I'm not sure. Those who unintentionally become stronger are called evolvers, as they absorb crystal cores, also known as evolvers. The quantifiers are those who absorb crystal cores to become the dominant force of their own power. The eternal level refers to having an extraordinary ability. I don't know what that ability is. The Transcendents possess the primordial power of the universe. The starry sky guardians, mechanical force, and so on. Don't ask me. I also don't understand it. Just that there's a lot. And Qiuyang pointed at Yang Geng, saying, "Go to my room and bring the battle armor. It's that small backpack." Taking the small backpack from Yang Geng, he placed Yaoyao in Qini's arms, and the black armor instantly enveloped in Qiuyang. The quantum energy gun attached to his shoulder, and a pure silver battle knife appeared in his hand. This is the complete form of the battle suit. The lowest usage tier, the eternal tier, but I don't possess an extraordinary ability. It has its own space and intelligent armor. These require personal comprehension. I am currently at the warrior level, the most basic existence. Do you have more? Once you reach the eternal tier, I'll gift you a set. So, you do have more. No wonder you're an old police officer. Old Mu, are you hungry or not? Yaoyao is still watching me. Eat. Let us eat. Sheathe the battle armor and cast it aside. I cradled Yaoyao from Qin Yi's embrace. The first to take me in was Sister Qin Yi, while the second was young brother Xie Xian. Ming Hui. Starting tomorrow, he shall be entrusted to you for his education. Let him learn as much as he can. Upon my return, I inquired about his aspirations. He wishes to join the military. Brethren, what if I cannot restrain myself from giving him a good thrashing? I didn't see anything. What if he reports me? I heard nothing. That's splendid. Turning to Xie Xian, I remarked, "Young man, did you hear that? Tomorrow morning at 6, assemble on the ground floor. From now on, that shall be your resting place. I shall go tonight. Indeed, determination is commendable. Yet one must not falter, understood, a good lad. You are showing some promise. An Xiaoyang then turned to Mu Xiaodong and asked, Brother Mu, will you still allow me to drink? Eat first. Everyone, come and partake together. And Xiaoyang was picking at the food while Yao Yao was eating. It was always like this, spoiled beyond measure. A single word from my daughter is akin to an imperial decree. Should I have a biological child, heaven knows what luxuries would ensue. Brother Mu, how about we indulge in a toast? Very well, let us do it. Mu Xiaodong set down his cup and declared, Today, I am truly elated. By sheer coincidence, you managed to rescue my disciple. Tonight, I shall accompany you until inebriation claims us. Brother Mu, you must keep your word. She was exchanged for instant noodles by Xie Jiayue. I had no part in it. What? Instant noodles? Brethren, how many packs did you use? About 35, though my memory fails me on the exact count. Brethren, may I take a group to explore the nearby community tomorrow? Certainly, as long as there is lodging available, save as many as you can. I will apply for 2 boxes of instant noodles. Dio, we really need to apply for instant noodles. Chini interjected. From tomorrow? Applications are mandatory, and reports must be filed. Sister Chin, we are all comrades. Is it truly necessary? Precisely because we are comrades, reports must be filed. Mu Xiaodong looked at the duo, saying, Are you two also harboring fanciful thoughts? Brother Mu, if Brethren can procure it, why can't we? If you pursue that path, I shall cast you out. Brother Mu, you are a policeman. We are merely doing good deeds. We cannot show favoritism. Young'un is merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. What are you two plotting? Reports must be filed. If any male soldier requests more than 2 packets, Instructor Li must sign off. Yes, Brother Mu. The two, feeling aggrieved, turned their gaze to An Xiaoyang, who rubbed his nose and said, I have a little private matter. Let us check the situation together tomorrow. Brother Xia, let us raise our glasses. No sooner had he placed his cup down than the soft flesh at his waist began to twist enticingly. I have some other matters to attend to. I shall subsidize you both. Half each. Excellent, Brother Xia. The soft flesh continued to intensify, and if it becomes unbearable, we have provisions here. I shall speak with you both. Brethren, you promised us at the outset. Very well, since you've made a promise. Let us drink. We shall discuss it afterward. Everyone present could see that this was no trivial matter. With the father gone, I crave prawns. Very well, coming right up. This place is exquisite, where powerful men are governed by the most beautiful women. No one can act with impunity where there is good. There is also B.A. An Xiaoyang stood atop the highest building in Yinyucheng, while Domi surveilled the entire community. Master, after calculations, the rescue success rate for Building 15 stands at 60%. The congregation of individuals on the 19th floor is excessive. Unless someone can clear them all out, there may be unforeseen incidents involving evolvers. And Xiaoyang promptly drew forth his quantum energy rifle, activating the scope for observation. IT was perfectly capable of penetrating all barriers. The indoor scenes were captivating, and the electronic observation technology for human analysis was remarkably advanced, allowing for a crystal-clear view of individuals' features. Domi remarked, the scope of this quantum energy rifle is exceedingly sophisticated. Master, every substance contains electric protons, including living entities, which themselves constitute an electromagnetic field. IT is merely a matter of distinguishing colors. Such ancient structures pose no hindrance to the quantum energy rifle. Indeed, as a sniper, I am poised to achieve great feats. Military personnel may be sacrificed, but not at the expense of their own goodwill. Master, the sniper is setting up defenses. They may come to this location. Shall we conceal ourselves? No need. They are at crossfire points. We are angled away. Duan Minghui and Zhang Xiaobing were exceedingly cautious, refraining from haste. They meticulously screened each room, inquiring and gathering a general understanding of the conditions within the entire building. They instructed the squad leader to lead the soldiers in careful observation, ascending from the 1st to the 10th floor with utmost vigilance, leaving no room for error. On the 17th, 18th, and 19th floors, the occupants were already prepared, opening their doors. Hello, we've been waiting for your rescue for quite some time. Observing the array of youthful faces welcoming them, the soldiers